Chapter 2001. Big Brother Wang. Don't joke around. Xue blushed and hurriedly denied. This is our study room's new teacher, young noble Li. The man was surprised to hear this and turned around at Li Qia while continuously scratching his head like a monk trying to touch his hair. Their place never had a teacher before, so this was quite unexpected. Despite his burly stature and clearly being older, he was a respectful person and quickly went up to Li Qia and bowed with a smile. Please forgive me for the misunderstanding, teacher. I'm used to joking around with her. He apologized with sincerity, so Li Qia nodded. My name is Wang Xuedong, also known as Gold Loop Fist. I've joined study room for a long time now. Please take care of me in the future. I look forward to your guidance. The man enthusiastically introduced himself and gave Li Qia a quick hug. Li Qia assessed him before calmly responding, gather your stuff. The first class will start today. Goldloop didn't dare to show any slight and gathered his stuff before following Li Qia. In this world of books, one could find literature works everywhere, the caves or even beneath the ground. Moreover, they were available for all students at the academy. Anyone could come for a read. Alas, few actually did so because they had no interest in wasting their time with history or fine arts. Sigh. Old Lu is finding more stuff, but there are too many here. Not to mention graduation. He can read for the rest of his life and won't be able to touch the surface. Goldloop commented as Xue brought them to a dark chamber. This large hall was especially quiet too, just like the rest of study room. They could hear a series of coughs echoing inside this chamber. It was as if the guy was about to cough his lung out. Shelves lined them up among the walls, with books everywhere. There was a unique moldy smell, as if one was basking in an ocean of texts. After walking through lines of shelves, they found an old man in a corner of the chamber. He sat in front of a table with a flickering oil lamp not doing its job too well. The light illuminating his face made it even more yellow. His posture was terrible as he flipped through the pages while murmuring, "Gold spleen, gold spleen." He occasionally coughed quite hard, causing his bent back to hunch down even more. The guy was too focused to notice Li Qia's group. Old Lu, Xue called out. He still didn't hear her and continued flipping the pages. If you want to find gold spleen and jade needle, you are looking at the wrong spot, Li Qia said flatly. Boom. The book in the old man's hand fell to the ground as he seemed to be struck by lightning. He stood up and stared intensely at Li Qia, petrified. Old Lu, come back. Xue waved her hand in front of the old man's face. How do you know? The old man finally asked in astonishment. I know everything in study room, Li Qia nonchalantly said. How should I address you, young noble? The old man regained his composure. Old Lu, I got good news for you. This young noble is our new teacher. You have someone to ask for help now. Goldloop smiled and said. The old man's reaction was just like Goldloop's earlier, shocked. He bowed towards Li Qia and said, I have eyes but couldn't see MT Tai and your arrival. My name is Lu Jinxing. Others call me Old Lu. His hunchback body inched closer to the ground as he bowed his head. Let's go, it's time for the first class. Li Qia nodded and said before leaving. Xue followed him with the other two right behind her. Goldloop blinked at Old Lu. These three were very familiar with each other with their own way of communicating. He wanted to ask if Old Lu knew who Li Qia was since Old Lu was the oldest and most knowledgeable in their group. Normally, Old Lu would answer, but he looked solemn this time and didn't respond. Finally, Li Qia took the group back to the main hall. Li Qia sat in the main position while the other three sat opposite of him. The two men were very respectful and sat there like obedient students, despite being older than Li Qia. Li Qia looked at the three and said, I most likely won't be here for long, but 3 of you will still be my students. I do not want to hear negative things that can be detrimental to my reputation in the future, so, when I am here, everything will be up to me. Regardless of your feelings now, you will come to find that behaving properly is your best course of action before me. Xue didn't say anything due to her nature. The other two remained quiet as well. They had their reasons for being here. Okay, your turn to speak, Li Qia told the group. Xue kept her head lowered. She had a problem of lacking confidence while Old Lu didn't want to speak either. Teacher, What do you want us to talk about? The relatively outgoing Goldloop asked. Lichia elaborated. Celestial has 5 classrooms, but I'll just focus on our study room. It is much simpler than the other 4, and I'm sure you 3 have your reasons for picking it. I wish to hear the reasons. The 3 glanced at each other. No one wanted to speak on this issue. Very well, I will make it private. Go out now, only one come in. Lichia waved his sleeve. The 3 of them stood outside, and no one wanted to be the first. For some unknown reasons, the 2 men were wary of Lichia. This feeling came from deep inside. Haha, Elder Lu, you're the wisest among us and probably have some good insight to our new teacher. Why don't you go first and talk to him? Goldloop told Old Lu in order to avoid going first. He normally called the guy Old Lu, but now he changed it to a respectful address in order to push the guy into the fire. Old Lu gave him a disdainful glance and said, You're probably afraid of being figured out. You go first then. We'll see who can stand outside the longest. He then shamelessly walked and stood behind Goldloop. Old Lu, what do you mean? I don't have anything to hide. Goldloop gave him the side eye. Fine, I'll go first. The cute girl toughened up after seeing the hesitating men and walked inside. Sigh, we 2 men have thrown away our face today, not as brave as the little girl. I guess that's what happens when we're afraid of being exposed. Goldloop shook his head and said. Chapter 2002. Lichia shook his head and smiled after seeing Xinxue. 2 old men losing to a girl. I'm speechless. Xinxue sat down in front of him, still feeling very nervous. She looked up and said, Teacher, I'm here to learn. In fact, not too many would want to stay at study room without a different goal. Of course, they could be using it as a starting point before transferring to the other classrooms. I believe it, Lichia said. Your reason is purer than the other 2, in order to read all the books here. He then focused his glare, but have you ever thought that this is also a type of running away? Running away? Xinxue was surprised. No, I just really like reading. I don't question that. You do like reading, but it has become a mental fort for you. Lichia said flatly, I'm sure I don't need to talk about your clan, but being the oldest daughter there must be great pressure, especially for someone with a personality like yours. Instead of facing adversity, you chose to hide instead, so you use reading as an excuse to hinder your cultivation. Furthermore, only when you drown yourself in this ocean of books would you find solace from the pressure of competition. The analysis shocked the girl. It was true. She wasn't only here because she couldn't afford the payment or because she loved books. She had never talked about this with anyone, not even Old Lu and Goldloop. No one at the academy was aware of her intention until now. What stunned her even more were the details of his analysis, as if he was slicing her heart piece by piece for a clearer look. The most vulnerable thing in her heart has been revealed. How do you know? She jumped up in fear and instinctively covered her lower body as if she was naked. It's not hard since nothing can hide from my eyes, Lichia leisurely said. She stood there, frozen, for a long time before eventually looking at him nervously. Don't worry, it is quite obvious I didn't spy on you, or anything, he continued. The girl sat down again and continued to defend herself, not wanting to admit her biggest insecurity. I really just like to read books, it's my favorite hobby. You're also running too, Lichia said. Reading is good, but using it as escapism and treating it as a tool shows that a lack of respect. Thus, since I am your teacher now, you can make a choice. To read without taking advantage of it, to be able to face your fear of cultivation, no longer delaying yourself. There's no need to give up certain things in order to do what you like. Reading and cultivation aren't mutually exclusive. What you need to do now is to train hard but still read when possible. Xinxue fell into silence. She was indeed the oldest daughter of her clan, but her talents were inferior compared to her siblings. This created immense pressure on her since youth, so she escaped into study room for the ocean of books. In order to go further, a Tao heart is the most important, Lichia said. Overcome your fear and bask in the immensity of the heaven and earth. At that point, you can read whatever you want or go out and verify all the legends of the human race. She stammered, not knowing what to say. The onus is on you to either overcome your fear or continue to use books as a shield. Take your time thinking, no need to give me an answer just yet. She remained silent. Lichia saw this and waved his sleeve. Go out now. Next. She stood up and quietly left. Meanwhile, the two men outside didn't want to go in. However, old Lu was shameless and continued retreating to the back and acted as if he didn't hear anything. Goldloop Fist had no choice but to walk in. He bowed with a happy smile after seeing Lichia, teacher. Despite being older, he acted like an obedient student before Lichia. Lichia looked at him and said, "Why are you staying at study room?" He, teacher, the truth is that I have a little plan." He smiled awkwardly and said, "I heard there were many valuable paintings and statues here, so I want to copy them and sell it later for some spending money." Lichia slightly raised his brows. "You may not know this, but I hate when people try to be clever in front of me. Plus, the descendant of Wang Ao shouldn't besmirch his prestige." "How do you know that?" The guy jumped up and stared at Lichia in disbelief. He hasn't told anyone his background before, but Lichia was able to say it on top of knowing his ancestor's name. "Nothing can hide from my eyes." Lichia repeated this phrase again. Goldloop was frightened for a bit before composing himself and asked, "Teacher, you know magic?" "No need for that. It's quite obvious at a glance that you're Wang Ao's descendant," Lichia said with a smile. "You know my ancestor, teacher?" His mouth was wide open because his ancestor has been dead for a long time now. Lichia simply smiled and didn't answer. Goldloop scratched his head and said, "If you already know my origin, then there's no point in hiding, I suppose." "Yes, I am indeed from the Wang clan, but it has fallen now. We have lost our techniques. That's why you are here, in order to find your ancestors' merit law," Lichia said. "You can guess that too?" Goldloop's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. "Wang Ao is from study room, so it's apparent why you are here," Lichia chuckled. Goldloop took a deep breath and was completely convinced of Lichia with a thumbs up. "You are a god. No wonder why you're a teacher here. Ordinary people like us can't compare to you." He smiled wryly and continued, "Yes, teacher, I'm really here to find the ancestors' manuals. Our clan believes that he had carved these merit laws somewhere here, but who knows where exactly. The elders had the manuals before, so they didn't care about this, until our generation. We have no choice but to give it a shot despite not having a clue." So it turned out Goldloop Fist came from a great clan suffering a decline. Their ancestor was an amazing high god who came from study room. He was here in order to find the lost manuals of their ancestor. Chapter 2003. It's a good method. Your clan could deteriorate at any moment or even destroyed, but the academy will always be here. He had carved his merit laws somewhere around here, and only his descendants would be able to comprehend it. It is a good method to ensure that the inheritance will pass down. Wang Ao is quite smart, Lichia smilingly said. "Teacher, you know my ancestor?" Goldloop became curious. Perhaps this young teacher was actually an old monster. Lichia waved his sleeve and said, "Go now to the Gratitude Stone Forest. It's up to you whether you can pass your ancestors' examination." After Goldloop came outside, Lu Jinxing took his time before finally entering the main hall. He bowed towards Lichia before sitting down. "I am here for Gold Spleen and Jade Needle," Jinxing said after a brief silence. "I know you need it," Lichia nonchalantly said. "What I'm wondering is how a high god like you snuck into study room. Are the old geezers from the academy blind now?" "What's going on?" Jinxing was shaken and looked up with a flashing brilliance in his eyes. It quickly disappeared, and he looked old again while coughing twice. "If it was me, if anyone dares to scheme or pry on my territory, I'll subject him to a terrible death. Not to mention a powerful high god, I would personally put down an ancient god for doing so." Lichia chuckled. Such a tyrannical declaration instilled a chill into Jinxing. He became vigilant instantly. He was indeed a powerful high god, but he also knew his place. The academy was full of hidden masters and would have no problem actually killing him if it wanted to. This applied to an immortal emperor as well. if one wished to act arrogant and cause trouble in this place. Its strength was a big reason why it continued to exist outside of political and social clout. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me right now, Li Qie leisurely said. Jinxing took a deep breath and stopped being so alarmed because Li Qie had no malicious intent toward him. He stood up and bowed deeply again. Excuse my ignorance. May I ask who you really are, teacher? Who I am does not matter, Li Qie said. I just want you to behave while I'm afraid. I don't care how strong you are, but cause trouble and you'll learn about a fate worse than death. Jinxing used to be quite famous. With his old temper, he would have exploded right now instead of being silent. I am only here to recuperate and bear no ill will toward the academy. I can make an oath right now if you don't believe me. He bowed once more. Very well, I believe you for now. Li Qie nodded. Jinxing heaved a sigh of relief. He has never been afraid of anyone before and had even fought against emperors previously. Nevertheless, Li Qie still exerted a considerable amount of pressure. Despite the guy's ordinary appearance and leisure demeanor, intuition told him that Li Qie was very dangerous. When this guy revealed his fangs, he would be able to devour just about anyone. This was the reason why he didn't want to face the guy directly. The sensation of danger was too great. Is there anything else, teachers? Everyone else would respectfully address him as High God, but now, he didn't dare to show any slight before Li Qie. What is your opinion on the academy right now? Li Qie asked. Jinxing didn't expect this question. He pondered for a bit before answering truthfully. Teacher, I believe I'm not the only one hiding at the academy. Well, some are joining as students, but as for whether they are here to learn, to socialize, or have some other goals, who knows? That happens in every generation, but I'm sure there's more, Li Qie calmly said. Jinxing continued. I'm not too clear on the academy's current situation, but in my opinion, it's not very ideal. Something big will happen soon. Because of this, more are enrolling with eyes lurking in the shadows, including emperors. Danger is inevitable, but we'll see if the academy will be able to make it through or not. So many have been paying attention to the academy, hoping that it would fall. Not just the 3 races even, the 100 races have lineages wishing for this. Why? They want to share the pie on top of replacing its spot. Li Qie smiled and said, Right. Jinxing said with a tinge of emotion, the academy is indeed a gigantic pie. Just its resources alone are tempting enough, let alone all of the things left behind by the emperors here. In fact, some emperors and high gods who are alumni of the academy wanted to go down. Because they studied here, they knew just how rich it was along with things they truly covet. Li Qie's expression turned cold. Jinxing agreed. The destruction of the academy can fatten other lineages. If they could gain enough out of it, the harvest could propel their sex to the next level. And you? Do you want the academy to fall so that you can have a peace, or the opposite? Li Qie looked at him and got to the point. Jinxing met his gaze and said seriously, I do find the resources tempting, but I do not wish for the academy's demise. I don't care that it is the hope of the 100 races, but I know when to be grateful and appreciative. When you drink water, remember the source. As a student of the academy, I wanted to stand strong. The two maintained their inquisitive gaze in order to truly read each other. Jinxing didn't flinch at all. Very good. Li Qie nodded. It is best that other emperors and high gods share this attitude as well. Greed will consume everything. I hope that academy can handle this incoming disaster, Jinxing said. Li Qie calmly added, there have been numerous disasters and tribulations in the past, and the academy had surpassed them all. Everything will bear fruit. You'll see when it comes. Jinxing quietly nodded without prying any further. Of course, he was still confident in the academy due to its strong past. It wouldn't be so easy to take it down. Go now. Don't go beyond your bounds as a student here. Li Qie waved his sleeve and said. A powerful being like Jinxing knew better than to be disrespectful at this moment. He bowed again and left. When you drink water, remember the source. Well put, out of consideration for this, the thing you are looking for is inside the lion hall. Try your best now. Li Qie called out as the man was walking away. Jinshim was jolted with excitement. He turned around and bowed deeply. "Thank you, teacher. I will forever remember your kindness." Li Qie waved his sleeve again, and the old man left. Chapter 2004 Mountain Without Limits and Ocean Without a Bottom, surrounded by the resonative Tao and laws. Study room was filled with mountains and great rivers, quite a magnificent and stirring spectacle. Only regular people would think that the books here were useless. The more knowledgeable ones knew that there were secret manuals hidden here or unfathomable items. Only emperors could reach this particular domain. One particular summit was filled with molten rocks. There weren't a lot of foliage and trees here, only a steep cliff ahead. There was a big boulder there, coarse and hot. Touching it would result in a burn. Li Qie was sitting close by and stared at the boulder on top of this summit since early morning. Occasionally, he would take out the bag of skin for a closer inspection. From the touch alone, this was most likely human skin. It came from Samsara wild ancestor as a last-ditch effort to stay alive. Even the combination attack of 20 emperors didn't do anything to this heaven-defying item. After a particular guess with this skin piece, Li Qie decided to go to the academy. It wasn't large and seemed to be a complete piece peeled out from someone, or perhaps its owner decided to shed off this old shell. In short, judging by the skin, the person wasn't that large. The texture and appearance themselves were normal, just like any other person. Many would never believe its defensive potential unless they were to see it for themselves. Even emperors didn't know the origin of the skin. Even Li Qie and Samsara only had a general idea. There were simply too many shocking secrets belonging to its origin. Li Qie and Samsara have taken a look through texts of the untraceable epochs and saw legends about it. They only mentioned it in passing, never in details. Perhaps no one in history had actually understood the mysteries of this skin. There are no immortals in this world, but surely some got close. Li Qie rubbed this skin piece draping over his knees and murmured. Many have asked this unanswerable question, the existence of immortals. 12 world emperors like World Emperor were apex existences. But regardless of their strength, they still weren't immortals. Because of this, the world believed that none existed, only pseudo-immortals were around at best. However, the appearance of this skin broke a few beliefs. Li Qie had finally gotten concrete evidence of this particular legend. He fell into a deep rumination about something even more ancient. Perhaps there is still a way. Li Qie put away the skin and stared at the summit ahead again. A world that doesn't exist, it is impossible, but who truly knows? The summit was stealing all of his attention, as if there was nothing more beautiful in this world. The academy was built by immortal Emperor Fei, with Deep South Divine Emperor backing him up. During this period, Fei became much more important among his peers. There were many locations he could have chosen for the academy in the 13 continents. Some were certainly auspicious grounds. However, the two emperors eventually chose this place. It used to be desolate without a master, so it took several generations of effort before the academy reached its present level. Surely the emperors had their reasons for picking this place all over the other ones. Only top emperors were privy to the secrets of this choice. The weaker ones had no chance of knowing. Of course, Li Qie was aware of these secrets behind the academy. Nevertheless, he couldn't grasp them entirely. For example, this short summit ahead. He had spent a generation pondering but could only see the surface. The ultimate profundity here was quite obscure and difficult to understand. However, the skin obtained from Samsara opened a door for him, allowing him to see from a different angle. He recalled this particular place in the academy and came back to research it since it was related to the human skin. This particular epoch was full of enigmas. In fact, many people didn't even know how long their own epoch has lasted for, let alone even older ones. Li Qie was one of the capable ones, so he took his time researching. He required these items and luck because the final battle wasn't so simple. Otherwise, someone would have done it already. He sat there like a statue until the second day, when Yi Xinxue came to find him. She found his action quite strange because there was nothing to look at here. She tried her best to analyze the summit to no avail. Of course, if she could actually see something, then other top emperors would be put to shame. Nevertheless, she patiently waited next to him. The sun rose and set, and days passed by. Li Qie finally woke up and trembled with rustling noise as dust and ashes fell off him. It's definitely possible, Li Qie murmured with a profound glare. The old man also realized this back then. No wonder he told me about it. He took a deep breath about a new potential path. Perhaps the time is changing. Someone possessing a heavenly treasure is quite rare already, but there are more to come. Worldly affairs are so hard to predict. Li Qie felt quite comfortable because he had harvested greatly just now by opening a new door. Many have tried to do so before to no avail. He laughed loudly and clapped before standing up with joy. Teacher. The girl who has been waiting walked up to him and bowed. He withdrew his gaze from the summit and smiled at her. You have made up your mind. She came mentally prepared without any hesitation. Though she was still nervous, she became much more determined. You're right, teacher. She nodded. I really ought to change instead of just hiding like a turtle in its shell. Chapter 2005. She took a deep breath and stared bravely at him with her head held high. Teacher, you were right. I lacked talents compared to my peers in my clan, so I became diffident. I do love reading, but I shouldn't use it as an excuse for my uselessness. So, teacher, please teach me. She actually got on her knees and bowed for a long time. I will teach you since I'm your teacher. Li Qie waved his sleeve and told her to get up. The paths for both the Tao and learning aren't easy. For example, the legend you like so much, you will need to take it step by step before truly verifying it. Patience and unyielding perseverance are required for success. Don't forget what you truly desire, and you will be able to go far. She met his stare and said with conviction, Teacher, I am neither talented or intelligent. Maybe I won't reach the level you are talking about, but I will keep trying as long as there is a chance in order to not let you down. Having this thought is a good start. Li Qie nodded. No one is born with an indomitable Tao heart. That's impossible. One could have supreme talents at birth, but Tao heart requires polishing and hardship. Work hard, persevere, never give up. You'll be able to have a brilliant and bright heart. She quietly nodded and memorized each word. Come, I'll show you a place, Li Qie said before leaving. She quickly gave chase despite not knowing what awaits her. Others gave up on her, but Li Qie didn't, so she'll take this next step. There were too many other exceptional members in the clan compared to her. Her cultivation as the oldest daughter was far behind on top of her fixation towards reading. Thus, the seniors in the clan have all but forgotten about her. Even her parents thought she wasn't worth grooming, so they let her do as she pleases. The clan often chastised or made fun of her hobby. In their eyes, reading this nonsense literature and history books was a waste of time, an improper way of life. Because of this, she ran away from both cultivation and her family. Staying at study room gave her freedom. No one would scold or make fun of her in this place. Alas, she still had her insecurities while being here. Li Qie was right about her using reading as escapism, and she was certainly aware of this. But now, Li Qie didn't sneer at her and gave her a chance. This was opening a door in her heart, allowing her to walk out of the shadows and into the sun. He brought her into a different peak with a house made out of rocks on top. There was nothing inside but pictures covering the walls. To be more accurate, it looked like a child or someone playing around, not art from a master. Li Qie sat down and said, If you have read enough books, now it is the time to test you. Take a careful look and learn the meanings in this place. She has never been here before, because study room was too large. She didn't even finish reading its library yet, let alone these other spots. She focused up and came closer to look at the pictures all over the walls and ceiling. One would think that someone was just messing around because they were too ugly. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't draw this badly. Nevertheless, she was instantly immersed in these pictures and even forgot about Li Qie. He sat there waiting, seemingly falling asleep. After a long time, she finally finished checking all the pictures and remembered that Li Qie was here. Teacher. Sorry, I was entranced. She felt bad for lacking in propriety. Li Qie didn't scold her. One may neglect food and sleep while searching for the Tao. It is an amazing experience. All right, time to test you. He casually pointed at a picture with crooked lines. It looked like a deer, but the nose was too long on top of 3 skewed lines in front, seemingly added out of a whim. This long-nosed deer is a song deer in the legends. I've seen it before in a book. The 3 lines represent the sea river, because that's where the deer reside. Its dominating power comes from this river, she said with uncertainty. Good job. Lichia gave words of encouragement. Not bad at all. Very few people know about this deer and sea. She was elated to hear the praise. In the past, when she talked to others about legends, no one bothered to listen at all, or worse, they scoffed at her interest. Gradually, she didn't want to speak to anyone about this topic any longer. Well, you need to understand the symbolism before understanding its mysteries. Lichia asked once more. What is this then? He pointed at a circle with an unbelievably ugly chick below. The circle was perfect outside of an imperfection caving in. This is a night phoenix inside a ceremony. The incomplete circle is the ceremony, while the bird represents the phoenix. The dark affinity in this is an ominous sign,
Xueqi said.
Indeed. Lichia nodded and elaborated. Pay more attention to the ceremony originating from the primal chaos. It hinders the opposite affinity, such as light versus dark. This particular beast is darkness, so a disaster will naturally come. The ceremony is there to stop it.
I see.
I thought it was just about the bird. Xueqi was happy to learn more. What about this? Lichia pointed at a different picture. Just like that, he made her analyze the pictures and would explain whichever ones she didn't understand. The amateurish scribbles here were actually part of a legend. Each was a mythical beast. Only erudite experts could grasp their meanings. You have done well to recognize the significance. This is the first step in understanding the mysteries within. They will open a new path for you, he said after she finished going over all the pictures. It was an exciting and fulfilling moment for her since praises weren't something she heard very often. More importantly, she was also being recognized for her knowledge from past learning. She certainly lacked this sense of approval. She eventually calmed down and said, Teacher, you're saying that these pictures are a merit law? With that, she took a quick glance at the room again. Though they were related to many legends, she couldn't come up with another interpretation. Chapter 2006. Lichia nodded. Yes, this is a merit law, but if you can't understand the meanings within, just knowing that it is a merit law is useless. These aren't legends, but also a thick historical book containing old tales and an ancient Tao system. Only through understanding this book would you be able to grasp the law's profundities. A law contained in histories? Xueqi was surprised. This was her first time hearing about this matter. For cultivators, merit laws and history were separate and had nothing to do with each other. This was the reason why people didn't care about history or legends. These tales were meant to put children to bed, that's it. Inside books are gold and jade, not just merit laws. History lies before you, and the path requires tracing to the source. Before understanding its meanings, you won't be able to get through the door. Lichia smiled and said, Then how should I begin? She had to ask with great interest. The Tao has always been in your heart, Lichia said with a smile and reached forward to pull a path out of the ground. Xueqi could hear water splashing as if Lichia was pulling up an invisible world. Amidst her confusion, he placed his palm on her forehead and resoundingly stated, Use your heart to feel the Tao in your heart. His voice was full of charisma and clout, drowning everyone inside. Xueqi slowly closed her eyes, feeling herself giving into a deep slumber. When she opened them once more, the world before her had shifted. There was no house and Lichia. A large river ran before her with a surging current. However, no noise was coming out this time around in this silent world. She suddenly thought about a legend after seeing this river. See.
Bleat.
The cry of a song deer interrupted the tranquility as it galloped upstream. The legend, Xueqi murmured after seeing this. It was an old legend told to many children before bed. The deer turned to look at Xinxue before speeding and disappearing up the river. Song deer riding sea. She quickly gave chase by entering the river. However, the moment she put one foot in, a buzzing came about. She was pushed back into her original position. The 3 lines, she remembered something else and murmured, 3 inches per step, 3 steps per shift. This is the way of the deer. With that, she carried out this belief. Sure enough, when she did so, she could finally follow the deer. She experienced one legend after another in different worlds, from the song deer to the night phoenix. This put her into a strange trance. If one didn't understand the meaning of a particular legend, they couldn't delve deeper to understand the true profundity. Clink, clink, clink. After going through all of them, everything disappeared. She was now still sitting in the meditative pose inside the stone house. However, it was no longer the same. The entire room emitted the light of the Tao with laws appearing. These laws eventually wove together to form an old building containing all the divine beasts. Finally, the stone house resembled a thick historical book with the sound of pages flipping. Each page contained one legend. It directly imprinted itself into her mind, causing her to tremble. The aura of this grand Tao surged around her with a familiar presence. She was now locked with this grand Tao, for it has become a part of her. This feeling of being close to the Tao made her cry, because her lack of talents didn't allow her to do so at youth. Others only needed 1 or 2 days to get started on a merit law, while she needed 4 to 5, perhaps even longer. She heard her cousins talk about this sensation, but she lacked this privilege. It was as if she was born far away from the Tao, and she could only look at it from the distant. Being embraced by the Tao and feeling it becoming a part of her left her emotional with tears. She has waited 20 years for this day. Teacher, she couldn't help prostrating before him. Words unable to come out. The gentleness and harmony of this feeling was opening her heart. This is my first time being so close to the Tao, she sobbingly stammered with tears filling her cheeks. This sensation was too rare because she had been abandoned by her clan and even parents. So now, she would forever remember this feeling of being hugged by the Tao. Li Qie gave her rebirth and everything. Stand up, he nonchalantly said. There are countless paths, and innate talent isn't the only requirement. Alas, too many laymen believe that talent is crucial. In this world, everyone is talented. No one is truly trash. Some are gifted with strength, others with patience, more with comprehension. Your seniors might think that you are trash, but that's only because they haven't found the right path for you. She was considerably stirred by his words because, unlike her seniors, he didn't deem her as trash. The girl found it hard to calm down. Go back and try your best to understand it. Li Qie continued. Work hard and work hard some more so that your life will not be wasted. With that, he turned and left. He was already far away when she calmed down and looked up. Nevertheless, she still bowed deeply towards his direction with great deference. When he returned, Goldloop Fist has been waiting for a long time. The guy was excited to see Li Qie and got on his knees as well. Teacher, you are the Wang's benefactor, giving us hope to rise again for the second time. We will establish a shrine for you, and our descendants shall worship you for generations to come. Goldloop wouldn't get up from the ground. After receiving Li Qie's guidance, he indeed found his clan's lost merit laws from the stone forest. He didn't let down his clan's great expectations. Now they could finally answer their late ancestors without feeling shame. No need for an eternal shrine, Li Qie said. Cultivate hard to not bring down Wang Ao's heroic reputation. Back then, he relied on his Goldloop moon-grasping law to defeat many high gods from the 3 races. Teacher, I will forever keep that in mind, never bringing shame to the ancestors' illustrious name. He bowed his head again while answering with sincerity coming from the heart. Li Qie nodded and went back to his room. The guy prostrating on the ground finally got up. Though Li Qie had shut the door, he continued to stare in that direction and bowed deeply. Chapter 2007. On the next days, Li Qie didn't teach the group anything. In his opinion, A teacher's job was to show the students the way, and they needed to do the rest themselves. Outside of training himself, he spent more time focusing on Samsara's bag of skin. He carefully analyzed it while checking it with the other summit. The skin's purpose was very simple, a defense capable of stopping the strongest assault in the world. Alas, this wasn't Li Qia's goal. He wanted to link the skin with that summit in order to find a clue and open a new portal to a world that does not exist. It was a place unreachable even for the 12 Will Emperors. He needed to find it because he required certain things there. This has been a thorn in his heart for a long time now. He spent generations without finding any breakthrough until now. This skin was a way for him to find the portal. After numerous speculations, he finally found the connection between the summit and the skin. Buzz. He laid out the skin, and it emitted a faint luster. This glow was special. One would be hard-pressed to see a similar radiance in this world. It looked like an immortal glow from a jade, extremely wondrous. Anyone would be attracted instantly with their soul wavering into ascension. It was truly too beautiful as it flowed across the surface of the skin just like runes or blood vessels. Li Qia held his breath since he was also affected by its splendor. Moreover, he memorized the lines because of the secret hidden within. After a long time, all of the flowing lines have emerged on the skin. They suddenly came together to form a figure. This figure was too faint and unrecognizable. Who knows if this was a man or a woman? It was only the size of a fist, but its appearance made the skin as vast as a world. This figure was only one of the living beings there. Li Qia's eyes became profound and seemingly traveling on the river of time across the epochs. Finally, he stopped at one epoch. In this split second, he was able to see this figure's real form. The figure on the skin suddenly woke up and looked back at Li Qia. Their gazes were not limited by temporal restraints, so they stared at each other. Alas, the figure moved on towards a faraway place. Li Qia focused on remembering each step. He was experiencing the fortune of a lifetime. Eventually, the figure finished its path and became tired. It has been walking for too long and too far to reach the deeps of this world. It was time to rest now. Because of this, the light began to disperse, same with the figure, until everything went away. The skin became the same again as if nothing had happened. So it's like that, I see. Li Qia clapped and burst out in laughter. He looked up and saw the sunny rays before smiling. Everything became so beautiful in his eyes now. In this generation, people have asked me how confident I am about the incoming battle. Ask me again today, and I shall answer. I will escape unscathed regardless of how tough it will be in the future. Next, Li Qia came out of the room and saw the 3 students waiting outside. Teacher. All bowed respectfully, even the hidden master, Lu Jinxing. Is something the matter? He glanced at them and asked. They exchanged glances. Min Xue was afraid, so she lowered her head while Goldloop was only smiling. Jinxing had to be the one speaking up. The semester has just started, and there is a tea party at the Literature Citadel. We also want to join the fun. Please give us permission, teacher. Jinxing inquired. Calmness can't last for long. Li Qia chuckled. Very well. Cultivation and learning aren't always done behind closed doors. It's fine to take a trip outside. Plus, I'm free anyway, so I'll go with you 3. Really? Xinxue excitedly looked up and shouted, but she felt that this was strange, so she quickly lowered her head again. Let's go, it'll be good. Let's show those geniuses from Emperor Mansion and Sacred Institution that we from Study Room aren't just bookworms. Li Qia declared. Those 2 classrooms have countless geniuses. The most famous 3 among them should be much stronger than old students like us. Goldloop scratched his head and said. Xinxue, on the other hand, wasn't thinking too much. She only wanted to go out and have fun. Just geniuses can't reach the apex. You just need to work hard, and you'll surpass those geniuses one day. They're not the only unbeatable ones in history. Li Qia nonchalantly said. Of course, he was aiming this message at Xinxue and Goldloop. One was his student while the other was a descendant of a friend, so Li Qia wanted to take care of him. Jinxing was not like these 2. He was already extremely powerful, so those geniuses would be better off not provoking him. Xinxue didn't say anything, but she kept his words in mind. She always enjoyed memorizing and basking in his comments. They were as precious as gold to her. Goldloop only laughed while rubbing his head. "Let's go, I also want to see some people," Li Chia told the group. In this vast academy were many grottos and individual schools taking up massive space. There were also multiple old cities. Literature was one of these cities. It was located in the center of the 5 classrooms, so there were always students hanging out. Before reaching the city, one could see 2 gigantic statues by the entrance. When people got closer, they would find that the statues were unreasonably large. They felt like ants, and there was no way of seeing the head of the statues since it was surrounded by clouds. The statues looked like guardians protecting literature. Upon careful inspection, one would find that one statue is male and the other female. The man was heroic and powerful, while the woman beautiful. The former propped his hands on a saber, while the latter had a divine sword, ready to defend literature whenever. They didn't look to be expertly crafted, but there was an aura surpassing the ages. No one dared to act arrogance before them. "So large, who are they?" Goldloop murmured. "Are these the ancestors of the academy?" Li Chia gave them a quick glance and said, "They're Yang Jinwei and Guaxingyue."
Who?
Goldloop has never heard of these 2 names. "Which seniors are they?" Xinxue, who was versed in this subject, responded, "They are Harmony Immortal Monarchs, the only husband and wife pairing among the emperors. These 2 graduated from our academy." Chapter 2008, Harmony Immortal Monarchs. "I know of them. They're a miracle from our 100 races." Goldloop clapped his hands and said, "Yes, according to the text, they graduated from our academy and married each other before shouldering the heavens' wills together, for each, an enviable couple indeed." She was excited while explaining since she loved the history of the emperors such as Harmony Monarchs. Because they were from the 100 races, there were a plethora of records about them. She stole a glance at Li Chia, blushed, afraid that she might have said something wrong due to a lack of confidence. Li Chia cheered her on, "You're right. However, the proudest achievement for the 2 isn't that they became monarchs together and not 4 wills each either." "What did I miss?" She tilted her head and continued, The text says that their greatest battle accomplishment was killing a grand emperor with 8 wills. The 2 of them fought against this emperor before paying a great price to take him down." "That's impossible." Goldloop was startled. How could 4 will emperors kill one with 8? Many understood that the power within the heavens' will was incredible. For example, a 4 will emperor was at a clear disadvantage against someone with more. This should be an uncrossable bridge for just about anyone. Furthermore, 2 4 will emperors working together could perhaps stop a 5 will emperor. As for someone with 8, not even 3 4 will emperors could do anything about that, let alone 2. The calculation behind the power of the heavens' wills wasn't one of simple addition. Thus, the tale of the 2 emperors seemed like a fabrication. Anyone with a trace of common sense would never accept it. This story is verified by several immortal monarchs, but I don't really know the details. Xinxue became slightly agitated after Goldloop didn't believe her. She wasn't making it up, only recalling the text. Of course, her verification ended in the books because a character as insignificant as an ant like her couldn't go up to the big shots of the 100 races and ask. That is the truth. Jinxing nodded and helped her out. That battle was shocking. The husband and wife did kill the 8 will emperors, but they nearly died themselves. That's what the text said. They were gravely injured. Xinxue became more confident after finding an ally. That's something else, so hard to believe. How did they do it? Goldloop commented. I'm not clear about that. She looked over at Li Chia with a hopeful stare. The text didn't go into the details of that battle. Li Chia chuckled after seeing her stare. There are many reasons for the successful slaying. For example, the advantage of number, the mutual and implicit understanding between the pair, so their combination attacks were flawless. Moreover, they were younger than the Grand Emperor. Just in terms of vitality alone, they could draw out the battle infinitely. He paused for a bit before concluding, of course, these aren't the most important factors. The thing that decided the outcome was the supreme grand Tao created by the two, a unique Tao combining the sword and saber. When they fought together, there was a monstrous increase in battle power, not just two emperors working together. The sword and saber are that powerful together? Goldloop took a deep breath and said, joint attacks are rare between emperors and predicated on their mutual understanding and harmonization. Normally, where are you going to find two monarchs who have similar power level on top of having the proper mental connection? Harmony immortal monarchs graduated the academy together, so they were always side by side. There was a connection between them beyond the imagination of outsiders. Furthermore, their supreme grand Tao was a fused one, combining two separate Tao. Such a Tao is exceedingly rare in history, could be praised as unique. This was what allowed them to take down a grand emperor with 8 wills. Li Qie finished. Goldloop was moved by the story while Xinxue happily cheered. Teacher, you told the story so much better than me. Due to her limitation and lack of traveling, she didn't know the secrets privy only to the true masters. Thus, Li Qie naturally knew more details than she did. Goldloop eventually calmed down and looked at the 2 statues. So, because of that battle, the Academy created these statues in order to memorialize their magnificent achievement. You need to read more. Jinxing teased him after hearing this. Xinxue also smiled and didn't bother refuting him. Old Lu, am I wrong here? Tell me why the Academy erected their statues then. Goldloop was unconvinced and glared at Jinxing. Your stupidity will be your demise. Jinxing glared back and retorted. Goldloop certainly didn't like the comment and gritted his teeth, so Xinxue quickly mediated. The statues are built not because of their magnificent achievements, but because they are our Academy's guardians. Guardians? Goldloop hasn't heard of this matter.
Yes.
Xinxue nodded. Harmony immortal monarchs remembered the source after drinking water and were grateful of the Academy's grooming. Thus, they agreed to return and protect the Academy later on. Of course, they don't always stay here, but when the Academy needs them, they would answer any summon without questioning. That's awesome, knowing how to be grateful. Goldloop gave a thumbs up before bowing towards the statue and blabbering, Your Majesties, this little one bows before you with reverence as boundless as the surging river. The words were exaggerated, but they were also true. In fact, the Academy had more than just these 2 monarchs as alumni. These emperors went on to establish their own imperial lineages and had their own Tao system. Perhaps they would help the Academy out in times of need, but they didn't treat the Academy's well-being as their responsibility, like Harmony immortal monarchs. Xinxue also bowed towards the statue after seeing Goldloop. Jinxing only gave them a look. In fact, many students who were entering literature bowed at the 2 emperors as well. Chapter 2009, Let's go. Li Qie said after the group was introduced to the statues and entered Literature Citadel. The group calmed down and quickly followed him. Literature was quite lively with people coming and going shoulder to shoulder. The mass was colorful with all types of people. Some were around here, while the others came from everywhere under the sun. Of course, the students from 100 Halls, Sacred Institution, and Emperor Mansion were having the most fun. They came with their friends and enjoyed the trip. A tea party was happening for several days now. Of course, it wasn't as simple as tasting tea and having small chats. This was a chance for the different classrooms to get to know each other for better networking. Naturally, there wouldn't be a lack of competition and bouts. The students could also sit down just to talk about the Tao or impart some of their knowledge about cultivation. Alas, this was a much rarer occurrence. Literature was large with roads open in all directions. Some students were happy to see each other while others glared with animosity. After all, competition breeds aggression. A place for education like the Academy was no exception. Many students had grievances with their peers in this place. Classmate Miao is over there. A group yelled while Li Qie was walking over with his students. The students from 100 Halls rushed towards the end of the road where a girl was walking alone. She dressed in a simple manner with no hint of arrogance. Nevertheless, the stars gathered wherever she went since she was a crane standing among chicken. The students from 100 halls immediately surrounded her. There was no chance for her to keep a low profile. Classmate Meow, our 100 halls is relying on you for this tea party to fight against Sacred Institution and Emperor Mansion. Only you and Young King can do it. In a short period, these stars claimed and shouted. That's right, we all listen to you and Young King. The two of you together will definitely make this tea party brilliant, maybe even taking down the other classrooms. Many others chimed in. This girl was naturally Miao Chan, the favorite at 100 halls. She was beloved and enjoyed a grand status in this classroom. Nevertheless, she remained humble and only answered casually without making any bombastic declaration. That's Miao Chan over there. Xinxue praised from the distant. I heard she is as wise as the ocean with great vision. In this semester, our academy has 3 exceptional ladies, Miao Chan from 100 halls, Yi Miaoxue from Sacred Institution, and Mei Suyao from Emperor Mansion. I've seen Mei Suyao before. Her temperament is nearly comparable to teacher Qian Xian. Goldloop sighed and said. When he brought up Yu Qian Xian, Xinxue stole a glance at Li Qie. This teacher was strangely respectful towards Li Qie previously. Li Qie only chuckled and also looked at Miao Chan. Though he didn't see her back in stone medicine, he had heard Ming Yeshue brought her up. She said that the most talented person in stone medicine was not the Golden Crow Prince or Yi Qingcheng, it was Miao Chan. Thus, he was a bit interested now that she was in the 10th world. Though he had pierced multiple holes in the spatial wall when he ascended, it wasn't that easy to actually make it through the passage. Sister Miao, I finally caught up to you. Loud footsteps resounded as a group of male students from 100 halls ran over. They were spirited and imposing, adorned with either divine armors or treasures. All were gallant and exceptional, clearly either rich or part of the nobility from the great powers. Furthermore, their leader was even more charismatic and handsome. He had 6 divine swords, all spewing out a different light. Those who knew about him naturally made way, afraid of his momentum. Young King is here. Some female students enthusiastically rushed up with excitement in their eyes. They didn't try to hide their adoration at all. This handsome student was also a famous person in 100 halls with no lack of fans. His name was Kong Yelin, also known as Six-Sword Young King. Young King, you and classmate Miao Chan working together will sweep through the entire party. People began flattering him. The Young King is here too? This tea party might be much more exciting than last year. Xinxue said, that's the leader of the 100 halls, one of the 3 scions at our academy. If he's here, then maybe Free Sky Young Lord and Godchild from Rumination will be here too. I heard that the Young King is the son of Nine-Sword High God. Is that true? Goldloop asked curiously. Yes. Xinxue nodded. Rensheng was the one who brought him here to the academy, so he's a big deal. That's badass enough. The High God has 11 totems and is Rensheng's Tao protector. Now that Rensheng is an immortal monarch who can have 8 wills later, he'll have quite a big backing behind him. He's probably only here to build connections. Goldloop believed. Xinxue was completely right about his background. His talents were also amazing as one of the 3 scions, enough to join Sacred Institution or Emperor Mansion, but he chose 100 halls instead. Eventually, he became the leader there and earned the students' support. Sister Miao, there will be many experts at this party. Nevertheless, I will try my best to go first and hope that you will strategize for me. The Young King came closer to Miao Chan and spoke quite intimately with no intention of hiding the adoration in his eyes. Senior, I'm sure you already have cards up your sleeve. I will just be cheering on the sideline. Miao Chan humbly said. No way, I'll be needing your advice then. Being praised by Miao Chan left him elated and arching his chest out further. Miao Chan smiled back and looked around them. However, she suddenly saw someone, a man who couldn't look more ordinary. He walked inconspicuously on the street and could disappear among the sea of pedestrians at any moment. She was visibly shaken since she knew who he was. She quickly breathed in and started to leave. Where are you going, sisters? The young king was surprised and hurriedly caught up. Please excuse me, I have just thought of something, she answered without looking back and left in a hurry. Li Qia naturally saw this and only chuckled. Though he killed the Golden Crown Prince and destroyed Heavenhoof, as long as Miao Chan was smart, he didn't care about letting her live. He took his group around for a stroll before telling them, "Keep walking around, I'm going to go see someone." "Yes, teacher. We'll wait for you at the tea garden," Goldloop answered. None in the group dared to object. Li Qia told Jinxing, "Watch them." Jinxing could handle any trouble since he was no slouch. The old man nodded and continued to walk together with the other two. Li Qia went through the city and many streets before stopping at an old house. Its wooden doors were shut tightly with a knocking loop. He went up and gently pulled it back for a knock. Ding, ding, ding. The bell sound from this loop hitting the door was very pleasant. Eventually, the doors opened, revealing an old servant. He wore a gray robe and didn't say anything after seeing Li Qia, only nodding his head. Li Qia nodded back and followed him into the house. There was nothing inside but a regular Dao platform. Li Qia then climbed on it, step by step. 1. Yi Xinxue and Yi Miaoxue. The Yi are different characters. Yi for Xinxue means night, while Yi for Miaoxue means leaf. Chapter 2010. Buzz. The platform opened, revealing a portal that instantly sent Li Qia away. Next, he appeared in an unknown location with another portal. He was once teleported to a different place. This process went on several times before he reached a mansion with extreme defensive measures with formations. Any intruder would be taken care of easily. However, he was unaffected and strode inside. It didn't take long before he reached the end of the mansion. This was a small room with immortal crystal linings. One could see a person meditating there, spewing and absorbing clouds and smokes. Li Qia chuckled and sat down without any reservation. Sacred teacher. The meditating man immediately opened his eyes, revealing a monstrous glare containing the 3,000 Dao within. Don't worry, no need for that. Li Qia waved his sleeve and said, "It wasn't easy for the academy to create a room like this for you. Many descendants have poured their wealth into it. Please excuse your disciple for not being able to stand up and greet you, though I want to so much," the man said emotionally. "There will be more chances later." Li Qia smiled and shook his head. "You're the renowned Azura. Don't be so emotional like a girl now." The person inside smiled wryly after hearing this. "Perhaps it's because I haven't seen you in a long time, or maybe my old age is catching up to me." Azura was one of the strongest ancestors at the academy. He steered the academy through many dangerous periods, so he enjoyed a great status here. Few could personally see Azura himself. They would need permission from the ancestors first. "Don't worry, you're still quite tough." Li Qia smiled. Azura replied, "I heard the juniors talked about a big event at Pure several days ago, a world-destroying one. The first thing I thought about was you, teacher, and you're really here now. It's been several eras since our last meeting. I'm not finished with a few matters, so I have to come back," Li Qia said calmly. "It's good that you're here. I've been worrying about the academy, but I'm sure it will be okay now." Azura smiled. When Immortal Emperor Fei and Deep South Divine Emperor were still around, they have thought about this already. It's just coming a bit early now. Li Qia said, "Yes, the time is changing. Perhaps the darkness will come soon than we thought." Azura said sentimentally, "It is perilous, but the academy has faced and surpassed disasters before." Li Qia wasn't too worried. If everyone works together, then the academy can certainly do it. Azura sighed, but many people won't let the academy do so. It is a fat piece of meat that everyone wants a bite of, including members of the 100 races. "You're thinking about some of the alumni?" Li Qia asked. "If that's the case, then the academy is trouble. If these emperors and gods work with the 3 races, it won't look too good. They know too much about the academy, especially the defensive strongholds. Some were created by them too. The academy lines will falter if that happens." Azura was worried. "You don't know who you can trust, which is why the situation is so difficult right now. If the Academy asks for help from the emperors, it will be a huge boost in power. But asking the wrong person would be akin to leading wolves into one's house. Li Qie analyzed. Exactly. Azura pondered for a bit before speaking. Thus, your arrival is our blessing. As long as you give the order, the monarchs and immortal emperors won't dare to do anything reckless. The grand emperors have to think twice as well. Azura was merely speaking the truth. With a character like the Dark Crow around, the emperors would have to tread carefully. He was a butcher, so anyone who was aware of his existence would naturally feel trepidation.
No need for that.
Li Qie chuckled. If I give an order, people will say that I am bullying others using my status. But I'm not someone like that. If some people have this idea, let them come. We shall welcome them. Celestial Academy takes everyone in, so if some emperors are interested in us, then we will show them the most sincere form of hospitality. That's how we should treat guests. We'll let them stay with our enthusiasm. Otherwise, others would make fun of us if our guests just leave so fast before their seat could warm up. You mean? Azura slightly batted his eyes. As Li Qie's disciple, he knew exactly what Li Qie was trying to say. A thick stench of blood could be sensed now. As the adage goes, never trust anyone not from the same race. Kill all to avoid further complications. In fact, there is another phrase, never trust anyone who doesn't walk on the same path as you.
Kill them all too.
So, for those immortal emperors and monarchs who want a piece of the Academy, we'll massacre them regardless of their reasons and beliefs. Kill emperors from the 100 races and the 9 worlds. Azura was slightly stirred. It would be a great war if this were to happen. This disaster is a test for the Academy, and also a test for the 100 races, and us. Li Qie said with a cold smirk, when the disaster comes, these traitors will bite us anyway and treat others as food. This is the best time to kill those who deserve death in order to surpass future tribulation. Otherwise, they'll just be claws for the darkness later on. Azura has thought about this in the past, but he wasn't strong enough to do so. His academy wasn't strong enough to wage war against everyone. Moreover, he didn't know who to trust. Any reckless move would deteriorate the situation. This was no longer the case now that Li Qie has returned. He had the abilities to stop the surging waves. More importantly, Azura could question other emperors, but he had absolute trust in Li Qie. Get ready, it will be a tough battle. Li Qie smiled. Killing the potential betrayers from the 100 races will be an appetizer before the storm, just like slaying the traitors from the 3 races. We need to stop them from growing and spreading before the disaster, or it won't bode well. Teacher, your foresight has always been acute. Azura sighed. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't falter when the darkness comes? That they wouldn't forget who they were and wouldn't betray their family and race? Even emperors wouldn't dare to make this claim. Tragedies like this have happened before.
It was part of the dark reality.
Are the generals doing well? Li Qie asked after a brief silence. They should be okay. Azura responded. We can't communicate or meet up, but your markings are still there. That's good then. Li Qie nodded. When I leave this world, it is when all of you will raise your wings without my order. I'm sure the white crane will soar. All glories will belong to your group then. 1. The first phrase is a historical one, but the character for race has many meanings. In this particular translation, it comes off as racist. In fact, this character can mean race, nationality, ethnicity, clan, by extension, social group. So essentially, the meaning of the phrase is, never trust anyone not on the same side, they'll have ulterior motives. It is most commonly used during warring periods to dissuade a commander/king from taking in defectors/outsiders. So the translation makes it sound worse than it is. But if I don't use race here, it won't be correct in this context because the context does mean race. I guess what I'm trying to say is, this phrase isn't as racist as it sounds because it is a historical phrase and Chinese can use it against each other. Chapter 2011. White Crane Soaring. Azura murmured with a sigh. This glory belongs to you, teacher. for working so hard behind the scene without enjoying any appreciation. From 9 to the 10th world, numerous sacrifices and near-death experiences, and training all of us. I know, Li Chia smiled. I just wanted to help since I was born in this era. However, it is time for all of you to show yourselves after hiding for many generations. Reciprocation shall be had for all of your efforts, the heroes of the world. We owe nothing to this world, only to you, teacher. Azura spoke softly. Don't. It is already good enough that you all don't curse me for being too crazy and strict back then with the training. Li Chia said with a smile. How can one see the rainbow without experiencing the rain and storms? Azura smiled back. Yes, this will be a storm indeed. Hopefully, we'll be able to see the rainbow afterward. The storm will wash away the filth and darkness in this world. Too many wise sages have paid. Jiaoheng, Minrun, Purewood, all of them continued forward, so we need to be their support. Future generations can be the defenders instead, but surely, we're not running away because of the powerful enemies or the terrible darkness. Li Chia said slowly. Of course, teacher. You have never given up on this world regardless of the changes and how the people treat you. Azura agreed. Li Chia said, I'll be leaving one day, so you all will need to take up the mantle. It requires emperors, and someone like World Emperor as the leader. What a shame that he is not from our race, Azura said with a tinge of regrets. He's fine, though he wants my head more than anyone else. He does know right from wrong. He's lucid and visionary. Perhaps one day, he won't be able to be in charge because behind him is a monstrous power, but I'm sure he'll stand up for what's right when the time calls for it. He's not a petty person, but rather a natural-born leader. Li Chia chuckled and said. Others would find this comment unbelievable. The Crow and World Emperor have been mortal enemies for generations. The former swept through the 3 races, while the latter pursued him. But now, Li Chia had such a high evaluation of him. Indeed, Azura murmured. Li Chia continued. The old geezer is among those whom I trust in this world. When I'm gone, the snake will lose its head. You might need to fight with World Emperor later on. I understand, teacher. Azura nodded. He was also a peak master and knew that World Emperor was a trustworthy person of noble character, especially during times of turmoil. The two of them talked for a long time, especially about the incoming disaster at the academy. They carefully planned for this bloody battle since it also involved the future of the 100 races. For this group, they could afford to not have other imperial lineages, but not the academy. The fall of the academy would result in the closing of a path for these cultivators. Once, it had groomed numerous influential masters. Though the prosperity of the 100 races today was also due to the contribution of the great emperors, but without the academy, the 100 races surely wouldn't be in its current position. It planted the seeds on this land to give boundless potential in the future. Ultimately, a single tree alone couldn't build a pavilion. Because of this, Li Chia wouldn't hesitate to massacre emperors and their lineages when it was necessary to protect the academy. After enough planning, he left Azura's mansion and returned to the academy. Buzz. He appeared inside the small room again. The old servant was standing there with his head lowered, not a man of many words. Li Chia nodded at him before exiting the house. Creak. The old servant closed the wooden doors, and serenity returned to this inconspicuous house. Li Chia gave the place a glance with a smile on his face before leaving. As he walked through literature and saw the filled streets and excited students, he became slightly emotional. So many students in the past would have to come outside to face the troubles of the world. He used to be a teacher here, and had sent students away. Dao brotherly wait, no. Teacher. Li Chia walked on the street and saw a familiar face. She was sitting by the window of a street-front restaurant and waved at him. It was Tao Ting who was sitting there alone and seemed a bit lonely. Li Chia chuckled and entered the restaurant. Teacher. She was a bit embarrassed because she was simply saying hi to an acquaintance but had forgotten about his status as a teacher. Li Chia saw her standing there awkwardly, so he said, "Sit down." He sat down as well close to her. This made the atmosphere quite strange because she didn't know what to say. Teacher, I didn't know you were a teacher before, so I have been disrespectful. She eventually smiled wryly and said, No problem. I only came to the academy on a whim. Lichia nodded and smiled. She heaved a sigh of relief before calling for a waiter to get Lichia some tea. She personally prepared and poured one for him before sitting there in silence. Something's on your mind? He asked in a friendly tone. No, it's nothing. She jolted back into reality and quickly shook her head with a forced smile. He naturally could see through this and said, You could tell me. Maybe I could help. He wouldn't give a damn about someone else, but Yao Ting was different due to her origin. It's just a little thing. No need to trouble you, teacher. She shook her head again. Someone is bullying you? In the matter of romance, even. Li Chia guessed with a smile. Yao Ting was shocked because Li Chia was completely on point. Don't be surprised. I've seen this common thing too many times, Li Chia said. Yao Ting was pretty with great personalities, so naturally, she was popular with the boys. However, there was one fatal flaw. She came from a tiny location, so she had no backings, especially at the academy. Just imagine, a talented and beautiful girl, popular with the boys, would naturally become the object of jealousy to the other girls. Yao Ting didn't know what to say because she wasn't that close to Li Chia. Moreover, she was a student and he was a teacher. It wasn't quite appropriate for conversation. If it is only a small fight about love, then let it go, Li Chia said, but if someone keeps on bullying you, then just tell me. No one will bully someone from the Yao clan at this academy. She felt warmth after hearing this, akin to being protected by a big brother protecting his little sister. She was all alone and traveled far to the academy to learn. There was no family here or someone she could rely on. This experience, so far, has not been entirely easy. Chapter 2012. There were many students at the academy. The 100 halls had the highest number. The majority came from smaller sects or nothing at all, but that was only when compared to imperial lineages. Ultimately, they still had some resources and backers. As for Yao Ting, 3 generations of her ancestors were all mortals. There were other students like her, but this was quite rare. Even those who started with nothing at least had cultivators in their family tree. A vagabond cultivator still counted. Thus, so they were at least taught or given pieces of advice beforehand. Alas, those close to Yao Ting, such as her parents or the elders in the village, were true mortals. They were now people from 2 separate worlds. Even if Yao Ting had something on her mind, such as being bullied, she couldn't say anything to her family. Therefore, being shown concern by Li Chia made her feel much better. Even back in their first meeting, he had given her a sense of closeness just like a family member. During her lonely moment, his comforting words made it seem otherwise. I understand, teacher. Yao Ting felt much better and gently nodded. I only wish to train hard at the academy, so I can join sacred institution later. Yao Ting spoke from the heart. She came from a small village, and though her teacher viewed her highly, she was starting from the bottom up. Plus, her talents weren't enough for the academy to place her in sacred institution, so she needed to go to 100 halls first, then wait for a promotion if her results were outstanding. Just like that, she trained hard without caring about romance. Alas, life wasn't that simple sometimes. I see, someone is targeting you, Li Chia said, but don't you worry, the academy has been standing strong for one era to another. As long as you are really a gold ingot, then you will eventually shine, without rotting away. There are many teachers watching as well. Just become stronger and work hard, then joining sacred institution is only a matter of time. The thing you need to do now is to focus on cultivation alone, nothing else. As a previous teacher here, he was aware of the situation. People and competition went hand in hand. So many students from the hall wanted to enter the institution, so one could imagine the fierce competition among them. Yao Ting was a nobody, so the other competitors would try to take her down. It was one thing if she was just an average student. Alas, her talents were quite exceptional, so she had a good chance of entering sacred institution. Because of this, she became a thorn in others' eyes. Thank you for your advice, teacher. Yao Ting could see the sun after the clouds. Her hazy worries dispersed instantly. Ultimately, the only thing that she could do given her circumstances was to work harder than her peers due to a lack of backers. Li Qia's comment was a calming pill to her mind. If he could guarantee so, then she didn't need to worry about foul plays from the students coming from the great powers. I repeat, just focus on cultivation. Forget everything else. If someone keeps on pushing the issue, just let me know. Thank you, teacher, she replied. Li Qia chuckled while looking at her. In his mind, he was recalling her ancestors once more. They didn't wish for their descendants to join the cultivation world, but she was here at the academy now. Perhaps this was the working of fate. He was a reasonable person who knew how to be grateful. Out of consideration for her ancestors, he wanted to lend her a hand and hope that she would soar in the future on this path. Oh, isn't this our 100 Halls good girl? A girl suddenly spoke with a tinge of mockery in her voice. 5 girls came into the restaurant. All were students from the academy. They were around 18 of age and grew up to be quite pretty. The leader was especially beautiful with a noble and charming aura. Her gestures were imposing by nature, so she clearly came from a powerful place. She walked towards Yao Ting with a sneer on her face. She looked at Yao Ting, then at Li Qia before implying, "What is our good girl sneaking here for? Having a secret date with your lover? You're sneaking around like this because you don't want Senior Yen and the others to know, right?" Yao Ting turned red, but she restrained herself. "Yi Xiaoxiang, watch your words." "Watch my words." The girl smiled and said, "Then why are you sneaking here with him? What else but to do certain things you don't want others to know?" "Sister Yi, maybe she's doing this with more than just one guy." Another girl laughed and seized the opportunity to attack Yao Ting. "Of course. This Yao girl is a slut. If Senior Yen finds out, he'll be done with her." One more chimed in. The girls said their part with wanton disregard for Yao Ting. She became quite angry now. Anyone else would have erupted already. "Girl, your eyesight is quite bad too. Even if you want to sneak around, at least pick someone better. Look at him, just a commoner." "Wait, don't tell me. It's a case of not being picky with food on an empty stomach. That's why," the girl named Yi Xiaoxiang said with disdain towards Li Qia. "Scram before I get angry." Li Qia interrupted her before she could finish. "Little animal, do you know who I am? Daring to speak like that before me? Don't you see that your girl doesn't even dare to fart in front of me? I am from Free Sky. My lady is a regional princess there." The girl's expression became quite aggressive after being spoken to like this by Li Qia in public. "I told you to scram," Li Qia repeated and sent her flying with a slap. This scared the hell out of the other girls. They stared at him, petrified, not expecting that someone was bold enough to actually hit Xiaoxiang, and broke her teeth. You dare to hit our sister? She's from Free Sky." One of the girls calmed down and shrieked at him. "Scram," Li Qia said without bothering to look at her. They were scared by his aura and didn't dare to say anything else. As regular students, they have never seen an aura like this before. Thus, they hurriedly went to help Xiaoxiang up while overwhelmed with fear. "Brat, just you wait, I'll settle this. My last name will not be if I let you stay at the academy later," Xiaoxiang fiercely added while being helped by her friends. Li Qia only sipped his tea in response. After the group left, Yao Ting worriedly said, "She's a disciple from Free Sky sect, but her lady is a princess there. The famous Free Sky young lord is her senior brother." So it turned out that Xiaoxiang was a maid of the Sky High regional princess, so she got into the sect as well, a swift rise due to her lucky circumstance. Because her lady joined the academy, she also came along and wanted a promotion to sacred institution. Thus, Yao Ting was viewed as an annoyance due to the competition. "And?" Li Qia leisurely said. Yao Ting calmed down and became embarrassed. The heated situation earlier made her forget about his current position. Xiaoxiang's backing was quite big, but Li Qia was a teacher, so his backing was even greater. Yao Ting then said, "Thank you again, teacher." This wasn't enough to describe her gratitude, but it was all she could come up with at this moment. Normally, Xiaoxiang and her group would provoke her, but she could handle this without a direct confrontation. After all, the opponents had the number advantage with a strong backing. In the event of a fight breaking out, it might not be favorable for her. 1. This idiom is used to imply that Yao Ting is horny, so she will pick just about anyone. I'm not sure if I made that obvious enough. Chapter 2013. Though Yao Ting had many friends in her classroom, they didn't dare to stand up for her sake against Yi Qiaoxiang. After all, anyone would be afraid of dealing with a monster like Xueqi. Nevertheless, she felt an unprecedented sense of safety with Li Qia standing up for her. The path of the Tao is full of perils. Li Qia looked at her and said, certain things are worth exercising restraint and patience over, but not always. Rage, and let blood flow each step of the way. Cultivators should be fiery like this. Do not be afraid even against imperial lineages. Yao Ting embraced the comment for a bit before replying, thank you, teacher, I'll keep that in mind. Clink, clink, clink. A series of bell rings echoed across the city and attracted all eyes. Someone regained their wits and said, go, we need to get the best spot since it's about to begin. The tea garden is opening. In a short time, the students in the restaurant paid up and began to run out. The tea party is starting. Yao Ting told Li Qia. I'm actually going. Li Qia said, you might as well come along. Perhaps all of you will be fortunate enough to have a nice start of the semester this time around. Yao Ting didn't expect Li Qia to be so accommodating and hurriedly responded, all right, I'll come along. The two of them came straight for the garden, the location of choice for this event. This was a very exciting moment for the students, and none wanted to miss it. Of course, it was very heated too, so these friends came prepared. Some maneuvered with peers already in order to seize the upper hand at the party. The garden was built inside a mountain range. Literature was vast, so there were many mountainous regions within. It was a scene of beautiful green with smatterings of empty among the thickets. Rumor has it that in the past, the geniuses once cultivated here, and the land naturally became auspicious and took the form of the tea garden. For some unknown reason later, no one stayed here any longer for cultivation, but the tea parties did become an annual thing henceforth. The students came to talk and learn about the Tao. This semester lined up with a tea party, so all the students were excited to use this rare chance for a variety of reasons, mostly cultivation-related. In a short time, the once peaceful mountain range became rowdy with people coming and going, waiting for the start of the festival. Some traveled on the ground while others preferred flying with treasures, cranes, or beasts. The ones traveling with great fanfare resulted in loud blasts in the sky. Senior White Crane, you're here too? Those who came early began greeting the latecomers. Senior, your rhino beast is becoming bigger and bigger. It's going to be a demon king one day. People truly tried hard to make conversations, even to non-acquaintances. This was a good chance to build relationships. The ones from Emperor Mansion and sacred institutions were especially welcomed by those from 100 Halls. Six-Sword Young King and Miao Chan from 100 Halls are here now. A message spread across the crowd. Not just them. Even Rumination Godchild from Sacred Institution is here. This tea party will be very excited. Even the reclusive geniuses from Emperor Mansion are here, like their #1 beauty, Fairy Mei Suyao. Two of the three scions are here too. I wonder if the leader, Xueqi Young Lord, will come too? People had fun talking about these famous characters even before the opening of the garden. Mei Suyao was a particularly hot topic. All the guys spoke about her with glimmers in their eyes, wishing to see her beautiful features. There's teacher Yu Qianxian for the instructors, and then Fairy Mei Suyao for the student body. Our semester really has some peerless ladies. A few students couldn't wait anymore and began daydreaming. In fact, the majority of the male students were filled with anticipation. Who wouldn't be when beautiful women were coming? The most famous ladies at the academy included Yu Qianxian, Mei Suyao, and Miao Chan. As a teacher, Qianxian rarely interacted socially with others outside of the classroom, while Miao Chan wasn't famous for her looks as much. Thus, Mei Suyao naturally became the most famous in the academy. So many students were head over heels for her. Yao Ting and Li Chia didn't attract a lot of attention. After all, outside of students like Yen Chunsheng, the others didn't know that he was a teacher. They assumed that he was a student in 100 halls due to his ordinary appearance. The group that offended him was scolded by the ancestors of the academy and were placed under house arrest. They were scared out of their mind, realizing that they have messed with the wrong person. The students focused on Yao Ting instead of Li Chia. Though she wasn't a match for Mei Suyao, her pure and innocent aura was still quite attractive, so fellow students came up to say hi. When the two was climbing up the mountain, they saw an empty shrine, but there were 2 students from 100 halls guarding there. Six-sword young king and Sister Miao Chan won a shine at this tea party. The young king said he wanted to compete against sacred institution. The two of them are a good combo, both brawn and brains. Yao Ting was also excited to watch. Of course, this was a competition for these imperial geniuses, no room for regular students like them. The young king wouldn't bring those with humble origin since the pie was limited. Li Chia chuckled after hearing the name Miao Chan again and walked for the old shrine. The 2 students immediately stopped him by the door and thought that he was a nobody. With an expression of disdain, one guy uttered coldly, "Fellow classmate, go away. This shrine is being used by our 6-sword young king." Li Chia looked at them and ordered, "Back down." His voice carried an unquestionable authority. The 2 of them seemed to be possessed and instantly obeyed. Inside the shrine were a dozen students sitting on the ground. They were the most exceptional in 100 halls. The most special ones were naturally the young king and Miao Chan. The form needed no introduction. Given his talents, power, and background, he should have been able to join sacred institution without a problem, yet he chose to stay at 100 halls. He was the leader of this classroom and enjoyed great support and trust from his peers. Meanwhile, Miao Chan was sitting in the corner. Nevertheless, this wasn't enough to hide her nobility. Her most notable feature was her intelligence, so the young king and the other geniuses wanted her help for planning. The young king was organizing a plan for the tea party, but Li Chia and Yao Ting interrupted him. The whole room became quiet. In a short time, all eyes were on the 2. They thought that Li Chia was a student from 100 halls. Only Miao Chan was startled by his arrival. "Sister Yao, we are debating an important matter right now, and you're trespassing. Leave right now." The young king's expression darkened. Yao Ting didn't know what to say since she wasn't sure of the situation or why Li Chia wanted to intrude. Chapter 2014. Li Chia gave no mind to the other people present. He came straight to the corner where Miao Chan was and grabbed her wrist, then instantly sealed her pulse. "What the hell?" The young king instantly stood up with a cold glare. "Who are you? Dare to cause trouble here?" The other students stood up and glared angrily. Li Chia still ignored them and only continued to gauge Miao Chan. "I order you to let go right now, or I'll cut your paw off." The young king slowly unsheathed a divine sword from his back with murderous intent. "Senior, please don't misunderstand. Young Noble Li is a good friend of mine." Miao Chan, on the other hand, remained calm and immediately told the young king, "Get out." Li Chia ordered, without even looking at the group.
"You?"
The young king was astounded. No one in 100 halls has dared to talk to him like this before, so he said, "You better learn how to be polite if you want to stay at 100 halls." Miao Chan gently shook her head and told him, "Senior, may we have a private conversation for just a bit?" Miao Chan was aware that Li Chia was someone who destroyed countless emperor candidates with just one punch. This was an immortal emperor from the 9 worlds. Thus, the young king was courting death by showing the slightest disrespect. Though he was certainly annoyed, the young king had to agree to her request and said, "I'll let it go this time out of consideration for Sister Miao Chan. Do so again next time, and I'll let you have it." With that, he snorted and came outside. His peers also quickly followed him, leaving behind only Li Chia and Miao Chan. Li Chia sat down and glanced at her to say, "Immortal Emperor Jean, she spent a lot of effort on you. Unfortunately, it is not enough." If Immortal Emperor Qilin was still around and worked with him, then this flaw wouldn't have appeared. "How do you know?" Even her visionary self was shocked. No one knows this Tao more than me. Jean, she only has a weak understanding. Qilin was much better on this front. He leisurely said. Immortal Emperor Qilin was the progenitor of Heavenhoof Ravine, and Immortal Emperor Jean, she came about. Alas, Li Qia has made this sect history. Miao Chan regained her wits a while later and stared at Li Qia. How do you know about me, young nobles? The two of them have never met before, so he shouldn't have known about her existence. However, he recognized her right away. Yeshua had talked about you back at Stone Medicine. To earn such praise from her shows that you're extraordinary in some ways. Miao Chan was aware that he was referring to Ming Yeshua of Alchemy Kingdom. Fairy Ming is too kind. Miao Chan gently sighed. She had to admit that the world was vast and unpredictable. She didn't know what there were 13 continents above the 9 worlds. Though Li Qia had killed her fiancé and destroyed her sect, she was able to go to an even bigger world on top of seeing an emperor from their sect. You can report to Jin Shi that I have destroyed your sect. He'll make his own decision. Li Qia looked at her and said. She spoke softly with different thoughts running through her mind. The ancestor is aware and told me to never offend you. After arriving at the 10th world, she was lucky enough to see her ancestor, Immortal Emperor Jin Shi. Alas, the emperor didn't become angry after knowing about the destruction. He stood there quietly before eventually telling Miao Chan to never seek revenge or act disrespectfully. In fact, it would be best if she would perform a greeting gesture each time. No one could swallow the anger of having their sect destroyed, especially immortal emperors, since this was truly offending them. However, the fact that the emperor told her not to seek revenge said everything. She was smart enough to know that it wasn't so simple and that she couldn't be involved in this matter. Even her emperor had to back off, let alone the juniors. Very well. How did you come here? Li Qia asked. When you broke the barrier back then, the scorpion god helped me up. Due to the blessings of the ancestors, I made it here to meet our immortal emperor. Miao Chan knew that lying to him was a foolish idea, so she told the truth. Scorpion god. Huh? Li Qia remembered about the battle at Bayan City back then. The first to run was this fella. He used to be a general under Immortal Emperor Jin Shi and was quite knowledgeable. The moment he noticed something was wrong, he ran so fast without caring about his status or reputation. He continued on with a smile. As the saying goes, a smart rabbit has 3 caves. Qilin and Jin Shi have left behind certain preparations and resources. No wonder why you could ascend. Quite lucky. It is thanks to you, she quietly said, very careful with her words. Their Miao clan still had enough resources and things left behind by the emperors. Thus, with the help of Scorpion God, she luckily was able to make it up here. The thing she didn't expect was to meet Li Qia in this boundless world. Fate was strange indeed. Li Qia said, though you have cultivated from the beginning and changed your Tao, you are still from the 9 worlds, so your new Tao is flawed. This is something Jin she doesn't quite grasp either, so he probably didn't expect this situation. If you stay ordinary in the future, then it won't matter, but if you reach the apex, this tiny flaw will be a fatal weakness. After she ascended, Immortal Emperor Jin, she was pleased with her talents and gave her a Tao that was unfortunately incomplete. He didn't have a full understanding of it because he didn't expect for a descendant of his to come here without being an emperor already. Furthermore, he wasn't the creator of this Tao and only got the methods from Immortal Emperor Qilin. The ancestor had talked about this before. He wanted me to come to the academy. Perhaps I can find a way to mend this flaw. She revealed the truth. It is indeed a good idea. If there is a place with an answer in the 13 continents, it would certainly be the academy. Li Qia smiled. This Tao came from the academy. To be more exact, it came from him a very long time ago. This was the reason why Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor said that he was the only one who had access to all the merit laws of both the 9 and 10th world. However, the academy has numerous Tao and laws. It's nothing that you can do in a few years, unless you have someone who can show you the way. Li Qia looked at her and said. She naturally understood this logic and gently sighed. However, she came from the 9 worlds. This wasn't something she could reveal to outsiders, so she couldn't ask the teachers for help. Fine, I'll just help you then. Li Chia said, I have a method here, just take it and you'll be fine. With that, he took out a scroll and began writing a cultivation law down, then handed it to her. Miao Chan accepted the scroll and stood there in a daze. Keep in mind that these methods were extremely precious, and furthermore, the two of them were still arguably enemies. Of course, she didn't think that he had done something to it, because he could annihilate her with a flip of his palm. There was no need for scheming. Young noble, why are you so kind to me? She asked. Li Chia nonchalantly said, destroying the ravine is in the past now. In this world, obey me and live. Oppose me and die. That's all. I'm not one to hold grudges, or I'll just be killing and killing, never having a single day of rest. Chapter 2015. Having said that, he paused for a moment before speaking. A smart person knows when to back off, and I'm always nice to smart people. That's my style. Miao Chan sighed in her mind, thinking that he would be the only one who could make the previous statement. Many have certainly done so, killing those who oppose them. However, they wouldn't state it outright and rather maintained an air of righteousness and humaneness. Li Chia didn't do so. He was arrogant and didn't care for anyone. Of course, this was predicated and built on his own capabilities and unstoppable power. Plus, I'm showing you the way because you are from the 9 worlds. He continued, the heroes from our 9 worlds are all masters after coming to the 10th. Throughout the history of the 13 continents, there are fewer immortal emperors, but all of them are certainly just as strong as the others. Though you aren't one, your talents and intelligence are still impressive. If you are going to live in this land, then continue forward and do not shame the reputation and prestige of those before you. Miao Chan was stirred after hearing this. Her arrival here was a stroke of fortune, and because she had nothing she would truly miss in the 9 worlds. She came into a whole new world and wouldn't regret dying along the way. However, after arriving, she was instantly attracted to this vast place. Under the guidance of her ancestor, she continued cultivating without thinking about reaching the apex. But now, after listening to him, she suddenly had a new perspective in life. A new door has been opened. She was smart enough to see the light and instantly experienced a transformative change. Her spirit became brighter and animated after having a new goal. Thank you, young noble. Your words are equivalent to 10 years of searching for me,
she said.
It could be said that she wasted too much time on a romance during her youth. When Golden Crow Prince was ambitious, she simply revolved around him, helping him with planning and taking care of Heavenhoof. After his death and the destruction of the sect, she fell into a depression for a long time. Though she had escaped the abyss, there was still a lingering uncomfortableness. At this moment, Li Chia had dispelled her issue, allowing her to see the bright world again. Keep at it. You are gifted enough to earn a position in the 13 worlds. It won't be due to the protection of your ancestor, but because you are indeed capable of doing so. Li Chia nodded. Miao Chan took a deep breath, not expecting that an enemy was showing her a new path after a moment of introspection. After hearing this, if I don't work hard now, I will be letting everyone down. She bowed deeply towards him. Li Chia nodded and started to leave. Young noble, Fairy May is also at the academy. The tea garden has opened, and she has been cultivating under an immortal pine tree. She told him quickly. That girl. She's similar to you too, able to overcome an inner demon. He smiled and left. Miao Chan personally sent him off all the way outside of the shrine. Meanwhile, Six-Sword Young King and the other geniuses were standing there waiting. Their expression wasn't friendly toward Li Chia, especially the young king. There was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. He became even more annoyed after seeing the other two walk together with intimate gestures. It was no secret that he had a crush on Miao Chan, and he has been trying to court her as well. Alas, she remained courteous yet distant. Nevertheless, he thought he still had a chance because she acted indifferent towards everyone. moreover, who was more qualified in 100 halls than him. He could crush anyone else in terms of background, talents, and power. But now, this man came out of nowhere and appeared to have a special relationship with Miao Chan. She even listened to him, something completely different than her previous attitude. It made the young king quite jealous. Of course, he still didn't know that Li Chia was a teacher at the academy. Who knows what would be running through his mind after finding out? Li Chia initially had no intention of finding Mei Suyao since he was very confident in her. After all, her talent spoke for itself. However, he looked towards the east and saw the purple clouds above. He smiled wryly and shook his head. Sigh. The girl has left the mundane vanity, but she still wants to compete. He headed over that direction where there was a high peak. It was still within the territory of the tea garden. On top was an immortal pine tree full of leaves and auspicious energy. Rumor has it that many geniuses wanted to meditate beneath this tree. Of course, the most popular of them all were Harmony Immortal Monarchs. The couple used to study beneath this tree, and that's when they started to have a crush on each other. When studying the Tao beneath, one could feel their mind clearing up and able to communicate with the heaven and earth. Of course, not just anyone could handle it. Those with weak talents and Tao heart would feel their soul leaving their body for a long time, unable to return for several years. Because of this, ordinary students didn't dare to partake in this risky yet beneficial endeavor, leaving it to the geniuses only. The top of this peak was quite vast and could easily accommodate 200 or so people. There were more than 100 students right now sitting on the ground to carefully listen. They were from Sacred Institution and Emperor Mansion, meditating and discussing the Tao. Only the strongest geniuses from the classrooms were available, even though there was no band in this event. Top members like Rumination Godchild truly put others to shame. Because of this atmosphere, ordinary students found it even harder to participate. These geniuses would always spew out profound words, so the former crowd would only find embarrassment by coming here. Mei Suyao was meditating beneath the tree, with the sound of the Tao coming from her mouth. When she chanted, the tree resonated by pouring down immortal energy and lifted her higher. She was already kingdom-toppling enough, but the current scene made her even more transcending and irresistible. This was before mentioning the content of her speech. The students sitting there became immersed. In the beginning, she wanted to learn under the tree during this tea party in order to comprehend certain Tao she found recently. However, she didn't expect for these geniuses to join in as well. Back in the 9 worlds, she used to preach about the Tao, but she lost interest in this later. After coming to the 10th, she simply focused on cultivation. However, these students all asked for her to preach, so she wasn't in a position to say no. She decided to talk about the classic laws of the academy in such an amazing manner that all of them became drowned in a stupor. The atmosphere was mystical as she went on since the tree seemed to enjoy it. It poured down thick strands of energy that floated around her. Incredible! Thunderous applause came after she finished. Both the men and women here enthusiastically clapped and cheered. Mei Suyao was indeed talented enough to convince all of these students. She was virtually number 1 in terms of looks and power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her the prettiest jewel of the academy. Sister, your Tao preach was amazing, probably on the same level as our teachers. The older students sighed in admiration. Chapter 2016. Outside of the Supreme Mortal School, Emperor Mansion and sacred institutions were full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Numerous high gods and immortal monarchs came from these classrooms. A top genius from an imperial lineage might not be the number 1 after coming to these classrooms, especially Emperor Mansion. This was the gathering place of the strongest geniuses of the 100 races. Even the famous Ren Sheng came from this class. These strongest geniuses would never submit to anyone else. All thought that they themselves were truly the best. Alas, this law preached by Mei Suyao has robbed them of this confidence. They were completely convinced by her skill and thought that it was on the same level as a teacher in the academy. Keep in mind that the teachers here were high gods, some were even emperors. No one among the student body can compare to your Tao preach, and has put me to shame. Maybe even Brother Xuanji can't beat you at this. A male student stood up and said with admiration. He emitted a divine glow with a halo behind him, resulting in a holy and awe-inspiring appearance. The guy was quite famous at the academy, known as Chen Yifan or Rumination Godchild. He came from a sect with 4 emperors. Him, Emperor Mansion's Free Sky young Lord Wang Xuanji, and 100 Hall's 6-sword young King Kong Yelin were known as the 3 Scions. Free Sky was number 1. Rumination was number 2, and 6-sword was in 3rd place. The 3 of them had a good relationship. Rumination Godchild was naturally the leader of sacred institution. Similar to 6-sword, he was talented enough to join Emperor Mansion, but he chose to stay in this classroom instead. Everyone knew that he was trying to court Mei Suyao, but unfortunately, she didn't have an inch of interest in him. Nevertheless, he remained confident in himself. Thus, his comment was indeed true because her speech was exceptional, but he was also trying to win her over. You're too kind, Senior Chen. I have just shown my incompetence earlier with that. Mei Suyao calmly responded, unmoved like the never-ending flow of a river. Fairy Mei is too much, so amazing yet humble. I would definitely love her to death if I was a man. Even the girls were prey to her charms. You're too modest. I have never heard someone preach this particular Tao law so well outside of a teacher's. Rumination Godchild smiled and said, Yes, it's a shame that you made your Tao debut quite late, or you could probably be competing against seniors like Rin Sheng or Young Monarch. A male student chimed in. The boys here naturally had a crush on her. They were brilliant as well, only a little lacking compared to Rumination. Fairy Mei, how about preaching a section of the War Manual? That's another classic. Everyone has a different explanation and view on it. The teachers all taught it in a different way. It's quite amazing. A male genius wanted to listen. Yeah, try the War Manual now. The crowd joined in. Mei Suyao glanced at her peers and shook her head with a smile. Suyao is incapable, not daring to compete with the seniors. In the past, she was happy to Tao preach, but after meeting Li Chia, she realized the immensity of the heaven and earth. Once, she thought that she could understand the mysteries of the Tao due to her immortal bone. Alas, she found that compared to Li Chia's limitless knowledge, she was only a speck of sand in the ocean, can't reach the apex. She began to think that her Tao preaching was only showing off her lack of knowledge, not on the same level as Li Chia at all. Fairy Mei, just one more. Back then, Teacher Qihong moved the crowd with his version of War Manual. With your talents not inferior to him, maybe you will even do a better job. Rumination smiled and said, Yes, just do it, so that we can bask in this great moment if you were to surpass Teacher Qihong. The students here said again. The teacher being referred by the students here was Gu Qihong with the title of Young Monarch. This great talent was teaching at the academy right now. Even Rumination and 6-sword were completely convinced by him. Fairy Mei, please do it. It will be a perfect memory for our Tao session today. The students continued while she hesitated. After seeing their enthusiasm, she smiled wryly and went on. I can't refuse now, can I? Excuse me if I make any mistakes then. War. Start with the mind in order to derive the laws. Using battle to create the Tao and erect the myriad laws, Mei Suyao began spewing mantras and gave birth to the myriad laws. The pine tree was swaying back and forth as well while releasing even more purple and auspicious energy. The density was enough, so it looked like there were elf spirits flying around her. It was an impeccable speech that caused a deluge of heavenly flowers to rain down. The students were intoxicated and cheered at certain lines. The atmosphere of the peak became quite good. The Tao of war is in the heart, not only to fight but to also serves as a deterrence. This is a peaceful art, a righteous type of Tao, she continued serenading the crowd. This part is incorrect. Someone interrupted her as she was about to reach the climax. Everyone was immersed in the speech, yet this voice seemingly poured cold water all over their head. They naturally became furious. This profound Tao speech was granting them great benefits, so the sudden interruption ruined the rhythm. "Who the hell is speaking nonsense here?" one male student angrily shouted. They all looked back and saw an ordinary man floating up in the peak. All eyes were on him now. No need to hide the desire for war. Fight to the very end, a Tao to punish the heaven. This is the righteous path. No need for morality or peace. As long as a will to fight is in the heart, let it show. Li Chia spewed out mantras. Each word slammed into Mei Suyao's Tao heart like a bell. Others didn't know Mei Suyao well enough, unlike him. He knew the things holding her back, so he was solving her questions in order to light a path forward. She was quite shaken with his comments. Of course, the people here didn't know about their relationship. This public interruption was offensive in their eyes, so they became angry for her sake. "Ignorant fool, showing your slight skill before an expert." One of them came out and said, "That's right. Where did this brat come from? Daring to boast before our sacred institution and emperor mansion? We need to teach him a lesson." They looked down on him since he wasn't a part of either classroom. "Junior, roll down the mountain now or I'll break your legs." Rumination was stirred as well, ready to kill. He was very pleased with the events so far leading to the tea party. The Tao preach was going quite well, but now, this brat has ruined everything. Li Chia ignored them and came beneath the pine tree. "Young noble." Mei Suyao regained her wits and was jolted with excitement. She ran forward and embraced him. "Looks like you're doing well, and we'll be able to go quite far on this path." Li Chia happily smiled and said, "I've really missed you. It's been so long." She didn't try to hide anything and hugged him tighter, not expecting to see him in this place. After the ascension, they came to arrogance and lost communication with Li Chia. Though she knew that he would be fine, the absence and longing tortured her day and night. "I miss you too, but I had unfinished business." Li Chia gently caressed her beautiful hair. This comment is just humble speech, very common but sounds weird in English. Chapter 2017. The entire place became quiet right away. More than 100 students became stupefied watching the scene and couldn't react. Yao Ting's mouth was especially agape. She found Li Chia to be even more mystifying. Mei Suyao was certainly the #1 beauty in the academy with talents on the same level as Ren Sheng and Young Monarch. Even Free Sky Young Lord and Rumination Godchild paled in comparison. The students here called her fairy and thought that she was on the same level as teacher Yu Qianxian, only weaker in cultivation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a goddess in this academy. So many boys fell in love with her on first sight, even a genius like Rumination. The female students were also admiring her. Some had stronger feelings than just admiration. Though everyone knew that Rumination had a crush on her, other geniuses still tried to court her all the same. She was willing to discuss the Tao with other students, but she remained cold on the emotional front. Thus, she eventually became an unreachable goddess in the clouds. They all wondered what kind of man would be able to win her favor. But now, Li Chia today only looked like a common man, yet she was acting so affectionately before everyone. Their relationship was surely special. No one knew why their goddess would show so much affection towards this stranger. Jealousy naturally aroused in the heart of the male students here. Li Chia became public enemy #1. Even Rumination Godchild scowled. He was the most annoyed out of everyone here, since he got nothing from Mei Suyao despite his effort. But now, this nobody was embracing his goddess to his chagrin. After all the blessings he got from the heaven, he should be completely superior compared to this ugly junior. The hug lasted for a while before Li Chia let go and got a careful look at her. He smiled and commented, "You have overcome your mental weakness, but not completely. In the competition for the Grand Tao, humility is not necessarily a virtue, same with wishing to fight. Point your blade at the heaven and thrust. That's what you need to do. I'm not a match for you in terms of having a domineering Tao." She smiled charmingly, like a young lady. She rarely revealed such an innocent smile. It was a wondrous appearance, enough to steal the soul of the men and women present. You will be just fine. It's just that I left an inner demon in you back then. With that, Li Qie released a Dao Law from his finger. This silk-like finger entered her forehead with a buzzing noise. In the blink of an eye, her forehead became resplendent with immortal halos. It made her even more transcendent. The immortal bone in her forehead was the thing exuding this light. It changed her temperament completely. This strand of Dao Law also lit up her Dao heart like the rays of the sun. It chased away the dust and confusion, allowing her to jump and fly unrestrained in this vast world. In the past, she also wanted to reach the apex and exceed everyone else. Alas, after utterly losing to Li Qie, she found him to be an unsurpassable goal. Thus, ambition seemed meaningless, so she lost her goal. It didn't matter how strong she could become. There was no overcoming him. After Li Qie opened a path to the 10th world, she began on a new Dao, and her goal was now to defeat herself instead of competing with others. Nevertheless, there were still remnants of doubts and a lack of confidence in her. Of course, this was when she compared herself to Li Qie, not anyone else. Right now, he was helping her overcoming this inner demon. The warm rays poured down and she opened her eyes, much more spirited and beautiful than before, just like a peacock spreading its tail. Confidence was the key here. Her previous mentality returned with a touch of unyieldingness. Thank you for your help, young noble. She took a deep breath and could sense a different Dao containing her image. It is because of your own effort. Li Qie stroked her hair and smiled. You've been moving forward all along and able to overcome your mental weakness, or no one would have been able to help you. I simply lit up the lamp so that you can see yourself and the road ahead. Xueqi found it comfortable and happy to be around Li Qie. He always knew her thoughts and acted as a guiding light forward. As long as he was around, the Grand Dao might be long but not quite lonely. Only before him would she show her most beautiful and gentle smile. The crowd was stunned to see this unprecedented beauty. No one has seen her so comfortable before. She was smiling not for an expert or supreme expert, but this ordinary guy. Rumination scowled before standing up while cupping his fist towards Xueqi, then asked with a smile, Fairy Mei, who is this fellow Taoist? Will you introduce us? He thought that he was being a gentleman right now. Normally, he wouldn't give a guy like this a second glance. Xueqi grabbed Li Qie's arm in an intimate manner, then smilingly stared at him, waiting for him to respond instead. Li Qie looked at Rumination and smiled. Just a passerby, no need to say. With that, he came up to Yao Ting and waved his hand in front of her. Let's go, don't just stand there looking silly now. Yao Ting looked a bit embarrassed since she was completely frozen earlier. She then followed the other two. My name is Yao Ting from 100 Halls. She never expected to be able to stand so close so Xueqi one day. After all, 100 Halls and Imperial Mansion were separated by a great distance. The majority of students from the mansion would come out to be high gods or emperors. Anything less would be quite shameful. Sister Ting must be extraordinary to earn the young noble's grace. Your future is looking bright. Mei Xueqi greeted back. Being praised by Mei Xueqi made her feel strange. In fact, she didn't even know why Li Qie seemed to like her, but she could sense his concerns and protective nature towards her. Of course, she didn't think that he liked her for her looks or talents. This only added to the overall confusion. As the three were descending down the peak, a group of people was waiting and stopped them. Chapter 2018. The group had both men and women with extraordinary presence. They clearly had a high upbringing. One of the leaders was no stranger to the group, six-sword young king. There was another familiar face to Li Qie, Yi Xiaoxiang, who got slapped flying by him. She was standing obediently next to another girl. This one was dressed in a phoenix dress decorated with peacock feathers. Her sleeves had embroidered jades, resulting in a noble appearance. Her eyes fierce and oppressive, looking down on all. The group was clearly hostile, but after seeing Mei Xueqi, the young king was stunned. Their aura weakened considerably. Fairy Mei, he didn't know what kind of charisma this brat had. First, Miao Chan was very obedient, and now he was talking together with Fairy Mei? How puzzling. The girl next to Qiao Xiang was surprised too. Nevertheless, she maintained a firm stance. Fairy Mei, we will apologize for bothering you in the future, but we have some personal grievances to settle right now. Please stand aside. The girl was relatively polite towards Mei Suyao. After all, this was a supreme genius from Emperor Mansion. She needed to give Suyao some face. Suyao turned towards Li Qia and chuckled since she could guess what was going on. If that's the case, I won't interfere then. She smiled and got out of the way. Yao Ting was surprised by this, not knowing why the famous Suyao backed off. She thought that Suyao would try to persuade them, and it would most likely be successful too, given Suyao's status and power. Little did Yao Ting know that the victims were going to be the other group. If she interfered right now, that group wouldn't know the fatal danger they were putting themselves in. In fact, they would be annoyed at her for being nosy, being a good person and gaining nothing but animosity. Suyao didn't wish to do such a thankless task. The young king heaved a sigh of relief after this. The other girl also cupped her fist at Suyao. Fairy Mei, let's meet up another day. She assumed that Suyao was feeling apprehensive about the power behind her. Suyao only smiled and didn't wish to elaborate. No one could stop others from courting death. Li Qia smiled and looked at the students surrounding him. Is there a problem? Lady, it's that slut who, Yi Qiaosheng pointed at Yao Ting and shouted. Pop. Li Qia interrupted her with a slap and sent her flying once more while spewing blood. He was still exercising restraint or she would be dead already. Nevertheless, the attack was still too fast and no one could react in time to stop him. The young king and the other girl were both afraid and furious after seeing this. Due to their status at the academy, no one would instantly beat their follower after a quick disagreement. Slapping Qiaoxiang was the same as slapping them, a declaration of war. You're pushing it. The furious young king unsheathed two divine swords with surging bloodthirst. The academy isn't a place for you to do as you please. If this wasn't the academy, he would have killed Li Qia already. Alas, prudence was necessary when inside the academy ground. The girl also exuded her power with rage and stared down Li Qia. Junior, I don't care who you are. You're not leaving this place in peace. No one can protect you after you have angered I, Yi Miaoxue. Such bold words, but I've seen even bolder people than you before. Li Qia chuckled and said. The young king took a deep breath to calm down. He was still the leader of 100 halls, so he needed to act properly. Fellow student, you must not know Princess Yi? Opposing her is the same as opping Free Sky's sect, not a wise move at all. I recommend for you to take a step back and just bow and apologize, then I'll take care of it for you. We're still classmates after all. The young king still didn't know that Li Qia was a teacher and thought that he was from 100 halls. There weren't that too many students in the upper classrooms, so if Li Qia were from there, he would have recognized the guy. There were more than 10,000 students at 100 halls. There was no way for him to know all of them. The guy was ambitious indeed. He wanted to establish prestige in the academy, so he wanted to use Li Qia to show everyone the benefits of joining him. Furthermore, killing was forbidden at the academy. Thus, Yi Miaoxue only wanted to punish the guy. He just needed to back off for a bit before jumping in to save Li Qia. It was a good move that would strengthen his reputation. This princess was very famous at the academy and many wanted to please her. Free Sky had 5 emperors in arrogance. No one was stronger than them outside of ancient repository and mysterious bamboo mountain. Miaoxue was also adored by its current successor, Free Sky Young Lord, and the ancestors there. This was the reason why her maid was so arrogant. After being slapped by Li Qia, the maid immediately cried and told Miaoxue. Thus, Miaoxue wanted to let everyone know that if you want to beat a dog, you must look at its master first. Slapping her maid was the same as slapping her, so Miaoxue was here to get even. Bow and apologize. Li Qia chuckled. All of you are the ones who need to do so before it's too late. I am magnanimous and merciful, so I will allow you to do so. The other two were shocked to hear this. The students that followed them glared angrily at Li Qia as well. "Princess, teach this arrogant brat a lesson," one student shouted. At the academy, no one would dare to offend the princess and her senior brother, Free Sky Young Lord. Thus, these students wanted to flatter her or even help her kill Li Qia. However, they were still afraid of the academy's rules. Killing another student was a grave matter, so it was better to teach Li Qia a lesson now than secretly kill him later. "Ignorant fool, I'll break your bones today." Miao Xue had a murderous glint in her eyes. "Fellow student, you're making it hard for me by purposely causing trouble and ruining the friendship between our classrooms. That's not good for our 100 halls, so I'm afraid I just can't sit idly by and watch and must maintain orders," the young king added. He was ready to kill after seeing Li Qia not giving a damn about him. This guy had no sense of propriety, so it was time to make an example of him, so that the other students in 100 halls could also learn that it was unwise to provoke him. Chapter 2019. Li Qia gave the young king a relaxed smile. "Is that so? I actually want to see these rules then." The young king's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. Li Qia has provoked him several times, a challenge to his authority at 100 halls. "Good, very well. Looks like our 100 halls always produce more and better talents in each generation. Princess Yi, no need for you to take action today. Leave it to me to sweep through the trash of my classroom." "So be it," Yi Miaoxue replied. "I'm sure as the leader of 100 halls, you can deliver justice to our Free Sky disciple. Brat, I won't bully you. You go first for 3 moves." The young king arrogantly stepped up with both hands behind his back. 3 moves? You will probably take him down in 2. Another student from 100 halls flattered. Young king, waits." A student ran over right before the start of the climax and panicked.
"What?"
The young king frowned at the rushing student. The student whispered to the young king while stealing glances at Li Qia in horror. The young king's expression darkened after hearing this, and also stared at Li Qia. "What's wrong, young king?" Yi Miaoxue raised her brows after seeing the hesitating king. The young king's color kept on changing with an embarrassed expression, as if he had just swallowed a fly. He was at an impasse, not knowing what to do. "Aren't you going to uphold the rules of 100 halls?" Li Qia looked at him and said. The king smiled wryly and said, Young nobly, no. Teacher Li, I didn't know you were a teacher from study room. This is a misunderstanding." So it turned out that after Li Qia was hanging around with Miao Chan, the king immediately wanted to know his background, so he sent followers for inquiry. Alas, he found out just now that Li Qia was actually a teacher, not a student. After the revelation, the students here immediately lowered their head. Some even tumbled backward. They didn't want Li Qia to remember their face. Most were ready to run already, but couldn't until Li Qia says something. Remember, all teachers at the academy were extraordinary existences. Even the weakest ones were still powerful enough in order to qualify for the position. Students in the academy could cause trouble and fight with each other. In fact, the academy even implicitly allowed for such a thing since competition and conflicts could lead to improvements. The students required experiences and struggles. But this wasn't the case for the teachers. One would need to be quite mighty to challenge a teacher and ready to face the consequence. Unless you could defeat all the teachers, be ready for expulsion, or even imprisonment. Ultimately, the student body included geniuses from great powers, even imperial successors. If the academy didn't have absolute authority, and anyone could just challenge it, then there was no point for its existence. Because of this, if someone wanted to be the leader, very well, they just needed to sweep through their peers. If they wanted to fight, they could even challenge the teachers. However, relying on one's background to bully a teacher was absolutely taboo. So now, when Yi Miaoxue and Six Swords groups were surrounding Li Qia, a teacher from the academy, this became quite a big deal. Li Qia didn't need to do anything right now. If he were to report this to the academy, he could have his way. An easy interpretation would be the students challenging him, but if he decided to be harsh on them, he could say that they conspired to take down a teacher. The latter would result in a grave punishment, if not immediate expulsion. Miao Xue and Six Sword were in a better spot than the others. After all, they had a good background. Even in the case of expulsion, they could still learn and train later in other places. This wasn't the case for the other students. They would lose all status at their own sects after being expelled. It might even be hard for them to live in arrogance afterward. Their sect sent them here not just for training and learning, but also to build relationships. Thus, this was a matter beyond their personal education. Returning in failure would not end well for them. Teacher, an atmosphere of dread loomed over the crowd. Li Qie didn't really care for these paled students and said flatly, "Anyone else got something to say?" These students didn't dare to respond and continued to hide their face, hoping that Li Qie didn't know them well enough to name them later on. The young king was in a tough spot. If he wanted to go hard, then he would need to fight against Li Qie. Of course, this required a massive amount of determination. Not many students in the entire academy would dare to challenge a teacher. And you? Li Qie's eyes fell into the indignant-looking Yi Miaoxue now.
Yes.
Even if you're a teacher, you can't just beat students as you please. That's a violation in teachers' code of conduct. She wasn't ready to let this go, but couldn't also challenge Li Qie directly, so she chose a different path. Plus, giving up right now would be very damaging for her image as a noble princess. Is that so? I have none anyway. Li Qie smiled and said, "You?" She was speechless since Li Qie didn't play along with her accusation. Most teachers cared about their image and upheld a certain guideline of morality and professionalism. This guy didn't give a damn at all, so it ruined her follow-up. I will report this to the academy. A teacher nonchalantly bullies the students and hurt a female disciple from Free Sky. My sect will also let the academy hear about this. She shouted in response. She mustered courage out of nowhere to oppose him. All in all, she was still the daughter of an ancestor in Free Sky. This particular monarch had a pivotal position in the sect, so she rode his coattails there as well. Normally, she was pampered and enjoyed the treatments befitting of a princess everywhere she went, even at the academy. Her imperious self could look down on anyone and was afraid of none. But now, this nameless teacher was taking her down a notch. There was no way she could swallow this anger. She wasn't stupid either and realized that her personal reputation couldn't scare him. Thus, she involved her sect as well. Ultimately, this was a sect with 5 emperors, and her father was quite powerful. This was enough to slightly influence the academy. Li Qie laughed in response. "No problem. Since I'll be in trouble anyway, let me show you how fun it is to not have a teacher's code of conduct. You may start first so that you can't say I won't give you a chance a bit later." "You?" She staggered backward, aghast. "Start." His eyes turned cold, with an unquestionable authority instilling chills down to the very spine. Boom. She had no choice but to channel her vitality. The weapon of an immortal monarch appeared above her. She was only a regional princess, yet she still had an imperial weapon. This was indicative of how loved she was in the sect. An imperial weapon. The students shuddered and wisely stepped back, aware of its power. I'm not afraid of you. My sect has 5 immortal monarchs. You think you're special just because you're a teacher here?" She shouted back at Li Qie, emboldened by the weapon. "1. Clarification. She's a regional princess, but I felt like it wasn't necessary to include this in the translation for readability. For this context, I should have done so. There really isn't a direct translation for this, but in terms of English nobility, she would be the daughter of a duke, not the king. In Chinese's imperial government, she would be the daughter of the emperor's brothers/sisters, his niece. She could also be the daughter of kings/high-ranked official or generals that have been granted the imperial last name. Chapter 2020. Nothing special at all, but more than enough to beat you down without worrying about it. Li Qie retorted with a faint smirk. Die. She had no other choice now since fierce words had been said, and she needed to back it up without showing fear. Boom! The weapon suppressed the entire area. Its imperial laws poured down like waterfalls with a crushing might. Geniuses the students might be, they were still too young, and their cultivation wasn't at the level capable of resisting the power of these imperial weapons. Thus, the majority of the crowd here felt their legs giving in. Child's play? Li Qie didn't bat an eye and reached for the weapon. Is he insane? The students were stupefied. No one would dare to touch a weapon with their bare hands. This was certainly suicidal and crazy. Boom! Contrary to everyone's expectation of him being crushed, he easily grabbed the weapon, and it couldn't move at all. The imperial laws screamed and struggled to no avail. Impossible. The crowd watched with silly eyes in disbelief. Just how heaven-defying was this power? Next, Li Qie unleashed a palm on Miao Xue's chest and penetrated through it completely. Blood gushed everywhere. She couldn't retaliate before a loud bang. He ruthlessly kicked her. Who knows how many bones were broken in the process? The girl fell down in her pool of quietly flowing blood. She was still alive, but the grievous injuries left her immobile. The stench of blood permeated to the tip of everyone's nose and stimulated their senses. Everything happened so fast from the start to finish. The weaker students didn't see Li Qie's moves at all. Though she wasn't the strongest student at the academy, having the imperial weapon allowed her to be among the top rankers. She might not be able to take on the 3 scions, but was still much stronger than even members of sacred institution. Alas, it only took 1 palm and 1 kick from Li Qie to subdue her completely. The crowd shuddered while looking at the bloodied and battered girl. Even Yao Ting was shocked. Li Qie gave her the impression that he was a gentle and calm man. This ruthless scene proved otherwise and truly shook her to the core. The students here were familiar with blood, but this merciless and successful attack that crippled a genius still caught them off guard. Li Qie threw the weapon back to Miao Xue as if it was trash. Even a stronger weapon is still only a weapon. Now, he turned his sight at Yi Xiaoxiang. This prompted her to nearly drop helplessly on the ground. Take her back to heal, Li Qie ordered. Since you're all students, I'll be sparing you today. Xiaoxiang was scared out of her mind and wouldn't dare to fart at this moment. His order sounded like the most merciful amnesty, so she and some other students picked up Miao Xue and ran away. He still went easy on Miao Xue and didn't leave behind any lasting damage. As long as she stayed in bed and recuperated for a while, she would be just fine. Plus, her sect could provide her with precious ointments and medicines, so the recovery wouldn't be difficult. After she was taken away, the other students still didn't dare to move. Six-sword young king felt the same dread. Though he believed that he was much stronger than Miao Xue, he lost all confidence after seeing Li Qie in action earlier. There was no escaping if Li Qie decided to teach him a lesson for the disrespect earlier. I'm someone who doesn't mind being challenged. Don't worry that I'm a teacher if I'm an eyesore, just come and take me on. Li Qie revealed a gentle smile at the crowd. In fact, I'll even reward the challengers. Survive 10 moves, and I shall grant you a fortune. Survive 50 moves, and I will grant you a supreme creation. As for 500 moves, I'll make you an immortal monarch. The smile became gentler and gentler along with his tone. Of course, one must pay the price before getting something back in return, such as being crippled by me. Brace yourself mentally before challenging me. Prepare for the pain before the gain. Am I right, everyone? The students had no response. This was the first time they saw a teacher like this. Was he trying to encourage his students or just declaring war against all of them? Something like this might be unprecedented at the academy. Meanwhile, Mei Suyao was the only one who was nonchalant. It was only the students who didn't know the type of existence they were facing. All right, no need to worry about this. It's in the past now. Go off and do whatever you want to do. Li Qie clapped his hands and told the petrified crowd. The students ran as fast as they could after hearing this. Even six-sword young king left quietly, not daring to utter a single word before Li Qie. He wasn't strong enough to take the teacher on, for now at least. Despite his annoyance or even hatred, he needed to keep it in. Li Qie smiled and left with Su Yao and Yao Ting. The event started quite a storm, and many students found out. The other students looked at him with a different eye now. They excitedly talked about the beating. Some even gave him the nickname, Violent Teacher. At this moment, he looked like a frightening dragon to them. His 3 students from study room came to find him after hearing about the event.
Teacher.
Xueqi called for him in the distance, and the group ran over. They were surprised to see Mei Suyao. Of course they knew about her. Fairy Mei. Xueqi greeted with admiration shimmering in her pretty eyes. Fairy Mei, this girl is your fan ever since you joined the academy. Goldloop added. Brother Wang. Xueqi was embarrassed and glared at him. Suyao smiled. As cool as always, little sister, no need for that. I'm just an ordinary person. If you work hard, one day, you can be standing at top and others will become your fans. Xueqi didn't expect for the famous Suyao to be so easygoing and nice. She assumed that Suyao would be imperious and unreachable. The comment resonated with her. Well said. Li Qia nodded. The grand Tao is long. Just don't forget your goal, and one day, you will soar above the 9 firmaments. No need to admire anyone else then, since you will be the star instead. Xueqi and Yao Ting pondered about the grand comment. Only Jin Sheng was nonchalant about it. Teacher and Fairy may have lofty goals. Goldloop scratched his head and laughed. But I'm not that ambitious. It's enough for me to stare at the apex while trying to rebuild my clan. Chapter 2021. Many students gathered along the rolling hills, waiting for the tea garden to open since trespassing was impossible. Of course, where they were standing was only the entrance, not the garden itself. Rumble. With loud explosions, 2 wooden paths appeared in the sky along with an engulfing mist covering the entire mountain range. Everything disappeared in the blink of an eye. All the students quickly jumped on the paths and rode the wind just like immortals. The garden is opening. They excitedly shouted, eager to start.
Boom.
Peaks suddenly landed from above, but they were relatively tiny, more like huge boulders. Fellow students, get ready to enter. Fortunes or not depend on yourself. Don't force it if it isn't meant to be. An old man appeared among the mist, a teacher from the academy. Yes. The students quickly picked a peak and jumped on top. In a short time, each peak had students above, usually in groups of 3 or 5. They chose to go together because of strength in number, increasing their chance of success. Even geniuses from Emperor Mansion and Sacred Institution got here now, such as Six Sword and Rumination. These 2 leaders took 2 biggest peaks with many followers from their respective classrooms. Rumination had many powerful geniuses with him. This was quite a formidable force. Those students from 100 halls were no match in comparison. They had the number advantage. Because of this, the rest of the crowd stay far away from Rumination and Six Sword. They understood that the resources and benefits of this tea party will be taken by these 2 first. Others wouldn't want to compete against them. Strange enough, Miao Chan was all alone on a small peak in a conspicuous corner. The mist nearly hid her completely. Sister, how about coming with us? Six Sword quickly asked after seeing her. In fact, he's been looking for her the entire time, so he didn't waste any time. Thank you, senior. She shook her head and said, I'm only here for a look, not to search for fortunes, so I do not wish to disturb your plan. She understood him too well, so she refused. He came from a prestigious clan with an 11 totem, high god, so his nature was one of arrogance since youth. Someone like this would clearly oppose Li Qia later, a suicidal path. The young king was naturally unhappy to hear the refusal. It took quite a lot of effort for him to invite her to the tea party in the first place, so he didn't expect her to back off right now. The first thing that came on his mind was Li Qia. He must have told her something, or she wouldn't have abandoned the initial plan. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Li Qia. Li Qia and his group of 5 were standing on another small peak. The king was even more annoyed to see him surrounded by beauties. He had 100 reasons to hate Li Qia right now. Alas, there was nothing he could do since the guy was a teacher. Rumination Godchild was also annoyed due to Li Qia and Mei Suyao's intimacy. He also wanted to report to the academy that this guy wasn't acting like a teacher at all. It was unsightly and improper for one to be so close with his students. It would be a big offense for a teacher to be seducing his students. All right, young friends, begin. However, the old teacher interrupted his train of thoughts and declared, "Boom." All the peaks started flying forward just like ships. The students stood on top and let the peaks take them wherever. I've ridden bulls, horses, and cranes before. This is my first time riding a mountain. Goldloop smiled and said. Yao Ting and Xinxue felt that this was refreshing too since it was their first time at Tea Garden. The peaks aren't moving, you think you're actually riding one? Jinxing said, the area is changing and giving you the illusion that these peaks are moving. They're not. Goldloop found this impossible. It's a monumental shift in this region, like the changing of the stars. If you fall down from this peak right now, you'll return to the academy. All you have been doing is standing in the same spot. Jinxing elaborated. You know so much about this place. Have you been here before, old Lu? Xinxue asked curiously. Jinxing didn't answer him and continued staring forward with a strange expression before falling into deep contemplation. Mei Suyao smiled at Li Chia. She was different from Yao Ting and Goldloop and could sense that this old man was not normal, thanks to her all-seeing immortal bone. Of course, she also knew that it didn't matter how good he was at hiding because it was useless before Li Chia. There was no doubt that Li Chia had agreed for the guy to hang around. Boom. After the peaks traveled for a bit, everything suddenly stopped, including the lingering mist. Before them was an unreasonably gigantic tablet resembling an arm. There were 2 words engraved on it, Tea Garden. Below were numerous runes organized in an orderly fashion, a lengthy description. These runes were beautifully carved. From the distance, they looked like little immortals flying around or little ethereal sparks. Young friends, we're here now.
Come in.
The old teacher laughed and told the students before disappearing. Let's go. The students applauded and rushed into the tea garden. No one wanted to be left behind, so they seized the initiative to get the good stuff first. No one took a second glance at the tablet since they were here for the fortunes in the garden. They didn't bother reading the runic text on it outside of a few people. Some would pause and noticed that it was about the origin of the academy. They quickly lost interest because there was nothing special about it. This wasn't the case for Xinxue. She took her time because she loved historical texts the most. The rest of the group didn't share the same interest. So there was an abyss in this place during the creation of the academy. This wasn't written down at the library. She became immersed. Keep speculating. If you can see through it, it will grant you great benefits. Li Chia gently patted her head and said, After all, Immortal Emperor Fei isn't idle enough to write this description down for no reasons. Immortal Emperor Fei wrote this. She was shocked after finding out that this was an imperial text. Indeed. This is about the origin of the academy. Go on now. Li Chia chuckled. As for the rest, we'll go inside. He didn't force the others who didn't care for history and went inside the garden with them. Meanwhile, Xinxue stood before the tablet, scrutinizing each word in order to understand them. Chapter 2022. Yao Ting asked Li Chia, Are we here to really drink teas? She didn't know much about the garden since this was her first time. It's for Tao comprehension. Jinxing kindly said, Drink tea and comprehend the Tao, but the name is Tea Party. This place is a great area for learning about the Tao. This was the main goal of the academy in opening the garden. This is a rare chance and one should seize it with all cost. As for finding treasures and other things, that's wasting it. The group wondered if he has been here before again due to his mysterious, yet complicated expression after being here. They went beneath a majestic mountain shrouded by the clouds. It gave off the sensation that it was blocking the road. No one could ever get past it. A tree was on top with whirling leaves of a silver color. From a distant glance, it would look as if this tree was made out of metal. I think this is a silver flower tree. The mushroom growing on this tree is extremely precious since it can be used as a medicine to increase cultivation. A group of students from the different classrooms has already surrounded the peak. The ones from 100 Hall were mainly here for fun. One student from Emperor Mansion flew up to the sky and opened his heavenly gaze to look at the tree. After seeing the mushrooms growing on it, he said, "Yes, this tree has been untouched for a long time, so there are so many mushrooms here. It can probably be refined into a full gourd of pills for me to increase cultivation by 10 years. What a shame. Six-sword young king and rumination godchild aren't here, or they might be able to reach the top for those mushrooms." One student salivated after seeing this. Another from Sacred Institution shook his head. "The two are going for the Grand Dao tea. They don't care about mushrooms. These mushrooms are top-notch, but their sects have no lack of similar items." The students here could only watch because the peak was unclimbable. The moment they tried, they would instantly fall off. For example, if they were the flowing water, this peak would be a tall boulder situated in the middle. There was no way for the water to reach the top. Violent Teacher is here. Wait, no. Teacher Li and Fairy May are here. The arrival of the group caused quite a stir due to Li Qia's notoriety. They quickly made a path for him. Ultimately, Li Qia wasn't impressive in appearance, but his status as a teacher was quite intimidating. The one attracting the most gazes in the group was naturally Mei Suyao. This was her effect wherever she went, causing heart to beat faster, eyes to wander, and minds to waver. Fairy May. The students from Imperial Mansion greeted her. She nonchalantly nodded back as a response. Silverflower tree, not bad. Li Qia told Yao Ting, "Go. You don't need the mushroom here, just go up to comprehend the Tao. The grand Tao of the tree is powerful and touch like metal, very useful for you." I can actually go up there?" She spoke feebly. There were students from the higher classrooms here, but they couldn't ascend. How could someone from 100 Hall like her do it? Li Qia gently sighed and said, "Fine. I'll lend you a hand for now, but you need to work hard yourself in the future." With that, he formed a massive palm and reached for the tree. A majestic light from the tree poured out and sealed the area in order to stop his advance, like an immovable gate.
Boom.
With a breaking sound, Li Qia's palm was unstoppable and forcefully tore through the radiant canopy. Before everyone could react, he threw Yao Ting on top of the peak and she landed right below the tree. "Try your best now, I won't help you a second time," Li Qia told her. Yao Ting was frightened by the sudden opportunity. She never thought about having a chance like this normally, but it has landed on her today. Nevertheless, she took a deep breath after hearing him and calmed her mind. She sat down and closed her eyes in order to reach for the Tao with her mind. She no longer cared for the mushrooms and simply tried to search for the Tao. Many students were shaken after seeing this. They have heard about Li Qia beating Yi Miaoxua before. Most didn't like it, and some thought that he simply relied on his position to bully a student. However, after seeing him destroying the tree's barrier so easily, they understood that he was the real deal. No teacher from the academy was weak. "Let's go." Li Qia smiled and went on with the group after seeing Yao Ting in a state of meditation. What a shame, not picking mushrooms after reaching the top, but just sitting there meditating. Wasting such a good opportunity. She can meditate in any other places. Some students felt that this was a waste of time. "Sai, let's go someplace else." Since none could reach the top, they all gave up eventually and left. The students came to find treasures, herbs, and artifacts. Very few actually Dao searched in this place, since they believed that it would be a waste of time. In their eyes, they could meditate wherever and whenever. This wasn't the case for treasure hunting. The teachers didn't interfere with their choices. They simply led the students in, and the students needed to walk on their own path in order to carve out their own future. The main goal of the tea party for the academy was to use this wondrous land as a place to search for the Tao. They hoped that the students could cherish this opportunity. Nevertheless, they didn't stop the students from treasure hunting and wasting this chance. On a side note, this was also the reason why students with humble upbringing loved the academy. They had freedom and the chance to have a piece of the pie. In the great powers, this type of sacred land could only be enjoyed by the experts in the sect. They weren't as generous as the academy, letting the students share everything. Of course, This was predicated on whether the students were capable enough to grab the treasures. Many students were filling their pockets with items, especially the ones traveling with Sixth Sword and Rumination. This big group made it to a different peak and found many geniuses from Emperor Mansion waiting around. It was shrouded in fog with a tea tree on top. It was ancient with thick barks, just like dragon scales. Moreover, the cracks between the barks emitted a faint fragrance of tea. Young tea leaves were magically growing on it with different levels, making it look just like a pagoda. The leaves were also golden in color, quite a beautiful spectacle. Tiny laws floated around each of the young leaves like immortal silks. The tree looked full of spirituality because of this appearance. Furthermore, the leaves were also different. On the bottom level, each leaf only had one tiny law circulating around it. On the second level, 2 laws. The third, 3 laws. The very top layer actually had 12 laws circulating around each leaf. Chapter 2023. Grand Dao Tea. People started swallowing their saliva after seeing this old tree lost in the clouds. Even members of imperial lineages felt the same greed because only the academy had such a tree in all of arrogance. Yet, even rarer was their generosity to offer it to all the students. The teachers are leaving so many tea leaves for us. It's a shame we won't be able to pick that much. A student from Emperor Mansion said with regrets. I'm cool with it. A different student from his class opened his palm to reveal 3 leaves with 2 circulating laws each and smiled happily. This is enough for me to use. When I encounter a mental blockade later, just need to bite one, and it will be enough. So this tree was quite famous, referred by others as immortal tea. Some of the leaves were capable of bolstering one's Dao heart during any Dao tribulation, saving ones from qi deviation. The leaves were divided into different levels. The more laws, the more precious. Thus, the ones on top were the best, especially the highest with 12 laws. 2 Dao leaves? Pretty amazing, Brother Baiha. Your cultivation is definitely top-notch in Emperor Mansion. A fellow student praised. Yes, it has been a while now, and only 5 students have been able to pluck these leaves. The best so far has been 3 Dao leaves. Another added. These precious leaves were exceedingly difficult to pick. The requirement was to have a deep and insightful understanding regarding the mysteries of the Dao. In other words, it had nothing to do with cultivation. If 2 were about to pick a leaf, 1 strong and 1 weak, the weaker one with a deeper Dao understanding will be the winner. Let me try. An excited student with a heroic aura stepped out. He jumped to the middle of the mountain, then propelled himself once more to reach the tree. Buzz. Though he was so close to it, a path suddenly appeared before him spanning for countless miles. It seemed as if it could contain the entire world in its bound. Numerous runes appeared on this Dao path and flowed rapidly like water. Drowning was a possibility or extreme panic. The tea leaves were nowhere to be found, only majestic and endless runes. Open! He shouted and tried to understand the profundity of this particular Dao before reaching forward to grasp it. Pop! The moment contact was made, he was instantly repelled back to his previous position. However, there was a leaf in his palm right now with 3 laws floating around it. Incredible, Brother Xueqi, you got a 3 Dao leaf. The other students quickly flattered. This student turned red and smiled awkwardly. The truth is embarrassing, but I actually tried for a 4 Dao leaf. Alas, I couldn't see through this Dao completely, so only got a 3 Dao one. That's already amazing enough. That's why you're the second strongest in our sacred institution. One more praise came about. There were 2 people walking in the sky with many wondrous visual phenomena behind them. The crowd quickly came up to greet these 2. Young King and Godchild are here now. Godchild, you're too kind. I'm no match for you. The student humbly said. Of course, Rumination and Sixth Sword were well received. They were the de facto leaders of their classrooms. Grand Dao Tea, it would be so nice if we could get enough to make a full bottle. Rumination looked at the tree and said with emotions, Godchild, that's too wasteful. One full bottle requires so many leaves. Not to mention students like us, not too many teachers could do it either. Actually, maybe only the dean and Grandpa Emo. Six Swords smiled and said, "Wasteful indeed." The other students laughed and agreed. One of them continued, "If it was me, I'm satisfied with just grabbing an 8-dao leaf. That's definitely a lifesaver during a crucial moment." Six Sword replied with a sigh, "That's difficult. I think 4 dao is my limit." "I can't do much better than you either, brother." Rumination shook his head and said. The three scions had a great relationship and an implicit agreement with each other. Six Sword was the leader of 100 halls. Rumination had Sacred Institution. Freesky Young Lord owned Emperor Mansion. Because of this, the three classrooms rarely fought against each other. Each leader would often back off or gave the others some face. Of course, Study Room and Mortal School weren't part of this group. "Is there anyone in our academy that can take down an 8-dao leaf?" one curious student asked. The young king and godchild glanced at each other. Eventually, the former smiled wryly and said, "Maybe none among our student body. But as for the young ones, I personally think Teacher Qianxian and Teacher Qihong have this ability. As for the older teachers, who knows?" Many students nodded in agreement and said, "You're right. Teacher Qianxian and Teacher Qihong are the strongest among the young generation. Their talents are the best too. I heard recently, Study Room got a new teacher named Li Chia, who is very young too. And, as you know, to be a teacher at such a young age means that he should be supremely talented. Maybe he can grab an 8-dao leaf as well." One student from Sacred Institution quietly added. The two scions were not happy to hear this, so their expression darkened. Six Sword had grievances with Li Chia, while Godchild was not happy to see him so close to Mei Suyao. A young teacher is not necessarily strong. The world is unpredictable. Plus, if he's really that strong, he wouldn't be a teacher at Study Room. That place only has a few random nobodies. Look at Teacher Qihong. He's so young, yet he can lecture at Sacred Institution? Now that's a real genius. No one would dare to question his abilities. Someone who is close to Rumination purposely disparaged Li Chia. Well, yeah, no one with a sane mind would want to be a teacher in Study Room. Another chimed in, "That's like being banished to the border." Maybe his performance was bad, so he got delegated to that place. Anyways, Teacher Qihong shouldn't have a problem taking an 8-dao leaf. A student changed the topic. "I heard Virtuous got a 9-dao one back then."
Indeed.
Both the scions were full of reverence after hearing this name. After all, Virtuous was the pride of the human race in this generation. Teacher Qihong and Virtuous were the top students from the same class. Maybe the gap between them is quite small. Another student immediately mentioned, "Even a supreme genius like Virtuous can only do 9-dao? Who else can get 10, or even 11 and 12? One more brought this up. Most teachers and immortal emperors don't have their records written down. However, our academy did have one student capable of grabbing a 10-dao leaf." The knowledgeable godchild pondered and revealed.
Who?
All the students here became interested. Abyssal Lunatic. Rumination slowly uttered the name for emphasis. Lunatic. An 11-totem high god, famous at the same time as my father. The young king nodded. "I have seen records about him. He used to be the most arrogant student at the academy and one of the most talented." Someone else in the crowd said emotionally, "I heard he wasn't convinced that the teachers were better than him and thought no one in this world was qualified to teach him. Yeah, he's a famous high god of our 100 races. The guy was arrogant enough to go and challenge mortal reversion, ancient god, in order to take his position. Alas, no news about anything afterward. People think the ancient god killed him." Another student from a great power said. Everyone was quiet when mortal reversion was brought up. There weren't that many ancient gods around, but this wasn't the only thing. He also had the human monarch bloodline. That's the truly heaven-defying part. Chapter 2024. Mist and vines were everywhere in the garden among the rolling hills that could reach for the sun and moon. Another one was surrounded by the stars, while one more had a great river running around it. These mountain ranges resembled gigantic dragons that were hidden among the mists and fogs. It was more apt to call this place a world instead of a garden, due to its boundless size. This boosted the excitement for many students after entering. Some couldn't help but scream, "All of the treasures are mine." With that, they quickly leaped and disappeared into the mountains, no longer showing restraint. They were ready for the fortunes and treasures hiding among the ranges. "It's really as big," Goldloop commented. "I thought it would just be a tiny garden, not an entire internal world like this." "That's what it is, a miniature world," Lu Jinxing said. "It might not be smaller than the academy. Tea Garden is only its name." "Really?" Goldloop became surprised. "The academy is already big enough. I don't think there are that many sects that can compare with it in arrogance. Now it has another world? Doesn't that mean that the academy owns the biggest land on this continent?" Jinxing replied, "The vastness of the academy is beyond your imagination. Boundless and all-encompassing with immense resources. Rumor has it that this miniature world doesn't belong to the academy in the beginning, but Immortal Emperor Fei moved it here." "How rare. You are actually complimenting the academy." Li Chia laughed after hearing this. Jinxing became slightly awkward and coughed. "Aging might not improve certain things, but you do become less narrow-minded with different perspectives. Such improvements meant that one didn't waste their life." Li Chia only smiled after hearing this. "Hee, everyone says that the tea party will be a great harvest. If one is lucky enough, they will be able to find some natural, heavenly treasures. Some even believed that emperors have hidden some good stuff around here too." Goldloop's eyes glittered with greed as he started to drool just a little bit. It was as if there was a mountain of gold before him. Just idle chats from boring people. Li Chia smiled and said, "The tea party is naturally about drinking tea. Is that what you're here for, teacher?" Goldloop didn't believe it at all. Li Chia gave him the side, "Not just anyone can drink the tea here. They need to be capable enough." Goldloop had no response. "You won't be able to drink the good tea here anyway," Li Chia teased while the group was passing through many mountains. They finally saw a river ahead with mists everywhere and cold air hitting their face. Maybe you're right. I'm too weak to drink anything good here." Goldloop scratched his head and said, "No, what I mean is, I didn't bring you here to drink tea, only for you to suffer some hardship." Li Chia smiled and said. Goldloop proudly slammed his chest and declared, "I carry a great burden, so some suffering is nothing to me. Teacher, just tell me what to do." "Really now?" Li Chia smirked and reached for Goldloop's arm. There was no chance for the guy to resist at all, so he got grabbed instantly. Next, he found his body flying in the air. Splash! The poor guy landed into the surging river ahead. The frigid water created a layer of frost around him, scaring him out of his mind. "Teacher, what's going on?" He couldn't move at all as his body was being encapsulated in ice due to the increasing intensity of the coldness. It wouldn't be long before he turned into an iceman. "It's nothing, your body is tough enough, so keep training hard." Li Chia smiled at the guy. "But I can't move at all, teacher." Even his neck was frozen right now, so he screamed in fear. "Am I going to die?" "That depends on if you can handle it or not. If you can't, then yeah, death." Li Chia brightly responded, "Oh right, forgot to tell you. Your ancestor almost froze to death here too. We'll see if you can do better than him." Goldloop couldn't finish speaking because he was frozen completely now and continued to drift with the current. His eyes were glaring, mouth agape, looking as if he was screaming for help. The kind Yao Ting became worried. Is he going to be fine? Jinxing's expression looked a bit sadistic, who knows? The cold river of Tea Garden is endless. The more downstream, the colder. No one knows where it is going either. Some believed that it would reach the depth of the earth. If one could survive the temperature, they would enter hell and never be able to return. Really? Yao Ting was shocked to hear this. Don't listen to his nonsense. Li Chia shook his head. The river is indeed dangerous, but a descendant of the Wang won't die so easily. His body needs the refinement in this place, so if he can surpass this, he'll earn a lifetime of benefit. But if he can't? Yao Ting asked. Nothing too serious. He'll just have to lay in bed for a year or so. Li Chia chuckled. When Yao Ting calmed down, she realized that Li Chia was helping Goldloop. While the group traveled through the garden, the other students were infiltrating the hills and peaks. However, since it was the academy, they didn't dare to go all out and dig every inch of the land. Among many of these mist-shrouded peaks were all types of trees. In fact, tea trees were all around as well, but the students didn't pay enough attention. Of course, some were more knowledgeable than others. One student from Sacred Institution saw a violet tree and plucked all of the leaves into his pouch. Senior Zhang, why are you taking these leaves? A fellow student didn't understand. Everyone is busy looking for treasures. My juniors want to climb that peak over there in order to dig out some treasure bamboo shoots in that thicket. Do you want to come along? Nah, I just want to pick some leaves. The senior smiled and said, What's special about these leaves?
The student asked.
His senior only smiled and continued forward to find more tea trees. The student eventually came to ask Rumination Godchild. Rumination casually responded, Profound tea, capable of calming the mind and strengthening one's Tao. There are a lot of trees like that here. Senior, do we want to go find them? The student immediately asked. It's not that precious. My sect has several thousand fields. I'll give everyone a bottle later. Rumination showed his generosity. You're too kind. We got so much coming with you already. I filled my basket with these wondrous flowers down at the deep gorge earlier. Another immediately flattered. Many would naturally want to follow Rumination because it was quite beneficial, not to mention how generous the guy was. In fact, this also applied to Six-Sword Young King and the students from Hunter Halls. He took them up a peak that was filled with precious stone honey. Everyone was quite excited after getting so much in Tea Garden. This place is special indeed. The quiet Mei Suyao finally spoke. It is a place of the Grand Tao. One can master the myriad laws and harmonize the Tao heart here for better comprehension. While others were busy looking for treasures, she was carefully feeling this land. That's Tea Garden for you. Only ordinary people would want to find treasures. We're at a tea garden, right? People should be carefully appreciating the tea. Chapter 2025. Back to the other group on the topic of mortal reversion, ancient god, the young king smiled and said, Since we're here, let's try for some grand Tao tea at least so the trip won't be wasted. Godchild, I'll have the temerity to go first. Please excuse me. The young king smiled towards Rumination. There was no point in holding back due to the high quantity of the leaves here. One just needed to be capable enough to grab them. I'll cheer for you, young king. Rumination smiled and said. The young king stepped out and instantly reached the middle of the mountain.
Boom.
The Tao path appeared again, and no one could avoid it. He was instantly swept in this majestic Tao with ocean-like runes. Open. The young king roared and reached forward to grab a rune. Pop. He was instantly pushed back. What you got? The students here surrounded him and asked. Just a few. The young king opened his palm, revealing 5 little leaves with 4 strands of Tao laws floating around each. Incredible, 4 Tao leaves. Godchild couldn't help but praise after seeing this. It's nothing. I'm sure you will easily surpass me. Six-Sword shook his head and smiled before putting away the leaves. Even someone like him found these leaves very precious. You're quite amazing already. Definitely better than geniuses from our Emperor Mansion. A student from this classroom was convinced by his talents. My turn to embarrass myself. Godchild smiled and also went to the ridge. Boom. The same thing happened with the Grand Tao engulfing him inside. Pop. He was repelled back a while later. How many you got? The excited students crowded around him. Given his talents, he was definitely capable of grabbing some. It was only a question of quantity and quality. I'm ashamed. 2 less than young king. Godchild opened his palm, revealing 3 leaves with 5 Tao laws floating around them. You're too humble. You have 5 Tao leaves while mine are only 4 Tao. This is a gap beyond number. You are 1 step above me this time. The young king coolly admitted his defeat. Due to their good relationship, they already knew how strong the other was. In terms of raw power, Xueqi was naturally the strongest with 6 sword in the last place. I'm only lucky, didn't beat you at all. Rumination put away his leaves and smiled. Brothers, you two are having some fun competing today. A forthright voice came about. A person came from the horizon with red clouds as his companions. He wore a great robe that could shoulder the heaven and earth, or create the myriad laws. Each gesture of his could devour the sun and moon. An oppressive divinity exuded from his body, with awe-inspiring laws of a high god. Brother Xueqi, Rumination and 6 sword rushed out happily to see this man. The students also respectfully greeted, "Congratulations, young lord, for finishing your isolated cultivation." They were more respectful towards him compared to the other 2 scions. Even the ones from Emperor Mansion felt the same way. Against Rumination or 6 sword, these students from Emperor Mansion still thought they had a chance of winning. However, before Sky High, they didn't have this idea at all and knew just how inferior they were. "Brothers, how are you doing?" The person smiled and asked Rumination and 6 sword. "I didn't think Brother Xueqi would leave your training so early, congratulations." Rumination smiled. 6 sword added, "I haven't been eating well in the last couple of days without your lessons, Brother Xueqi." This was the leader of the scions, Wang Xuanji, and also the successor of his sect with 5 monarchs. His talents were frightening, allowing him to be a 1-totem high god despite being so young. Because of this, he was highly regarded by Gu Qiheng. Sometimes he could even take over for Qiheng and lecture for the students from 100 halls. The guy didn't let down Qiheng since his lectures were actually quite profound. Who was Qiheng? He was not only a teacher at the academy but also on the same level as Virtuous. The 2 of them were once the most gifted students in this place. People used to call him Young Monarch. Unfortunately, he chose the path of the gods and obtained 6 totems. Due to his age, others believed that he had the biggest chance of becoming an ancient god in this generation. As a student, Xueqi already had 1 totem. This was indeed a peerless achievement, so no wonder why the others were so impressed by him. "Brother, you got here just in time to show us your skills and broaden our horizon." Rumination smiled and said, "Yeah, young lord, please show us how to do it right. You'll probably be able to get a 10 Tao leaf." A sycophant added. It was only a matter of time before he became the new sect master, so it was very beneficial to have a good relationship with him. "You guys are killing me." Xueqi shook his head and said, "I'm just another ordinary man. Even if I go all out, 8 Tao should be my limit." "You can't put it like that. Just 8 Tao is already shocking enough, something we'll never be able to reach in our lifetime." Another student smiled. "You're considered the most gifted among all of us, so if you can only get 8, no one else can surpass you." Rumination said, "Come on now, brother, show us how it's done already." 6 sword smiled. Xueqi laughed loudly and said, "If that's the case, then I'll just have to embarrass myself then. Please don't laugh." With that, he walked towards the ridge and activated the Grand Tao there again. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't escape this type of momentum belonging to the world, so he was drowned within the runes. Pop. He was pushed back by the Tao. "How many did you get?" The students surrounded him. "I've let everyone down. Only barely got 4 leaves." Xueqi opened his palm to show everyone 4 young leaves, much more resplendent compared to the ones chosen by Rumination and 6 sword. Each had 8 Tao laws floated around it. 8 Tao, that's why we all look up at you. Well done, well done." All the students sighed in admiration. 6 sword young king was already amazing with 4 Tao. The best in this generation, Virtuous, only got 9 Tao, and the legend of the most arrogant student in the academy, Nether Lunatic, got 10. Thus, Xueqi's performance was very impressive and much better than everyone else here. I don't think any of the younger teachers could match you either, let alone a student. We're not talking about the older ones. Maybe Teacher Qiheng and Teacher Qianqian are on the same level as you. Someone loudly stated. Yes, I don't think that violent teacher from study room is a match for you either. Another one praised. After hearing this name, Xueqi's eyes turned cold. Everyone knew that Yi Miaoxue was a regional princess of Sky High Sect and was pampered there. He also adored her, yet Li Qie made her bedridden for a long time. There was no way he could let this go. Six Sword and Rumination might be wary of a teacher, but not him, the successor of Xueqi. His status was enough to do so, but even when putting that aside, he was very influential at the academy. Many of the older teachers liked him, and some have proposed for him to stay and teach at the academy for several years after graduating. All of this combined to make him very confident even when going against a teacher like Li Qie. That teacher is very famous right now. Six Sword purposely stuck on this topic. He hated Li Qie enough to try and stir the young lord into fighting Li Qie. Chapter 2026. Violent Teacher. Xueqi scowled and said, resorting to violence makes him unqualified as a teacher. Brother, be careful, he's still a teacher. Rumination hurriedly reminded. The young lord's eyes turned sharp with an oppressive and awe-inspiring aura. He uttered, so what if he's a teacher? A teacher still can't do whatever they want at the academy. If necessary, I'll report this to Teacher Qiheng and the older teachers. How can we allow someone to ruin the atmosphere of the academy? That's a good idea. Six Sword praised. Everyone knew that the young lord had connections with the teachers, especially Qiheng. With Qiheng as his backer, he had advantages unavailable to the other students. Rumination also thought about complaining, but his influence wasn't enough. The ancestors from his sect couldn't actually reprimand a teacher from the academy. In order to have a successful complaint, perhaps their immortal monarch would need to come out. However, a successor like him wasn't necessarily enough to beseech a monarch. So now, they could see a new path after hearing Xueqi because young monarch Qiheng had a pivotal position at the academy. That Li guy is too arrogant, immediately beating Princess Yi after a minor quibble. We need to teach him a lesson. Rumination continued his egging. As long as the three of them were on the same side, they would have enough clout to make things happen at the academy. I also want to meet him, Xueqi said coldly. Oh, is someone talking about me? A lazy voice suddenly came about. Everyone looked and saw Li Qie slowly walking closer with Mei Suyao and Lu Jinxing next to him. His steps were natural and slow, yet each move had an indescribable rhythm. Teacher. One student shouted, but didn't dare to use his nickname. No one wanted to follow Yi Miaoshua's footsteps. Rumination and Six Swords' expression changed. They couldn't actually do anything to Li Qie for now, but if there was an opportunity, they would certainly have revenge. Li Qie glanced at the students and said, everyone is hanging out here? I think I heard my name earlier. Are you guys planning on how to beat me up? Perfect, I've been itching recently, so I welcome some challengers. The students had nothing to say. This was the first time they have met such an immoral teacher. This guy was something else completely. Six Sword and Rumination only snorted, but didn't dare to do anything. Feel free to speak what's on your mind instead of chattering behind my back. I'm someone who is very reasonable and willing to listen to everyone's idea. Li Qie didn't bother to scold the youth for their attitude. The students glanced at each other, and no one wanted to anger him. They turned towards Xueqi. He was the only one who could afford to do so. Before the anticipating gazes, Xueqi had to step up since he had no other choices, due to his comments previously. He said, we respect the teachers at the academy from the depth of our heart due to their effort and abilities. However, a few aren't worthy of our respect and not qualified to be our teachers. The implication was clear, referring to the mulberry while cursing at the locust. I must be one of those teachers then. Li Qie didn't mind at all. I don't desire respect either, plus, you're not qualified to be my student. You? Xueqi's face turned red. Normally, a teacher wouldn't stoop so low to arguing with a student, so they would ignore these sarcastic comments. However, Li Chia directly admitted it and even struck back with a slap. The guy had no semblance of a proper teacher at all. "You're Free Sky young lord, right?" Li Chia looked at him and said, "If you want to challenge me, step up and declare it loudly. No need to beat around the bush. As a man, fight if you want to fight. Resorting to scheming is not the proper path. Directly taking down your enemies. That's how it should be." Free Sky took a deep breath and put on a serious expression. "Stop lecturing me with grand principles. You need to be a good role model first before telling me what to do." Li Chia chuckled and nodded seriously back. "Like I said earlier, you're not worthy of my instruction." Free Sky's eyes turned cold. "Teacher, I'm someone who is respectful to those above me, but if provocation is what you wish, I, Wang Xuanji, will entertain you." The young lord was bold enough to challenge Li Chia right here and now. Other students were afraid of teachers, but he had enough backing here at the academy to do so. "All right, how many moves do you think you will last against me?" Li Chia was still carefree as ever. Free Sky was taken aback since he didn't expect the guy to agree so easily. He thought Li Chia would avoid an improper duel unbefitting of his station for a while, so that he could attack with words instead. But now the guy had agreed. Normally, a teacher had a professional bearing with great magnanimity, not stooping lower to deal with students. Li Chia didn't follow these principles at all, and it caught him off guard completely. "There are many ways to duel, not just fighting." Six Sword quietly reminded Free Sky. After all, a teacher at the academy was surely powerful. A one-totem high god like Free Sky didn't necessarily have the advantage at all. Fighting or anything else is fine. Free Sky didn't give a damn. As the successor of his great sect, he was confident in challenging a two-totem or a three-totem high god despite having only one. He still had powerful weapons and supreme merit laws. "Let's go with a non-violent challenge." Rumination's eyes flashed with an idea. Cultivation is predicated on one's talents. The Grand Outi is ahead of us, and everyone knows that this is an aptitude test.
Why not compete on that then?
Yes, that's right. Six Sword agreed as well. "Teacher, you're the most excellent in our academy with no equals in the world. I'm sure that with your talents, plucking down these leaves is no big deal." True. Rumination felt the same way and immediately understood his good friend's idea. "You're a teacher at such a young age. I'm sure even young Monarch and Virtuous are no match for you. Take some of these leaves and teach Brother Free Sky a lesson." The two of them were praising Li Chia to no end, but in reality, they were laying a trap for him. Free Sky understood this as well. Earlier, he was too arrogant and wanted to go all out and kill Li Chia. But the truth was that there were many ways to kill Li Chia. There was no need for him to take such a risky path. "Please excuse my rudeness earlier." Free Sky finally joined in and bowed politely towards Li Chia. "We just need a friendly competition at the academy. No need to involve the blades." "Teacher, how about we compete with these tea leaves?" "I'm quite incapable and only barely got a few 8 Dao leaves. I think, with your talents and power, taking down 30 to 50 10 Dao leaves should be no problem. As long as you do that, I will immediately worship you and admit my inferiority. You will certainly be capable of doing so, because these leaves are nothing before your prowess. We all very lucky today to be witnesses of your supreme method." These three were indeed good friends. Earlier, Rumination and Six Sword were laying a trap for Li Chia. Now Free Sky was digging a pit as well. All three wanted to bury Li Chia in this place. Chapter 2027. The students present exchanged glances at each other. These three were trying to trap Li Chia without leaving him any room to back off. Keep in mind that it was easier said than done to take some 10 Dao leaves. Virtuous was talented, right? He could be considered one of the most brilliant geniuses in this generation, but only managed to grab some 9 Dao leaves. Only one person in the annals of the academy was able to get 10 Dao leaves, Nether Lunatic. One of the most gifted and certainly the most arrogant student could only get the ones with 10 Dao. Meanwhile, Li Qia was an unknown teacher. Just reaching this level was hard enough, let alone grabbing 30 to 50 leaves. It was simply impossible with no chance of victory for Li Qia. A student from Emperor Mansion began. Come on, teacher. Open our eyes and show us your invincible style. Sinister intent hid behind the kind flattery. They wanted to push Li Qia into the fire. Since when did the academy produce only idiots? Li Qia glanced at the group and shook his head. Back during the generation of mortal reversion ancient gods group, they would instantly fight first, then talk later for any disagreements. The students back then were experienced on the battlefield, but now just a couple of brats clever in trivial matters. 10 Dao leaves are completely pointless. Too easy. Li Qia lacked interest in the bet. You're stopping just like that, teacher? Free Sky wouldn't let this go so easily. He sneered and said, It shouldn't be hard for you at all. Please do it. Everyone is waiting to watch. We'll be completely convinced once you do it. Li Qia shook his head again. The bet is too small. Not interesting. Teacher, you said you were up for it earlier. Don't tell me you no longer dare? Rumination seized the opportunity to insult Li Qia. Teacher, if you won't do it, then you owe me an apology since you said you were accepting challenges earlier. Free Sky snorted. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. There was no point in giving the guy any face right now. Only 10 Dao? No need for teacher, even an old man like me can do it. Jinsheng had enough of these gloating youths, so he sneered. If Jinsheng had the same temperament as back then, he would have erupted. Of course, he was able to control his emotions much better now. Nevertheless, he got enough of this charade, so he stepped up for Li Qia. Jinsheng, you're unwell right now, and need to recuperate. No need for that, Suyao can easily do it. Li Qia waved his sleeve and said. Suyao smiled back. Young noble, I would do it for you even if it wasn't for the bet since you said you wanted to drink tea before. However, 10 Dao leaves are too impure. You probably won't like it. Only 12 Dao leaves will suit your taste. Li Qia said, That's fine. A bunch of fools thinks that 10 Dao leaves are unreachable, but tea made from them is only meant to wash my hands. Drinking that is too embarrassing. Such a domineering statement left the youths shocked since it was a slap to their face. In their mind, it was amazing that they could grab the precious 4 Dao and 5 Dao leaves. But now he even said that 10 Dao leaves were worthless. It was akin to laughing straight at their face. Such a big tone. Save it until you can grab some first. Free Sky couldn't handle it either and uttered coldly with a sneer. Teacher, then please go and grab a few 12 Dao leaves here then. The young king burst out in laughter. That's right, if 10 Dao leaves aren't good enough for you, teacher, then grab the 12 Dao ones. Show us how it's done. Rumination jumped in. The students here knew that according to the writings, no students have ever been able to grab these 12 Dao leaves. Perhaps some teachers have done so, but this was never recorded. Thus, the best record belonged to Nether Lunatic at 10 Dao. Everyone felt that this was impossible. Though they didn't know how talented Nether Lunatic was since he was from an older era, Virtuous was the best reference right now. He was one of the most talented, but could only grab the 9 Dao ones. Thus, they didn't believe Li Qia could reach the 12 Dao leaves. All eyes were on him, waiting for him to make a fool out of himself. Is it really impossible? They started whispering among themselves. At least in the records, no one has done it before.
I don't think this will change.
Someone answered. These students felt that Li Qia has overplayed his boasting card. Li Qia simply smiled and said, Very well, I shall show you frogs how high the sky really is. Don't think that just because it is impossible for you, that it is impossible for everyone else. Behold, the only and only Lord of all Grand Dao. Li Qia smiled and headed for the ridge.
Boom.
The ocean-like Dao and its runes drowned everything again. In this split second, Li Qia's eyes became resplendent as if wanting to break through the temporal limit. Just a minor Dao. He spread his palm and reigned over everything before closing once more. Whoosh! The entire Dao path and its runes were instantly within his grasp. Everyone felt that it was no longer a grand Tao, but more of a silk string now. This Tao was virtually eternal, but it seemed insignificant in his palm. Vast its power might be, now it was only something helpless fluttering in the wind. Li Qie went on and stood below the tea tree while casually looking at it. No way! The youths were aghast and took one step back in astonishment. No one has ever been able to cross through this grand Tao before. Now, he was not only doing that, but he had also taken in this particular grand Tao. How is this happening? The students stood there silly looking at him. In their mind, just taking some leaves while being inside this grand Tao was amazing enough. But now, he was standing before the tree, which meant he could take whichever leaf he wanted. Too many fools in this world. How can they understand the mysteries? Li Qie flatly stated. I guess this tea is ultimately not that bad. He casually grabbed the 12 Tao leaves from the top of the tree. The laws were especially golden and resplendent around these leaves. People couldn't help wanting to take a bite. He left behind a small quantity before chuckling. All right, fine, I'll be nice and leave a bit for the old geezers so they can't complain. The crowd was still petrified. Some salivated while looking at the tea leaves and their brilliant glow. Chapter 2028. While grabbing a handful of these 12 Tao leaves, it was akin to holding the runes of the Tao within one's palm, a magical sensation. More and more students salivated and gulped. Not to mention a handful like that, just one leaf was more than enough for them. A 5 Tao leaf could bring one back from near death or save them from qi deviation. Just how amazing would a 12 Tao leaf be then? The students could imagine that these leaves could empower their grand Tao and give it an affinity from the origin. It wouldn't necessarily boost one's cultivation directly, but it could certainly chase away the clouds so others could see the true profundity. Quite an amazing harvest. For an example, someone tried hard to understand an imperial law. With the help of this leaf, their mind would suddenly become much better, blessed with greater comprehension. In just one night, they could understand the profundity of this law. Thus, one could see the leaves' preciousness, and Li Qie had a whole bunch right now. He looked at the leaves and smiled. Good tea requires a good pot, good water, and good wood. Oh, right, the academy should have all of this. Right you are, young noble. A crisp and transcending voice came about. A girl was standing among the clouds with incomparable beauty. Teacher Qianxian. The students were surprised. She was the embodiment of infatuation and admiration due to having both looks and skills. Even a great genius like Xueqi young lord felt his mind wavering. She was definitely the prettiest teacher in the academy. In terms of background, even Xueqi was not a match for her. She was also unfathomable and no one knew how strong she was. Brew a pot. Li Qie smiled and said, I'll go grab them from the academy. Qianxian smiled and flashed into disappearance. She left quickly and returned just as fast. Come in now. Li Qie released the grand Tao in his palm. It became a bridge spanning from the ridge all the way to the group. Mei Suyao, Qianxian, and Jinsheng started walking on it towards the tree. Qianxian placed a bunch of things down, a jade table with chairs before starting a fire. She became quite busy right away. Jinsheng and Suyao were helping, so it didn't take long until everything was settled. Li Qie, on the other hand, didn't show any reservation and just sat down in the center seat. The old geezers from the academy, like drinking good tea. He looked at the items and said, Deep Star wood is amazing for tea brewing, especially in combination with this immortal bronze cauldron. Only top tea leaves are worthy of being brewed in these things. And this celestial violet immortal tea set. Qianxian smiled. Grandpa Mo heard that you wanted to drink, so he especially gave up his favorite. Normally, he can't bear to use them, only for rare occasions with the Grand Tao tea. The students who were listening shuddered after hearing this. Grandpa Mo was the longest tenured teacher at the academy and had taught gods and emperors before. Few saw him on a day-to-day basis. I'll handle the tough works. You two ladies just need to brew. Jinsheng pulled up his sleeves and took out an axe to chop the deep star wood. A while later, Qianxian and Suyao prepared the cauldron and lit up the fire to brew the tea. At the same time, Li Qia leaned back on his chair with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. The wood was being chopped into thin slices in accordance with the starry lines on them. This was a master at work. Meanwhile, Qianxian was controlling the cauldron while Suyao was in charge of the fire. The two of them acted quite natural and leisure, not offended by the menial work. People didn't pay much attention to Jinsheng since the two girls were present. They became quite envious. One was the prettiest teacher, while the other the prettiest student. Both were brewing tea for Li Qia. However, the true masters would be watching Jinsheng instead. Alas, there weren't that many of them in the world. The ones that could see through the old man would be astounded that such a powerful high god was chopping wood for Li Qia. Jinsheng didn't complain or feel bad about doing this either. This would make these masters even more astonished. The wood was now being burned in the cauldron and exuded starry glimmers. It was as if stars have fallen from the sky into this cauldron. The cauldron emitted a bronze luster with metallic specks of dust falling down. They issued a very pleasant noise as they fluttered with the wind. Inside the cauldron was an amazing type of water. As the temperature went up, the water jumped and flowed as if it had life. Steam billowed, and one could faintly see a wondrous world within. Spirit celestial water from the celestial well of the academy. Jinsheng, who was still chopping, commented with a tinge of emotion. The students salivated again. Though they have never seen this water, they have certainly heard of it. It was well known that the academy had an old well. The water within was the finest, capable of calming the mind and expelling evil on top of purifying the myriad Tao. Unfortunately, not just anyone was qualified to see this well. The students didn't have the privilege to enjoy this water. But now this group was using it to brew tea? It was an immensely wasteful matter. Such a lavish act truly made others grind their teeth in anger. A while later, the tea fragrance permeated the air like a dragon and phoenix issuing their cries. The teapot was also the best of the best. It exuded flashing violet lights coming from the upper firmaments, as if it belonged to an immortal. Not to mention the 12 Tao leaves, every item here were the finest. Just seeing the visual phenomena made this very apparent even to the unaware. Just a quick sniff of this fragrance made others think that they were inside a land of immortals. It lingered at the tip of the nose like a comforting dream. It filled up one's grand Tao and gave the feeling of ascension. The students forgot about keeping up with appearance, leaving their mouth wide open with drool coming out. Qianxian personally poured a cup and handed it to Li Qia. Young noble, you have surely drunk amazing teas before. I'm still adept at brewing, so please don't laugh. Li Qia took a sip and said with a smile, true, it can be improved. This rendered the crowd speechless. To be served by Qianxian was the blessing of 3 lifetimes. But now, he gave such a mediocre review? That's just too much to take. He finished the cup and concluded, it's not bad but far from being the best in this world. Everyone have a sip. The other 3 had their own cup. Qianxian said, it is thanks to you that I'll be able to taste a 12 Tao tea. This is a kind of fortune. Jinsheng respectfully bowed towards Li Qia. Thank you for the tea, young noble. Contrary to the other 2, Mei Xiao was very nonchalant because she has been with him for a long time now. Chapter 2029. Tea. Not long after Mei Xiao and Qianxian finished their tea, they suddenly lit up and resonated with the source of the Grand Tao. Numerous runes floated around them, turning them different than before. Complexity became simple. All the Grand Tao looked so understandable in their mind now. Furthermore, they already had unparalleled talents, so the mysteries of the Tao manifested fully on them. They quickly sat down in the meditative pose in order to comprehend this rare opportunity further. Not just anyone could drink a 12 Tao tea, especially when sitting beneath the tree. Under such circumstances, Tao comprehension became much easier. The questions normally looming in their mind suddenly became solvable. Jinsheng was also glowing in the same manner, albeit on a lesser intensity and fanfare. Nevertheless, he still went into meditation. The one experienced the least change was Li Qia. His reaction was an ephemeral flash of light. Everyone could see that the effect varied on the individuals. Li Qia and Lu Jinsheng were affected much less compared to Mei Suyao and Yu Qianxian. The two girls were well known for their talents. Thus, people assumed that the two men weren't able to use the tea to its fullest potential for Dao searching. Alas, they didn't know that it was because Li Qia's understanding of the Grand Dao far exceeded the other three. As for Jinsheng, he was too strong compared to the other two. Even Qianxian wasn't close to him right now, let alone Mei Suyao. The two girls lacked a deep understanding versus Li Qia and lacked time versus Jinsheng. This was the reason why the tea affected and granted them great benefits compared to the other two. What a waste, like a cow chewing on peony. Rumination snorted after seeing Li Qia's lack of reaction. Of course, it was a bitter statement since he had the chance to drink this level of tea before. Yeah, a student from Sacred Institution said, no effect after drinking it. At this time, Free Sky Young Lord scowled and turned to leave. Who said they were going to bow earlier? Li Qia opened his eyes and lazily said, stopping the young lord in his track. Freesky's expression turned worse after hearing this. He indeed made this bet previously. In the beginning, no one could imagine that grabbing 12 Dao leaves was possible, but Li Qia had done it. Thus, the young lord couldn't exactly renege on a bet because it would ruin his reputation. Li Qia calmly said, get down on your knees. A man can handle losing and carry out their end of the bargain. Very well, I've lost this time. Free Sky took a deep breath and got on the ground. He indeed bowed down towards Li Qia. Despite unwillingness and even anger, he was still an imperial successor and needed to keep his words while handling losing gracefully. Because of this, he actually earned some points from his peers in Emperor Mansion. They felt that he was a true man who can handle great responsibility. Li Qia nodded and waved his hand. You didn't put shame to your sect. Good. Leave now, come and challenge me whenever you want. Free Sky scowled and left right away, without replying. He had lost utterly in this match. Nevertheless, his pride remained with a firm belief that he would be able to even the score eventually. Anyone else would be frightened by Li Qia's aura for life, but not him. This only fueled his determination. Six Sword and Rumination also left along with Free Sky. The other students saw this and felt that losing more saliva in this place was meaningless, so they dispersed as well. It didn't take long before only Li Qia's group was left beneath the Grand Dao Tea Tree. Alas, the wait was longer for Mei Suyao and Qianxue to lose their radiance. The effect was apparent. Their eyes were bright as if they were eyes of the Dao, capable of seeing through the mists and fogs of cultivation. Thank you, young noble. I've gained plenty today, so I wish to leave for isolated cultivation. Yu Qianxian stood up and cupped her fist. Go. Li Qia said, archaic repository has plenty of immortal tea. This is only engraving flowers on fine silk. This chance is rare enough for me to treasure. Qianxian revealed an alluring smile. So many would lose sleep over this. The geezers from the repository are quite keen. Li Qia smiled. In the current generation, you might not be the strongest or the most talented, but a jewel you are. They have picked the right person. Thank you, young noble. She said humbly with respect before leaving in a cool manner by disappearing into the clouds like an immortal. Young noble, I want to leave as well. Suyao spoke. Her immortal bone allowed her to have great comprehension already. After drinking this tea, she felt her Dao heart shining and could sense the mysteries in the entire garden. Each step could let her gaze into the very origin of this place and its grand Dao. Li Qia smiled. The tea garden is magical and profound, but it's not the best location. Go back to the academy, you'll find even more things that compared to the academy, this garden is only a minor world. This is the reason why that other girl is leaving so fast. I'll be going then. Mei Suyao happily bowed after being reminded by him. Li Qia then glanced at Lu Jinsheng and said, Few could see through the mystical grand Tao despite everyone trying so hard. That's why geniuses are so arrogant and prideful. Success comes too easy for them. You're right, teacher. Jinxing nodded and said softly, I'm also a fool, not understanding this logic until 10,000 years later. If you're a fool, it would be virtually impossible to find a smart person. You're too kind, teacher. Jinxing coughed in response. Miss Qianxian and Miss Xiao are at the apex right now. Their talents aren't something I can compare to. Li Chia smiled. In terms of talents, they aren't necessarily better than you during your youth. However, they were born in this generation and have met the right people, allowing them to see the vastness of the world. Ignorance can be bliss. Before standing at the apex, it is impossible to know the boundlessness of the world. Jinxing sighed emotionally. I'm sure those two will go much further than me. Li Chia said, it's not like you don't have the chance.
Perhaps you can still reach the apex.
Jinxing smiled wryly. I would have this confidence if it was 10,000 years earlier, but now my old bones won't be able to handle the arduous path. My Tao, I'm afraid, will be stopping here. After meeting the apex, one would realize how far away they were from it. Taking 1 or 2 steps upward wasn't enough to make up for this gap. It's a shame that I didn't meet you sooner, teacher. He slightly became emotional after saying this. Li Chia laughed and disputed the last statement, not necessarily. If you had met me during your youth, I might have killed you already. Chapter 2030. Jinxing had to admit, maybe you're right. My ugly temperament back then isn't better than Free Sky Young Lord's group at all. He didn't give a damn about anyone when he was younger. This was simply the truth. If he were to meet Li Chia back then, he would be the first one to provoke Li Chia, eventually becoming another dead victim. Now, he was older and had more experiences. After meeting true invincibility, he realized that the gap was too great and unreachable. Because of this, he was much more reasonable when meeting Li Chia for the first time and didn't mind the overall attitude and tone. Of course, he was aware that this change had saved him, or he wouldn't be standing here right now after acting rudely during their first meeting. There was nothing to be ashamed of in his current achievements. He had no fear of certain high gods, or even a few emperors. To be frank, the lower-level emperors couldn't get into his eyes. Li Chia, on the other hand, was worthy of respect. At this guy's level, cultivation no longer mattered as much. Despite lacking the strength to truss a chicken, Li Chia had countless methods to destroy him. It's fine to be arrogant and prideful, as long as blindness isn't a companion. Everyone is prideful to some extent. Li Chia smiled. Jinxing wistfully said while slightly missing his old days. I do miss those old years of running wild, but because of that, I've missed out on many things. If he showed more humility back then, he could have become an ancient god. Unfortunately, he had wasted his best years. Li Chia only smiled after hearing this.
Boom.
Suddenly, loud explosions detonated in the horizon, causing the world to shake. Next, a murderous glint shot to the sky before disappearing. Li Chia looked over and chuckled. These geezers are more interesting now, letting the young teachers try it out. The murder pagoda is still there after so long. It's because the ancestors of the academy want to keep it around. Jinxing said, the pagoda is no big deal to the academy, but they want to keep it as a warning for themselves and the future descendants. Makes sense. Let's go take a look then. Li Chia stood up. Jinxing's expression became slightly awkward.
What?
This pagoda can't scare you. Li Chia smiled. Of course not. I'll just follow you then, teacher. Jinxing coughed dryly. Li Chia started flying and Jinxing sighed but still gave chase. The students who have entered the tea garden naturally heard of Murder Pagoda. The confident ones would naturally come for a look. This pagoda hovered among the clouds with murderous ocean-like auras layering on top of each other to create 7 levels. Because of this, when gazing from the distant, one would see 7 oceans of murderous auras. At the bottom of the pagoda was one of the tallest peaks in the garden. The pagoda served to suppress this mountain and the grand vein beneath. The presence of the fair-sized pagoda made this place uncrossable. These ferocious energies kept on billowing out to form the current visual phenomenon. Of course, there was a story to this pagoda. The main character was the genius student, Nether Lunatic. This talented student was held in high regards by the teacher, but because of this, he became arrogant and didn't even care for the teachers. During a particular tea party, he had a fight with a teacher and decided to challenge him. Remember, students would not recklessly do so because most teachers were at the high god level, at the very least. One had to admit that Lunatic was quite amazing and could back it up. He defeated 5 teachers in a row, so his momentum was unstoppable then. This matter eventually attracted the attention of the ancestors. One ancestor came out and defeated Lunatic. Lunatic was completely unconvinced by this defeat, so he left his most powerful treasure to suppress this area. He declared that one day he would come back and take it on top of defeating all the ancestors at the academy. This treasure was naturally the pagoda towering before them. Strange enough, the academy was definitely capable of taking the pagoda out of this place, but it simply left the treasure here. Keep in mind that for a sect, having their experts defeated and a grand vein suppressed was very humiliating. Any other sects would have taken the pagoda down. The academy chose against it and just let the pagoda continue to do its thing. What's even more interesting was that the academy routinely sent a few young teachers to train at the pagoda. They had to withstand the murderous energies within the 7 layers. Strange enough, Nether Lunatic never returned to take his treasure in the future. Remember that he eventually became an 11-totem high god, quite a powerful being. After reaching this level, he should have returned to the academy to carry out his prideful promise. Alas, he never took one step back to the academy. No outsiders knew why. Nevertheless, the fact that the academy left this pagoda standing was indicative of its magnanimity and open-mindedness, worthy of its reputation. Murder Pagoda, Nether Lunatic is truly something else back then. Students commented with emotions after seeing this treasure. The pagoda was even stronger than before because it had taken control of the Grand Vein, turning spirit energy into murderous energy. After years of accumulations, it had grown to its current level. An amazing treasure indeed. A youth was roaring while walking in the 6th level of the pagoda. In the end, he couldn't withstand the energy anymore and tore apart space in order to leave. He looked quite beaten but still in high spirit. He looked back at the pagoda and said, "No wonder why Nether Lunatic was so arrogant back then. The guy must have been quite powerful." He left coolly after saying this. Teacher Zhou can't finish climbing it either. The students nearby discussed. The pagoda is too strong right now. One teacher believes that in order to cross through all 7 layers, one needed to at least be an 8-totem high god. And to take it away? 10 totems. Someone else smiled and said, "It might not require such a powerful high god." "Young king, you have an idea?" Everyone looked over and saw this person. The guy was 6-sword young king who also came to join in the fun and coincidentally saw the young teachers training with it. His father had told him about the pagoda. It doesn't have to be by force. He was tempted while looking at the treasure. After all, this was indeed a precious treasure that Nether Lunatic loved back then. He simply threw it away to suppress this place during his fit of rage. Chapter 2031. 6-sword's father was also an 11-totem high god, so he had a competitive urge against Nether Lunatic. Most beings on the same level had the itch to do so. Thus, the high god had taken a look at Murder Pagoda before and told his son its mysteries. "How do we do it without force then?" a curious student asked, but the young king simply smiled without responding. Everyone saw this and didn't bring it up again. Of course, they didn't think he was only bragging because they knew who his father was. It wasn't strange for him to know a thing or two about this pagoda. "I wonder if more teachers will come to train here soon," one student said, Teacher Zhou is not bad among the teachers in 100 halls, and he was a genius back then too, yet he still couldn't reach the 7th level. Well, I feel that Teacher Qiheng will be the one to do it if anyone can. A different student replied. I agree. Someone else nodded. Teacher Qianxian might be able to. She hasn't shown her power yet, but I think she won't be weaker than Teacher Qiheng. The majority agreed with these comments. Young monarch Gu Qiheng was certainly one of the strongest among the young teachers. No one doubted Qianxuan's power either, since she was unreadable. Plus, the successor of Archaic Repository couldn't possibly be weak. Furthermore, she was also accepted as a teacher. One more teacher is unfathomable. A student from 100 halls said, Teacher Chia, from study room. Not long ago, he just got some 12 Dao leaves. That's too heaven-defying. Who knows? He might be stronger than Teacher Qiheng and Teacher Qianxian. Don't you see how different she is around him?
Violent teacher, huh?
Everyone referred to him by this nickname, aware of his ferocious tendency. Maybe that tea picking is truly heaven-defying. He could reach the 7th level of this sea then. Another one from 100 hall nodded. Not necessarily. Six Sword snorted and said, picking those grand Dao tea has nothing to do with power, only a combination of many factors, talents, comprehension, and even luck. Maybe someone can be lucky enough to grab those leaves. Qiheng is the current supreme genius right now, with only virtuous on the same level. How could other fameless people be on the same level as him? The students here, especially the ones from 100 halls, immediately shut up. After all, if they wanted to hang around in this classroom, it was best to not offend him due to his influence there. Of course, they knew that Free Sky Young Lord had a close relationship with Gu Qiheng, both as friends or teacher and student, while the three scions were good friends. Thus, Six Sword naturally took Qiheng's side. Right you are, young king. A crafty student from there quickly agreed. Teacher Qiheng is the most amazing genius in our era. Only virtuous can match him. Way back then, he actually defeated Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor several times. He's the only one in the world with this battle record. Gu Qiheng wasn't only known for being a young high god but also due to his battles with the emperor. Rumor has it that before the emperor's ascension and Qiheng's deification, Dao Dragon fought against Qiheng for a total of 6 times and lost the first 5. He finally won on their 6th bout. No one knew the details of these battles outside of the result. In the end, Qiheng chose the path of the gods instead. Right now, Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor had shouldered the wills twice and had 6. Meanwhile, Qiheng became the youngest high god back then and had 6 totems now. The rivalry between the two became the thing that Qiheng was most known for. Teacher Qiheng will certainly become an ancient god, one on the same level as mortal reversion. No one can reach his achievements. Six Sword sneered, not this one other teacher either. As for this pagoda ahead, when Teacher Qiheng comes, he'll be able to reach the 7th level instantly. Even I myself can beat some of the teachers in there. The young king was very confident right now, and wasn't just boasting because his father had studied the pagoda and told him some mysteries. It was impossible for him to enter relying on his own power, but with this knowledge, he believed that he could use certain methods to reach the last layer. He implied that he could be much better than some teachers here, and only stopped short of directly naming Li Chia. Talking about me? A leisure voice came about and interrupted his haughty act. Everyone saw Li Chia strutting closer with Jin Sheng next to him. Teacher. Many students became alarmed, especially those who patted the horse's bottom earlier. They retreated and didn't dare to look straight at him. Six Sword was naturally affected too, not expecting Li Chia to come here. Alas, the words have come out of his mouth, and there was no taking them back. He stood there looking stiff, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Li Chia didn't make it difficult for him outside of giving him a side eye. His focus turned on Murder Pagoda. He came here for a different reason, unlike all the other students and teachers. Jin Sheng had a strange expression after seeing the pagoda. His eyes had a complicated glint, culminating with him gently sighing. If I was the one who left the pagoda here, I would certainly come back to take it. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and chuckled. Why? Jinsheng blurted out. Li Qie said, For me, there must be an end for every beginning. Whether it be to end the feud with the academy or to carry out my promise, or some other reasons, I would still come back. What a shame that Nether Lunatic still hasn't done so. Jinsheng spoke quietly. Perhaps he is repenting for his arrogant days. Everyone has different feelings about their various stages in life. There's nothing embarrassing about repentance. If he is remorseful about it, then all the more reason to come back. Li Qie said, There is a saying, a prodigal son turning back on the right path is worth more than gold. Why did the ancestors of the academy leave the pagoda here? It is more than just a warning, they are waiting for that day. Jinsheng had no response. The students who were listening to their conversation didn't really put any weight on Lu Jinsheng. In their eyes, the students from study room were useless and couldn't be strong at all. Plus, the guy was so old when he got into study room. One could easily imagine how rotten his talents must be. The pagoda got much stronger now. Jinsheng eventually broke the silence. Indeed. Li Qie smiled. The pagoda has an amazing origin. It has been suppressing this grand vein for so long, pretty much had taken roots in it. Not to mention the students, few teachers here could reach the top of the pagoda. As for taking it away, that's relatively difficult. No wonder why Nether Lunatic made the bold declaration back then. It's definitely not a bad treasure. Just driven by youthful arrogance. Jinsheng stated. The academy is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Six Sword, who was standing to the side, jumped in. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. In fact, he wanted to bring up Gu Qiheng because he was unhappy about Li Qie. He wanted to bring up Teacher Qiheng in order to take Li Qie down a notch. Are you talking about yourself? Li Qie looked at him and smiled. The academy is indeed full of dragons and tigers, but I don't know if you are either. Six Sword's expression changed. There was a past conflict between the two of them already, and Li Qie's comment just now insulted him. Chapter 2032. Six Sword. Young King took a deep breath to compose himself before coldly uttering, My cultivation is weak, so I can't take away the pagoda. But I'm confident in going through the 7 levels of murderous oceans. He confidently said, for he had grasped the profundities of the pagoda. Oh, this bravery is commendable. Li Qie nodded. This could almost be considered a praise of sorts. The young king didn't expect this type of response. In the beginning, he thought Li Qie would mock him for saying this. Nevertheless, he continued with his plan and spoke in a serious manner. I do want to try going in the oceans. Will you give me pointers, teacher? The students here were taken apart. Some were scared even. This sounded like a challenge. Challenging a teacher at the academy required great courage. Li Qie was all smiles after hearing this. How amusing. Nether Lunatic challenged the teachers and defeated them back then in this place. Are you challenging me now? The younger generations will surpass us in time. Six Sword was mentally prepared and continued. Teacher, you're the one who loves challenges from the students. This one will overestimate himself and take you on. This challenge was not entirely on a whim. He has been planning on getting revenge after losing face in the previous meetings. Li Qie didn't mind at all. In which discipline? May I be so bold to suggest the murderous ocean? Do you dare to come in there, teacher? Six Sword directly got to the point. To the murderous oceans? Li Qie looked at the pagoda engulfed in flowing energies. Calling it an ocean was quite apartment. He chuckled. Why not? I'm more worried about you asking for trouble and pain by being overconfident. Being looked down by Li Qie made Six Sword's expression darken. A murderous glint appeared in the depth of his eyes. One could say that after finding out Li Qie was a teacher, Six Sword has restrained himself quite a bit, no longer daring to kill the guy. However, a bold thought emerged in his mind just now. If he were to actually kill a teacher here, it would be enough for him to become world famous. His prestige would jump to the next level. All right, since you are looking down on me, I wish to prove you wrong, teacher. With fire in his eyes, Sixth Sword coldly said, I'm going to the 7th layer. Will you follow me? The students were startled to hear this. Earlier, Teacher Zhou couldn't handle doing so, but now, the young wished to try. They didn't look down on him. On the contrary, they thought that he was quite capable, one of the top geniuses among the young generation. It just wasn't possible with his current cultivation. Nevertheless, the more intelligent ones immediately thought about his comment earlier. They knew that his father was a powerful high god, so perhaps Sixth Sword might have grasped the mysteries of the pagoda. They could put one and one together and realized why he was so confident. Next, it was about whether Li Qie would dare to take on the bet or not. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. I'm not looking down on you, but with your current strength, the 7th layer will kill you with one misstep. Leave it up to fate. The young king arched his chest and proudly said, Men need to be bold in life. Teacher, do you dare to do it or not? I, Kong Yelin, am not afraid of death. That's our representative for you. A student couldn't help but praise. All right, what's the actual bet? Li Qie smiled after seeing the confident young king. He uttered coldly while staring intensely at Li Qie. Whoever can go the farthest will be the winner. Of course, the one who dies can only blame themselves for their own lack of skill. But if the loser were to survive, they must bow 9 times to the winner. The young king let caution be gone with the wind since he had made his challenge, and there was nothing else to worry about. Even if he were to lose and couldn't stay at the academy from shame, the rest of the world was still vast enough for him. With his power and his father, he could do whatever he wanted in other places. Moreover, he was confident with his own plans at the 7th layer. He would certainly be able to suppress Li Qie at that point. In his mind, even if Li Qie were to come out alive, the guy would still need to bow down 9 times before everyone. He would lose all face and no longer want to stay at the academy. 9 bows? Don't you think that's too much? Li Qie glanced at the ocean, then shifted back at the young king. Not at all. The young king sneered. Didn't you make Brother Free Sky do it? Plus, you're a teacher. I don't mind bowing down to you if I lose it all. Li Qie chuckled and nodded. That's true. It's no big deal for a student to bow to a teacher. However, teacher, if you lose, you would have to bow 9 times towards me. That's a big gesture. The guy became much more aggressive than before, no longer holding back. He believed he had the home advantage at Murder Pagoda and would do much better compared to Free Sky and Rumination. This was a godsend opportunity that he couldn't afford to waste. The unaware students were startled and looked over at Li Qie. They thought that Sixth Sword had a good chance of victory, or he wouldn't be spewing such confident rhetoric. That's true. Bowing towards a student is very humiliating. Li Qie became serious. His demeanor made others think that he was hesitating. Sixth Sword boldly pushed on. Do you dare to bet or not, teacher? Of course. It's not too late for you to give up now. Just bow once, in that case. He wanted to provoke Li Qie and lead him into the murderous ocean. As long as Li Qie was in there, his plan would be working. Having thought of that, his eyes flashed with bloodthirst. He wanted to push it further by killing the guy, no longer just humiliating him. Everyone knew that in an actual competition, he wouldn't be blamed for Li Qie's death because it would be Li Qie's own fault for being incapable. The academy wouldn't necessarily reprimand him under such circumstances. Jinsheng, should I do it? Li Qie laughed and asked the old man. Jinsheng glanced at the young king and said, Teacher, you are a paragon, a majestic mountain. A little junior can't get into your sight. Jinsheng was actually kindly reminding the young king to back off. After all, he was arrogant just like the guy back during his youth. He understood that provoking Li Qie was a suicidal endeavor. Old man, shut your mouth. The young king shouted at Jinsheng. Jinsheng, looks like he doesn't get your intent. Li Qie clapped and laughed again. Chapter 2033. Jinsheng gave the young king a cold glare, one akin to looking at a corpse. He calmly said, If he doesn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth, teacher, just teach him a lesson. He saw his youthful and arrogant past in these talented kids, so he tried to warn them. Unfortunately, the young king didn't realize this, so he stopped giving a damn. Fine, fine. Li Jie smiled. If someone doesn't know what fear is, then I should really teach him a lesson. Come, I'll entertain you, so people will stop thinking that I'm such a nice guy. Save your words for after the outcome is decided, the young king snorted. I can see the outcome already. Li Jie said, I'll give you a chance to go first, so it won't be considered bullying. Very well. I'll wait on the 7th layer for you then, teacher. The young king smirked before releasing his vitality. The might of a high god emerged as if he was one himself. People were startled to see this particular aura, because he was certainly not one yet. They quickly realized that his father must have blessed him with an augmentation. Clank! Clank! His 6 swords left their sheath and rushed into the sky. They illuminated his body before turning into a defensive formation around him. He looked just like a sword god now with an immense boost of power. Amazing! Those swords are unbeatable. Many students became envious and praised. These 6 swords had quite an origin. His father personally crafted them for his sake. It allowed him to exert his strongest power on top of boosting him to another level. Senior will definitely be able to do it. Someone from 100 Halls cheered quietly. I'll go ahead now and will wait for you in the 7th level. Teacher. The young king looked back and laughed with pride before heading out.
Boom.
The massive wave of murderous energy slammed into this intruder. One could hear buzzing noises of space being eaten away. Such tyrannical energy could melt everything and turn them into its own. This was the reason why the pagoda continued to grow stronger in this place. However, whenever the wave was about to make contact, the young king's shadow grew as he took one gentle step forward just like a dancing crane. Strange enough, he easily evaded it and made it to another part of the ocean.
Boom.
Another wave came along, but he took another quick step and dodged it again before appearing in another spot. Just like that, the waves continued its relentless assaults, but his stepping method was peerless, allowing him to evade these monstrous waves. Moreover, the sword formation was also protecting him, not allowing the remnant energy to graze his body. Because of this, the ocean retaliated by sending waves of increasing size like the end of the world. The young king was a little boat that refused to capsize among the tsunami. There was no doubt that this stepping method was created by his father. This gave him the courage to bet against Li Jie. That's amazing. The spectators were slack-jawed to see this, not expecting for him to use such a magical stepping technique to get through the ocean. The young king is more than meet the eyes. Earlier, teacher Zhou used force to withstand the ocean, and it wasn't easy for him. But the king could dance his way through the waves. Incredible. Another student praised. I think he will win for sure if this continues. Someone from 100 Halls quietly said, while stealing glances at Li Jie. Meanwhile, Li Jie had a smile on the whole time. Not surprised at all. I wonder what Nether Lunatic will feel if he knows his murder pagoda was about to be taken away. Li Jie told Jinsheng. The old man calmly responded, nothing is unsolvable in this world. This pagoda isn't a supreme weapon either, so it makes sense that someone would figure it out eventually. He paused for a bit before continuing. 9-sword high god is not bad at all. He has derived the mysteries of the pagoda, so he created this stepping technique to take it down. He probably wanted it back then but didn't want to offend the academy. 9-sword and Nether Lunatic both had 11 totems in arrogance. The former naturally wanted to compete against the once famous prodigy. Because of this, he researched on the pagoda. After all, 9-sword was still a powerful high god, so he figured out the mysteries of the pagoda and also taught his son this particular stepping technique. Like Jinsheng said, the pagoda was powerful, but it wasn't supreme or anything. It made sense that 9-sword could figure it out. In fact, the ancestors here could easily take it down too, but they left it here on purpose. The 7th layer. A student shouted, he made it. So damn strong and heaven-defying, getting there without being hurt at all. That's better than Teacher Zhou. Sure enough, the young king easily made it to the 7th layer from the 6th. Of course, he wasn't stronger than the previous teacher who tried to come here. It was just that his stepping technique was specifically crafted for the pagoda. Teacher, you coming? The young king was even more confident now after coming here unscathed. His father didn't lie to him. He had really figured out the pagoda back then. He glared at Li Qie in a domineering manner with a touch of disdain. The guy wanted to repeat the legend of Nether Lunatic by defeating a teacher at the academy again. He would be written down in history as well. Looks like you're still quite self-assured. Li Qie smiled and said, Of course not, please come, teacher. The young king's attitude had changed completely, as if he was above everyone else. I have nothing else to do anyway, might as well beat up a kid. Li Qie smiled and entered the murderous ocean. 1st layer, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. He was simply too fast with each step crossing through space. Rumble. The waves started way too late, since the guy had already moved on to the next. He only needed 7 steps to catch up to the young king. This scene astounded the crowd. The young king needed to dance and dodge to make it to the top level, and this was already a miracle of sorts. But now, Li Qie just needed exactly 7 steps? How unbelievable. Chapter 2034. The young king was astonished to see Li Qie's swift pursuit. He scowled and performed the same dance again, this time towards Li Qie. He was fast enough to instantly appear before the guy and roared in order to channel his power to the limit. His agility reached the next height. In the blink of an eye, his shadows appeared everywhere around Li Qie. Rumble. This incited numerous waves to attack Li Qie's position without showing any mercy. Li Qie jumped up and dodged one wave only to see dozens more coming for him. It was as if the ocean was toppling over in order to drown him out. The murderous ocean robbed the light of the sun and moon, causing the crowd to be stunned in an apocalyptic manner. Some students felt their knees buckling down with fear. This was the young king's final stage, wanting to kill Li Qie with the ocean. As long as he was in this place, he could do whatever he wanted since he grasped its profundities. Once Li Qie caught up, he used these steps to incite the murderous energies in this place towards Li Qie's location. If the guy were to be caught in the waves, it didn't matter how powerful he was. After all, few teachers could even make it through the 6th layer, let alone the 7th.
Boom.
The end of the world was coming in the form of tsunamis. Li Qie was completely covered by the murderous water, while the young king had danced away to a deeper and safe location. Everyone gasped after seeing this. Damn. One student shouted and praised his own fortune for deciding not to enter. Lu Jinxing slightly batted his eyes and murmured, Nine-Sword High God has truly understood the pagoda. He could have taken it away back then. Though the young king didn't have a deep understanding like his father and wouldn't be able to take it away, he still exerted a certain level of control over the ocean. This emboldened him for the challenge despite knowing that Li Qie was a powerful teacher at the academy. This was his ace card.
Splash. Splash.
After multiple deafening waves, the ocean finally calmed down. There was no one else in sight outside of the young king. It was as if Li Qie had evaporated from this world. Where's Violent Teacher? The students looked around, trying to find him. Alas, he was nowhere to be found. Is he dead?
Someone said.
No way. He's a teacher. What if the academy decides to investigate? A few became afraid. Killing a teacher was definitely a big deal, with hefty consequences. So, what if there's an investigation? A good friend of the young king snorted. It was a fair duel. He can only blame himself for lacking skills. Sometimes, unexpected things happened during one of these. That's right, everyone saw that it was a fair fight. No one forced him to do it. More students from 100 halls chimed in. He was too arrogant, thinking that he's stronger than all of us just because he's a teacher? Looking down on the students? Another student from 100 halls wanted to flatter the young king and sneered. He was too arrogant, so it's good that the young king taught him a lesson. That's right, even Nether Lunatic defeated the teachers back then. We're students indeed, but don't think that we're weak. We just need time to become stronger than the teachers. A student from Sacred Institution said. Jinxing only smiled and shook his head after hearing these students. Youth was usually accompanied by pride and arrogance, especially the more talented ones. They all thought they were number one and didn't care about anyone else. Alas, after experiencing the storms in the world, they would eventually learn how insignificant they were. Even low-level emperors and high gods weren't that powerful, let alone ordinary masters. The world is unpredictable. Even a warship can capsize in the ocean. The young king assumed Li Jie had been drowned by the ocean, so he was ecstatic inside. Opposing me? No good will come of it, no matter who you may be. A ship can indeed capsize, but not in a dirty puddle like you. Just one stomp of mine, and I will crush you. You're not qualified to be my enemy. A leisure voice interrupted the young king's gloating. Li Jie suddenly appeared behind the young king. No one could see how he got there. It was as if he has been there the entire time. Violet teacher. The crowd was aghast, especially those who badmouthed him earlier. Everyone thought that he was dead, so they didn't hold back. The young king was shocked as well. His first reaction was to run, but unfortunately it was too late. Li Jie's palm covered the sky and reached for him. The young king saw the gigantic palm and cried out, "Activate!" Sword hymns came about as the sword formation wanted to protect him. Naturally, they were useless before the incoming attack. His touch instantly crushed the formation, and he had the king within his grasp. The paled king finally realized the gap between him and Li Jie after being captured alive. It's no big deal wanting to kill me, but don't use little schemes. Li Jie chuckled. Since you wanted to drown me, time for you to taste the murderous energy here. Having said that, he pushed the young king into the ocean. No. The youth screamed in horror as he inched closer to the water. Below the water, buzzing noises came about along with smoke from his body. The murderous energy was corroding him. No. The youth screamed and struggled, causing splashes everywhere, but it was useless. Li Jie let the murderous energy infiltrate the youth's body. His screams and corrosive buzzing emanated across the sky, causing all the spectators to feel dread. The students who badmouthed Li Jie earlier were imagining that they could be next. Their legs trembled, on the verge of pissing in their pants. Buzz. In the beginning, the young king struggled out of his mind, but eventually, he lost the strength to resist. Chapter 2035. Li Jie eventually pulled the youth of the ocean. The poor guy was completely dried up and resembled a 90-year-old mortal with gray hair with only skin left, no longer as dominant as before. It didn't take long before all of his vitality was drained. This was the power of the murderous energy, corroding both his power and body. Li Jie was already going easy on him by protecting his life. Otherwise, the young king would be without a body right now before the monstrous energy. He was on his last breath after being pulled up. In fact, even breathing was a struggle. Li Jie gave him a mean stare and said flatly, "Because you're a student, I'll spare you this time. Don't think you'll be so lucky again." He then threw the young king outside. A few students from 100 halls quickly helped him up. The guy didn't dare to retort back at all since just lifting a finger was difficult. His current situation was already quite optimistic because at the very least it wasn't death. Recuperation was all that needed. He glared at the students here and began, "The academy is fine with students challenging teachers, and I welcome it too. That's right, it has produced many amazing students including high gods and emperors. Some would come to have greater achievements than their teachers. However, men shouldn't gossip and scheme behind one's back. Unhappy about a teacher? Challenge them straight up to a real duel. If you can't do that, then shut the hell up. All of you aren't old women in the shopping district and not random dogs and cats either. You're students of Celestial, the elites of the 100 races. Refrain from acting in a shameful manner. Gods, emperors, tyrants, and monsters can come out of the academy, but not a coward. No one here dared to open their mouth, especially those who have insulted him earlier. Scram, he coldly uttered. This was the word the students wanted to hear the most, so they hastily dispersed. The students from 100 halls also carried 6 sword away. A clear declination in generation. Lichia shook his head and turned his focus back to the pagoda. He spread his palm and reached for it.
Boom.
The pagoda was completely uprooted by Lichia. It wanted to escape, but this was met with futility. In the end, it became a tiny stone pagoda in his palm. He then raised it and cried out, "Recall!" Like a whale, it crazily swallowed all the murderous energy in this ocean without leaving a trace left in a short time. Now, the mountains were green again and full of life once more. He casually threw it at Lu Jinsheng and said, "The pagoda took up too much space here, you take it?" Jinsheng caught it in silence, so Li Jie went on. After making a choice in life, one needs to be more decisive. Good or bad. Doesn't matter, just need to continue on without hesitation. The Grand Tao is long, so your perspective will keep on changing as you reach different stages in life. What's right in your eyes today might be wrong tomorrow, but ultimately, it is only relative to your state of mind. Since you're the judge here, then just accept it. As for losing face or whatever, that's only your pride getting in the way. Old bones like us have lived for countless years. Just smile and realize how ephemeral the past is. Li Jie glanced at the old man and said. Jinsheng shuddered and took a deep breath. He put away Murder Pagoda and bowed towards Li Jie. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I can see much clearer now, so I will be going to see some old friends. Excuse me. Go. Li Jie gently waved his hand. Jinsheng bowed once more before disappearing like a phantom. He had been hiding his strength all along, ever since he got here. Everyone else thought that he was just an old cultivator. Not to mention the young ones like Yi Xinxue, even a few teachers couldn't see through him. Only the stronger ones could tell his true cultivation. Li Jie smiled after seeing this and nonchalantly walked around the tea garden. He didn't really have any main business here. The news of Li Jie crippling Yi Miaoxue and nearly drowning 6 swords spread across the academy to the horror of the students. There were many teachers at the academy, some were quite strict or even violent. However, there was no one like him who crippled 2 excellent students overnight. How tyrannical and merciless he was. His fame became even more sonorous in just one day. People might not know who Li Jie was, but they would recognize the moniker Violent Teacher. After receiving the news, Xueqi Young Lord and Rumination Godchild's expression turned ugly with a tinge of helplessness. They realized that he was much more powerful than their imagination, so dealing with him was exceedingly difficult. Buzz. Amidst the clamor, a mountain inside the academy suddenly lit up.
Boom.
A divine flame soared and blotted out the sky. It illuminated the majestic sceneries at the academy with rambunctious explosions. Every student felt trepidation before the incoming aura. Teacher Qiheng is done with his training. Another news exploded across the academy. He got his 7th totem. Both students and teachers were shaken to hear this. Young monarch Gu Qiheng, a genius teacher at the academy, one of the most gifted in the last generation, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Virtuous. He came from a great clan but was invited to stay as a teacher after his exceptional performance here. Of course, this job wasn't permanent, and he could leave whenever he wanted. He was well known as a young high god across the 13 continents, one of the most promising candidates to become an ancient god in this generation. That's amazing. 7 totems already. It is only a matter of time before he becomes an ancient god. There were numerous fans of his among the student body. Some could even be considered fanatics who truly admired him. Teacher Qiheng is out. Xueqi Young Lord immediately brought Rumination Godchild to see the teacher. Of course, not just any student could see him. Xueqi was viewed in high regard by Qiheng and even lectured in his place at times. Thus, they had a good relationship with each other. Oh? Don't the 3 scions always go together? Why is 6 sword not with you too? Gu Qiheng smiled at the two youths after accepting their greeting. He's injured and can't come in person to greet you. Please forgive him. Free Sky sighed in response.
Ah.
Six Sword might be in 100 halls, but to be wounded by another student? It should be someone from your group then. Qiheng chuckled and said, Teacher, we don't dare to do that. It's another teacher who did it. The guy is so pitiful right now, completely withered. I don't think he'll recover for a long time. Rumination hastily explained. I see. Qiheng was slightly surprised. Looks like he has committed a big offense then, or a teacher wouldn't punish him like that. He didn't make any mistake, teacher. You know, not all teachers are as magnanimous and kind as you. Rumination said with a tinge of emotion. Chapter 2036. Qiheng laughed and said, How interesting. I want to meet this teacher then. How can a teacher like him compare to you, teacher? Free Sky replied, He's a firefly while you're the sun. Otherwise, why would he be sent to study room? Study rooms? Qiheng didn't expect this at all.
Yes.
Rumination continued. Some students thought that he only became a teacher due to connections. Otherwise, why would the academy send him to study room with only 3 students? Plus, they go to 100 halls for lectures anyway. The academy is probably afraid of him misteaching the students. No. Qiheng shook his head and said, You two are looking down on study room too much. Everyone knows that it is a place of idol, but that's just on the surface. It's not that simple, but rather a place of mysteries and grand creations. It's not that easy to stay there. A place of grand creations? The two of them found this unbelievable. All students knew that study room only contained random books and scrolls, so the majority wanted no part of it. Indeed, an amazing place for fortunes. Qiheng nodded and stated. Such as... Free Sky was full of curiosity. Hard to say, even the teachers know very little about it. Only the ancestors that don't come out truly know the mysteries of that place. Qiheng revealed. No wonder why some seniors said that you have read many books and have a wealth of knowledge. Rumination praised. Qiheng smiled in response. However, this teacher Li sounds quite interesting. I want to meet him. The two youths became excited right away and glanced at each other. Free Sky continued. Teacher Li is very close to Teacher Qianxian and maybe some ancestors in the academy. Looks like his backing is very strong, so you should avoid fighting with him lest others misunderstand. Free Sky chose his words very carefully. Due to his close relationship with Qiheng, he knew that Qiheng was interested in Qianxian, so he wanted to egg the guy on. Qiheng was as nonchalant as ever and spoke naturally, myriad paths towards the Tao with waves rising in the world. In order to truly become someone, one must rely on themselves. I have wined and dined with the emperors and talked about the Tao with them, but this is superficial at best. Being friends with everyone or coming from an imperial lineage, that's only a small advantage in the end. The key to success is to make yourself invincible. Spoken in a simple manner, yet the content was anything but. Listeners would be shaken to hear this. Interacting on the same level as the emperors? That was the apex of life. How many people could actually reach this stage? The majority could only look up and bow at the emperors, but Qiheng could stand on the same level as them. Of course, Free Sky and Rumination didn't think that Qiheng was tooting his horn. As a brilliant high god, he was indeed qualified to be associated with the emperors. We juniors are in awe of your accomplishments, teacher. Rumination quickly said. All right, I know what you two are trying to do. Qiheng smiled. I want to see Teacher Li not because of your feud, but a talent like that brighten my eyes and invokes my will to compete. As for your flattery and schemes, go ahead and take it back. Stop believing that you're strong enough to challenge anyone. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. We were wrong. The two quickly bowed happily. We will simply be talking about the Tao and teaching methods, that's it. The two of you are essentially my students, so I will stand up for you this time. As for your previous feud or perception of being bullied before, let it go. Only blame yourselves for being incapable. lose hope of me actually fighting him. We don't dare to. The two of them forced a smile, not daring to say anything else. After all, Qiheng has agreed to go gain some justice for them. This was already too much to ask. You two need to change your mentality. Do not be arrogant all day long and care for the attention of others. The road ahead is not easy. You might not even be able to graduate.
Qiheng said.
Teacher, you mean we can be expelled? Rumination was surprised. Qiheng shook his head, not that, but the academy might be in trouble soon. Impossible. Rumination jumped after hearing this. Xueqi slightly batted his eyes and had to ask, Teacher, so the rumors are real? As the successor of a lineage with 5 monarchs and being a high god himself, Xueqi knew more than rumination. No one can truly tell, Qiheng said, but just be mentally prepared and think about your future. How far you can go will be up to yourself. The two youths glanced at each other. Rumination couldn't understand Qiheng's intent. Teacher, what do you mean? Qiheng smiled again. The emperors will come out, and so will a feast. Whether the two of you are lucky enough or not, that's up to you. Please show us the way. Rumination bowed his head and asked after calming down. Qiheng didn't answer, still with a smile on his face. Li Qie was only strolling through the garden, but suddenly, a golden flash in the distance drew his attention. He smiled and flew to the sky. There was a valley shrouded in mist and fog all year long in the depth of the garden. Students said that this place made others lose their way. Those who try to enter would eventually find themselves back in the entrance. No one knew what was special about this valley, and the teachers never talked about it. Li Qie entered the valley and pointed forward. A click resembling a door unlocking came about. Golden laws appeared inside the mist and wove together to form a Dao gate. Li Qie stepped inside and was teleported away through space for an unknown destination. He finally entered an old house with nothing but an imperial bed. Those who knew what it was made of would be scared out of their mind, since it was carved out of immortal wood, a single and complete piece. Emperors couldn't easily get something like this, let alone ordinary people. On top of the bed were immortal bloodstones. This was a very rare method. Normal emperors in hibernation couldn't enjoy this treatment. Excuse me for my lack of courtesy. A person dressed in an imperial robe got up from the bed. He looked around the age of 80 in mortal years, his hair, still golden, draped over his shoulders. When he sat up, his aura could shake the 13 continents and 9 firmaments. Forget it, just stay there. Li Qie waved his sleeve and sat down on the bed. It would be problematic if a heavenly execution comes. I don't think the heaven cares for my old bones. The old man smiled. Li Qie looked at him and said, You coming into being is quite surprising, not something you do a lot after your father's expedition. Sigh, my old bones can't handle it and are about to break, so I have to stay here, hoping that I can be useful in the future, he said wistfully. Save it for someone else. Your eternal bloodline can keep you jumping forever, as long as the heavenly execution doesn't take you. Li Qie shook his head. The old man smiled wryly. Please, we really can't stand this torture, unlike you, who becomes stronger the longer the fight lasts. I don't think I have the strength to go on an expedition like my father. The body isn't the same anymore. But you're coming out anyway. I thought you would ignore it, Li Qie said. This is still my father and grandfather's hard-earned legacy, my mother's too. I can't watch it collapse even if I don't care for mundane matters. The old man said sentimentally. Chapter 2037. Immortal Emperor Fei should be proud to have a son like you. Li Qie smiled. So many tigers give birth to dogs, but you have never shamed his prestige before. So it turned out that the old man ahead was the son of immortal Emperor Fei and the prettiest diviner in that generation. He was the unknown guardian of the academy. Few were aware that he was still alive. He was the embodiment of nobility with famous parents, and of course his grandfather was Deep South Divine Emperor. One would be hard-pressed to find someone with a more prestigious background. With such a family, he could easily call for winds and rains. So many imperial princes would become bossy and unbridled, not giving a damn about the rest of the world. This wasn't the case for the prince. Diligence and sincerity described him perfectly despite his incredible innate talents. Furthermore, as a half-diviner, he was lucky enough to have one of the 3 great immortal bloods, eternal. All of this gave him an unbelievable advantage. He was certainly destined for greatness. Alas, he had a peerless father and an unbeatable grandfather, so his life paled in comparison. This wasn't to say that he didn't work hard enough or wasn't powerful. In fact, the guy was exceedingly strong and could look down on many emperors. The problem was that his family was too excellent. His father was among the greatest immortal emperors, while his grandfather used to be the leader of the divine race. There was no way for him to exceed the 2 of them despite his lifelong effort and hard work. There was no way of escaping from their shadow, so his own light was dimmed. The truth was that even if he had 12 wills, it still wasn't enough to overcome the other 2. Nevertheless, he still tried his best in life. This was the reason why Xueqi viewed him in high regard. You've done enough, not becoming a prodigal son with such an invincible father and grandfather. Anyone else would go crazy under the weight of those 2 mountains. Xueqi smiled and said. This statement was quite reasonable, since even his mother was exceptional. He had done a good job reaching this point. It's fate. The prince smiled. Who is to blame for me being born in that family? All I could do was try my best. In the eyes of many, his background was enviable even to the point of jealousy. However, it was also torturous for someone who had dreams and aspirations because a lifetime of effort was not enough to surpass their older generations. Their achievements and excellence would not matter. Some would even think that it was all due to the protection and reputation of the family. No one would recognize their hard work or talents. Nevertheless, despite not being able to fulfill his dream and living in others' shadow, he continued to quietly protect the academy because this was the hard-earned accomplishment of his father. It wasn't easy for you. Xueqi nodded. This particular prince was much stronger than the other imperial princes. It was too bad that the people from his generation didn't feel that he was exceptional at all. Since my parents aren't around, I need to do my part for the academy. Not just my family, but many wise sages from the 100 race have toiled for its sake, so I can't let it fall no matter what. It's just that I don't know how much longer I can last. Alas, once we get through this problem, the future will be even brighter. The prince said. Xueqi agreed. Right, the academy is the embodiment and culmination of labor from many, but this is also precisely why others consider it to be a fat prey. The moment it falls down, so many would pounce forward for a bite. The prince sighed. Greed was part of human nature. He looked at Xueqi and smiled. However, I have nothing to worry about with you here in this generation. The waves can be even taller, but the academy will be just fine. I came with no purpose, only to hang around in study room and find some mysteries. This is more of a coincidence. Xueqi smiled. I'm even more at ease knowing that you're there. The prince smiled. No need to send anyone to protect that place then. No one can go take that item now. Even without me there, the High Heaven Scroll is not obtainable anyway. It has been there for so many years now. Right now, only 3 people could probably take it away. Xueqi replied. We have to plan for everything. Who to say that a 12-will emperor won't get involved once the academy is in trouble? The prince smiled wryly. That's true. That scroll is too tempting. It is not only the most complete High Heaven Scroll in the world, but also the strongest one. Xueqi nodded. Strongest might be too much. The prince responded. Well, top 3 in history at least. Xueqi commented. So it turned out that study room was hiding an incredible treasure named High Heaven Palace. Of course, others didn't know about it, and they had no way of researching this particular item. Few truly understood this place. One was Immortal Emperor Fei, another was Deep South Emperor, and the Dark Crow was the third. Not too many treasures in this world could tempt a 12-will emperor, but this was certainly one of them. I wonder if it's a blessing or disaster to have something like that here? The prince spoke softly. Who knows? Li Chia smiled, but with this item, the academy will have unlimited potential. After all, if you want to look up and find what's above, what can be more suited for this purpose than the palace? That makes sense. The prince said, when father left for the expedition, he left the palace behind and said that if the academy can hold on to it, then there will still be hope and unlimited potential for our world. Leave it here, Li Chia said slowly. Hope is within, of course. If there are apex existences looking for it, then it's not a bad thing either. Let them show themselves. After surviving this disaster, a long period of peace will come. The prince nodded. It will be very exciting. Who will be on the academy's side, and who wants to make prey out of it? Time will tell. Li Chia smirked. The prince showed some hesitation after this and finally looked up at Li Chia. Sir, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Li Chia nodded. I know, you want to ask about the expedition. I've never wanted to ask about this, because I'm not prepared to hear the answer. The prince sighed, but I'm old now, and death can come knocking at any moment. I'm certain that it is time to know. Sir, you're the only person I know to have come back alive, so I want to ask, is there hope for them to come back? The question wasn't whimsical for him since he wanted to ask a very long time ago. Alas, he was afraid of hearing the wrong answer. Perhaps this will be my last time seeing you, since you'll be embarking on this path in the future. If I don't ask you now, there might not be another chance later. A weight seemed to be lifted off his shoulder. Chapter 2038. The prince was always curious about the final battle because his entire family went on this path, including his mother. After Immortal Emperor Fei and Deep South Divine Emperor started the third expedition, there has been no news of them. The world believed that they were no longer alive, but the prince held on to a sliver of hope. There was no way for him to embark as well since he had things to worry about still. He couldn't let go of the academy, but he knew that Li Chia had been there, the only survivor to return. He wore a dignified expression, a rare sight on a powerful being like him. Li Chia looked back in silence. He eventually said, I don't know how to answer this question. Sir, just be straight with me. I can handle both good and bad news. There's nothing I can't accept at this age now.
The prince solemnly said.
Li Chia shook his head. It's not about good or bad news, more complicated than that. But if you must have an answer, then I can only say to wait after the final battle. You'll understand then. If there is no result, then there is no answer. Li Chia sighed. That's all I can tell you. The prince pondered in silence before speaking. I believe I can wait until then, and that you can make it there to break the timeless shackles. If even you fail, then despair will swallow us all. Many will join the darkness in the future. Darkness permeates in every epoch. That's unavoidable. But right now, it is also a good chance to figure out and kill those who deserve death. That's all we can do. Li Chia chuckled. Right. The prince nodded. It is indeed a chance to wipe out the traitors of our race. Alas, it is uneasy not knowing who the enemy is. Li Chia said, it won't take long now. The seeds of trouble in the academy can be wiped clean completely too. It will make the academy much stronger. The prince agreed with Li Chia's viewpoint. Let's hope the storm turns into a tempest. Li Chia smiled, but it is indeed disappointing if alumni emperors join the fray on the other side. The prince didn't have anything to say. If these powerful alumni were to conspire with the evildoers, it would be too much to take. The prince didn't want to see this happen at all. Of course, he would still kill them all the same. No time to show mercy. The tea party was about to end soon, so Xueqi and the others were heading back for study room. The other students headed for their own classrooms. Li Chia returned as well and stood outside the main hall to gaze at these sceneries. He was quite immersed in this task. Teacher, are you researching some things? Xueqi and Goldloop were very curious. Only Jinsheng remained quiet. After finding the medicine with Li Qia's help, Jinsheng no longer coughed. Moreover, he seemed to be much more relaxed and carefree after the tea party. Just taking a look at the land, Li Qia said, not long from now, all of this might be gone. Same with the academy. Teacher, you must be joking? Gold Loop was startled. The academy is the lineage with the strongest foundation in the 100 race. Other imperial lineages might perish, but the academy will be just fine. Nothing is eternal in this world. Li Qia smiled. Certainly not any lineage. Just like Immortal Gate back then, a sect with 9 emperors fell in just one night. The group shuddered after hearing this because they knew about this famous historical event. Right now, the strongest lineage for many people was the Qian clan with 9 emperors. However, there was another one before them also with 9 emperors. It was even older than the Qian clan. Its name was Immortal Gate, the only sect that dared to call themselves by this bold name. Alas, it was still destroyed overnight by someone to the astonishment of the world. Thus, the group was taken aback when Li Qia was comparing the academy to Immortal Gate. Teacher, is it true? Xinxue trembled because the academy was her second home. There was no other place as safe as the academy. Both true and false. Li Qia said flatly, a disaster's coming, that's the truth. But the academy won't fall that easily. I will not allow it. Oh, I see. You scared me just now. Gold Loop heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Though the academy won't fall, the danger will still be there. Gather your stuff and find a good cave. When the disaster comes, it's time to hide. Li Qia waved his sleeve and said. Though Li Qia was exaggerating a bit, the 2 young ones knew that the matter was serious. They immediately went to gather their belongings. Li Qia didn't look back since his gaze was still on the land. He told Jinsheng, what is your plan? Jinsheng took a deep breath and solemnly said, I am siding with the academy. Just give me the order, and I shall carry it out. I don't know about the others, but I am a student here and have benefited from the academy. Without the academy, I won't have the same achievements today. The academy lives, I live. The academy dies? I shall be buried with it. Very well. Li Qia nodded. You will be useful when the storm comes. It is time for you to rampage. Though you won't be able to take on the 12 Will Emperors or ancient gods, you will be one of the pillars in this fight. I will do my part as long as the academy needs me. The old man answered with certainty. People make mistakes, but as long as the academy have students like you, it will be fine in face of an even bigger disaster. Li Qia commented with emotion. Everyone thought that the academy would enjoy serenity after the tea garden. Alas, an announcement came out. Gu Qiheng was going to lecture at the Dao courtyard. Students from all classrooms became excited after hearing this. Each classroom had its own teachers and lectures. However, the content adhered to a set of common core principles. This wasn't the case for a lecture at the Dao courtyard. The content was definitely profound compared to a regular classroom. This Dao courtyard was very famous. Of course, anyone could come there to do a lecture, but it was best to be capable lest they want to make a fool out of themselves. The lectures here encompass the essences and unique perspectives of their Dao search, straight to the true meanings. Only powerful teachers or emperors dared to lecture in this place. Even immortal Emperor Fei had lectured in this place. This set a very high standard for future generations. So now, people were naturally excited to hear about Gu Qiheng's lecture. Something amazing was going to happen. After my reclusive cultivation, I have understood a bit more about the Grand Dao, thus I want to share it with everyone at the Dao courtyard. On the second day, Gu Qiheng personally verified the rumor. Chapter 2039. Gu Qiheng's announcement excited numerous students. He was a genius who had researched Supreme Grand Dao on top of being a 7-totem high god. This lecture was surely profound because anything less would be an embarrassment. Would any colleague like to join me on the subject of the Dao? The more, the merrier. Qiheng offered. Everyone found that something was strange. Asking someone else to come upstage was the same as challenging them. Of course, this was fine as well. It was good for teachers to compete since it would promote discussions and improvements. No one dared to answer the challenge because the Dao courtyard was a grand location. No one dared to do it without planning ahead, or their fame would go down the gutter. Brother Chia, are you interested? Qiheng solemnly asked only Li Chia after the general announcement. Needless to say more about Qiheng's status, this was someone who was world-renowned as a student. Everyone thought that he would become the most excellent teacher who would eventually surpass Grandpa Mo as long as he sticks around. Remember, Grandpa Mo was the longest tenured teacher at the academy. Not to mention the current headmaster. Even the previous headmasters were very respectful towards him. It wasn't due to his personal strength, but more about his unique explanation and methods of the Tao. Many high gods and emperors used to be his students. Even some of these beings came back to listen to Grandpa Mo's lectures. At this moment, Qiheng was not a match for the older teachers, but he certainly triumphed over his peers. As for Li Chia, he had no achievements in terms of Tao teaching. People only knew about his brutality, unlike Qiheng, who was well-received in 100 halls. A few smart students also noticed that something was amiss. They knew that Free Sky Young Lord was Qiheng's student at the academy, but their relationship was even more than that, akin to a master-disciple. So now, the geniuses understood that Free Sky Young Lord had found their backing. This was a challenge meant for Li Chia. Lecture? Li Chia didn't refuse this direct challenge and smiled. Since you are in the mood, it's good to have one for the students to hear. A dragon versus a tiger. Some students murmured after hearing the response. Thank you, brother, for entertaining me. We'll start in 5 days. Qiheng spoke with a cool attitude. I'll try my best, and we'll be talking about Tao derivation for my lecture. All right, in 5 days. My lecture will be on Tao heart. Li Chia replied right away. Sounds good. I will be waiting to hear your golden words. Many students admired Qiheng's attitude. After settling on a date, the academy got something else to be excited about again. Everyone told all their friends. Teacher Qiheng is going to lecture about Tao derivation. You coming? One asked. Of course, why wouldn't I? A lecture at the Tao courtyard is too rare. The last time is like a year ago with Teacher Zhou. I'm definitely going this time because Teacher Qiheng is about to wow all of us. We'll benefit quite a bit. Another was quite excited. In fact, virtually everyone from all the classrooms wanted to hear the lecture. Among the young teachers, only Qian was as loved as Qiheng. Thus, no student was willing to miss this opportunity. On the other hand, there was a mild response for Li Chia's Tao heart. Of course, this was due to the disparity in popularity. Qiheng was famous several years ago, so he had plenty of fans at the academy. Meanwhile, Li Chia was an unknown teacher. People only knew him for his penchant for violence. However, this didn't do him any favor in terms of being liked by the student body. Furthermore, the topic itself was not very interesting. Cultivation speed was of the utmost importance. Thus, any method to increase it was highly desirable or ways to strengthen Tao techniques. As for the Tao heart, it was too conceptual and intangible. A few students didn't care for it at all. The Tao heart is not that beneficial. Probably not worth listening. One lackadaisical student said. Outside of a lack of interest by the majority, a small group still wanted to listen and see. The next 5 days were extremely long for the students because of the wait. But suddenly, a loud explosion caused the earth to quake at the academy. More ensued continuously in the form of grand Tao exploding. In the blink of an eye, the power of the heaven and earth gathered with all of the essences. They formed a tempest above the academy's sky. This endless power came too quickly and without notice.
Boom.
The laws of the grand Tao resonated with each other and soared to the sky in the form of reversing waterfalls. It was a magnificent and stirring scene. 88 heavens' wills suddenly emerged above. Their endless chaos energy drowned the entire academy. These wills were hard to see, just like true dragons playing beneath the ocean. No one expected them to be here at all. This was a monstrous power, not to mention the students dropping to the ground. Even the teachers were having trouble breathing. What's going on? The aghast crowd was lost. An experienced teacher calmed down and explained, a new immortal monarch is being born. In fact, the invincible beings such as emperors all over the 13 continents were shaken by this development. Everyone knew that from the gathering of the wills to the shouldering ceremony was a linear process, taking from dozens of days to 1 or 2 years. But now, the essences gathered so quickly like a raging tempest to the astonishment of the crowd. How strange! Is it an extraordinary person ascending? Gazes from the depth focused on the academy in arrogance. Is this a sign of a 12-will emperor? A monarch was bewildered. In each generation, the world could produce 72 wills. Recently, Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor had taken 6. Next was Jin Go with 4 and same with Virtuous. Thus, there were 58 wills left. A new monarch, a few geniuses at the academy composed themselves and murmured. Boom! A figure rushed out of the academy and seemingly reigned over the sky. He was unstoppable and could look down on the myriad ages. His ancient temperament filled this world like a king coming from the past, capable of grasping the entire universe. Chapter 2040. It's South Emperor. The students cried out after seeing the soaring figure. Damn! He's about to become an immortal monarch. Even the extremely proud students from Emperor Mansion were shaken. Only the word, yield, existed in their mind when thinking about South Emperor. His ascension right now was truly frightening. He made his Dao debut much later than Virtuous, but their ascension events were so close together. He had caught up to Virtuous not long after joining the academy. Only monsters come out of mortal school. Is he really going to become a 12-will monarch? All were stunned right away. Everyone knew that mortal school rarely recruited students due to the stringent requirements. Someone like Virtuous couldn't join it, yet South Emperor was chosen. This was indicative of his talents. Furthermore, the past alumni of this classroom were simply insane. Six Dao Monarch was one example, with his immortal bloodline. This was someone who could keep up with the best of the emperors. Rumble. Lightning bolts descended from the sky straight for South Emperor, wanting to crush him to smithereens. Come. South Emperor smiled and swept his sky piercer to destroy everything in its path. The incoming lightning bolts got crushed by a single swing, while South Emperor rose higher to reach the heavens' wills. Rumble. Dao platforms appeared in each corner of the academy. They exuded divine lights and became connected with each other.
Boom.
With the boost of this altar, he was covered with Dao runes. They wove together and sealed the entire location. He is yet to ascend, but he already had the style of an emperor, simply unbeatable. Clank! The endless runes turned into 4 Dao chains and began to attack the heavens' wills. The wills instantly disappeared and turned into chaos energy, as if they were the primordial origin. Just like that, the chains still jumped into this vast expanse. What's going on? The disappearance of the wills astounded everyone. Some had seen Virtuous Ascension before, wondered if South Emperor had lost his chance because this didn't happen the last time. He wants to go against the heaven. Ordinary emperors didn't know what was going on, but the top ones were slightly moved, realizing the gravity of the current event. Get down here! South Emperor roared with his vitality erupting. The ancient aura turned into an imperial crest, so he looked just like a supreme immortal emperor. Rumble. The earth quaked as the 4 chains inside the vast expanse were pulling harder to get something from inside. Finally, 4 wills were slowly dragged downward. People, including weaker emperors, didn't see what was so special about these 4 wills outside of having thicker chaos energy and looked a bit pure. The stronger emperors were much more affected by this scene. Not just going against heaven. The brat wants to defy all odds. One top emperor exclaimed. For primary wills, the brat is supreme and bold on top of being so lucky. Maybe the high heaven does favor him. Another top monarch murmured. For primary wills, I see. An ancient god also noticed since he had heard of this legend before. Incredible, this brat is far superior compared to Jinge or Virtuous. Unless something unexpected were to happen, he'll be a 12-will emperor for sure, and if he does, he'll be comparable to Flame Emperor. One more powerful emperor murmured. A primary will was also a heaven's will. The only difference was that they were the first 4 to be born in each generation. It wasn't necessarily powerful in other places, only pure and all-encompassing. In other words, after obtaining these 4, one would have an easier time grabbing more wills later on. Keep in mind that very few emperors have gotten these primary wills. It required power, blessing from the heaven and earth, and a closeness with the myriad laws. Thus, those who obtained these wills were truly the favorite children of heaven. However, grabbing all 4 was quite shocking even for the top emperors. Only one person has done this before, Flame Emperor. This was a supreme devil emperor with achievements virtually impossible to surpass. He was the 3rd to have 12 wills, and also the first emperor of the devil race. More importantly, he was the only one in the records to have 4 primary wills. Alas, he eventually died to the heavenly execution despite possessing a true immortal armament as well. For example, the Peerless World Emperor only had 3 primary wills and Deep South had 2. But now, South Emperor was locking on to all 4. If he could actually become a 12-will emperor, he would have a chance to catch up to Flame Emperor.
Boom.
South Emperor was completely fixated on pulling down these 4 wills with his chains. Suddenly, a massive imperial might came down from the sky, robbing the breath out of everyone. Energy in the sky turned into a gigantic palm, reaching for South Emperor.
Damn.
The students knew what was going on after sensing this destructive aura. Another emperor wants to ambush him, one student shouted. Even the teachers were alarmed to see this. This ascension had attracted the attention of all the other emperors. One was ambushing him in order to prevent this coronation. In fact, most emperors have experienced interruptions before. No one wanted to see a smooth passing during this process. Fellow Taoist, go back now. Another majestic aura soared to the sky. The master of the voice stood among the clouds. His eyes illuminated the world and caused its inhabitants to tremble. There was a roar of a true dragon where he stood. Immortal Emperor En Tian from the 9 worlds. Someone who recognized him was stunned. It's his real body. The emperor from mysterious Bamboo Mountain is personally protecting his junior. How unbelievable. One high god gasped at the sight. Remember that emperors wouldn't easily leave exploration grounds because of the heavenly execution. At the very best, they would only send their Tao avatars to protect their juniors. Chapter 2041. It was quite shocking for immortal Emperor En Tian to come in person in order to protect South Emperor. Even imperial successors wouldn't enjoy this treatment. Otherwise, Jinge wouldn't have come to exploration grounds for his ascension. The emperors from the War Monarch didn't wish to leave that place back then. From this, one could see how highly viewed he was to both the immortal emperor and the sect. Emperors had numerous descendants and juniors. If they needed to protect each one, they would die from fatigue just from this task alone, no need for the heavenly execution. Because of this, just the Tao avatars alone were already amazing enough for these talented disciples and juniors. The palm in the sky hesitated with the appearance of immortal Emperor En Tian. After all, no one would dare taking an immortal emperor from the 9 worlds lightly. Rumble. In the interim, more powers from emperors exploded all over the academy. Clouds and winds came about as the world turned dark due to these oppressive auras. Even the devils would retreat before this impressive display of power. Resistance was futile unless one's goal was to die. More than just one emperor and monarch are there. The emperors and high gods spying on South Emperor shuddered. Someone counted. There were at least 5 imperial auras. It meant that with immortal Emperor Tian, there were 5 more emperors here to protect South Emperor. They came with their real body too. A student felt fear deep within while nervously gulping. This was guaranteeing that nothing would interfere with South Emperor's ascension. Even Virtuous and Jean Ge didn't have this treatment. The spectators realized just how important these emperors viewed this ascension. Perhaps they had absolute confidence in South Emperor, or they wouldn't risk the execution to help him. The other 2 were considered the most likely to grab 12 wills. However, this was only a claim by others. The emperors still didn't directly protect them the first time around. To be frank, the emperors were skeptical about their abilities to gather 12 wills. It wasn't until later that the 2 managed to invite these protectors after spending great efforts. Jean Ge had to go to exploration grounds while Virtuous had his emperors guarantee a lack of ambush through negotiation. This wasn't the case for South Emperor. The significance of this event showed that he was certainly going to become a 12-will monarch, so the emperors took a great risk and came out to protect him. Anyone would be apprehensive and in awe of the birth of a new 12-will emperor. Fellow Taoist, leave or you will die here. Immortal Emperor Tian declared as his might oppressed the area. The palm dispersed and the chaos energy returned to the world after hearing this. Clearly, the ambushers chose to heed his warning. Unless they came with a greater number, a slaughter would have happened going against Immortal Emperor Tian's group. Everyone understood that the ascension was assured. No one would dare to go against this group of bodyguards. After all, they didn't truly have grievances against him, so risking their lives to stop him was not worth it. The other emperors didn't show their face, but it was clear that they were from mysterious bamboo. This was a sect only inferior to Archaic Repository in arrogance. This was their time to show their true power to the world. The students here were so envious of South Emperor. If one day they could have an emperor willing to protect them during their ascension, they could die of happiness, let alone 5 or 6.
Boom.
South Emperor finally shouldered the wills and stored them in his fate palace. Suddenly, chaos energy erupted along with the aura of a monarch. He exuded strands of sword-like rays that rushed into the sky. Each ray could split the earth open and cut away the chaos. Rumble. His grand Tao appeared while his flame burned for eternity. This flame carried an ancient and enduring aura as if he was born from an older era, wowing everyone in the crowd. He has finally become an immortal monarch with 4 wills. Each of his gestures right now could move the great momentums. Immortal monarch. Even the proudest student at the academy still bowed before the lofty monarch. He recalled his aura and power, but he was still as majestic as before, just like a mountain lying across the sky. His ancient temperament looked like the river of time itself. He cupped his fist towards the other emperors. Immortal Emperor Tian nodded and instantly disappeared with his peers. The imperial auras quickly went away. They couldn't stay out here for too long because the execution could come down at any moment. For primary wills, if nothing unexpected happens, he might be the last monarch of this generation. 2 more processes, and he'll be a 12-will emperor. The spectating emperors from the distant believed. Everyone was shaken by this achievement, even the unbeatable members of the crowd. Back then, the first 3 emperors of this generation never got a primary will. Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor's talent might not be as great, but Jean Ge and Virtuous were famous for their gift. Nevertheless, they still couldn't get these primary wills. Now, this South Emperor came out of nowhere, taking 4 primary wills right away. Jean Ge and Virtuous could only grab 8 wills at best in the future, but this wasn't the case for South Emperor. He definitely had the chance to become a 12-will emperor later on. Moreover, he would have a much easier time due to having the purer and more accommodating wills. Will he be a second flame emperor? Another emperor wondered. If he were to accomplish all of this, he would virtually be a copy of Flame Emperor, since this person was the only one known to have gotten 4 primary wills. Thus, he had fulfilled the first requirement. Later on, his advantages could even exceed World Emperor, since World only had 3 primary wills. If that day actually comes, he'll only be missing experience and a true immortal armament. But with both of these things, he could even surpass World Emperor. Another was speculating his shocking future potential. Chapter 2042. The news of the ascension naturally swept through the entire academy and shocked many students. Even the best students from Emperor Mansion were speechless after seeing South Emperor's incredible style. Recently, the academy had many geniuses, but this year was especially noticeable. First, it was Virtuous and Young Monarch. One became an immortal monarch, while the other became one of the most talented high gods. South Emperor came after them, but now, his imperial path was wide open. The proud geniuses found themselves lacking before the Emperor. Mortal School produces such devilish students. Someone spoke with great yearning. The Academy is about to produce a 12-will Emperor. Sigh, I wish I could have entered that classroom. There were plenty of geniuses here, but none was eligible to enter Mortal School, not even Virtuous or Young Monarch. Undoubtedly, the Academy tried to groom South Emperor as a 12-will Emperor. Everyone nearly forgot about the Tao lecture between Li Qie and Gu Qiheng. Let's go listen to Teacher Qiheng now. The majority of the students ran for the Tao courtyard since no one wanted to miss it. The courtyard was located outside of Emperor Mansion. It was a great valley, not quite a courtyard. This was a wondrous place to learn the Tao. When looking down from the sky, the entire place seemed to be made Tao's soil piled on top of each other. It looked quite coarse, but after entering, one would feel the surging power of the heaven and earth. Tao laws were flowing beneath the ground. In front of the place was a steep cliff, dark in appearance. It consisted of a single Tao rock and hasn't experienced any carving. It was created in a natural manner and contained the power of the Grand Tao. Moreover, runic lines were all over its surface. In fact, the intertwining of these lines formed the rock itself. There were also runic flowers all over the place. The higher up on the rock, the more petals did these flowers have. Inside these flowers were names that could shock spectators because they belonged to famous characters, immortal emperors, immortal monarchs, grand emperors, and powerful high gods. These characters have lectured in this place before. For example, immortal monarch Yi, immortal emperor Qianlong, and many others from the 100 race. People have already crowded the surrounding even before the start of the lecture. They kept rushing inside. Lecturing here wasn't only a challenge to the teacher but also a test for the students. Due to the special characteristics of this place, the Grand Tao was very alive here. Harmonization could be reached much easier. For the lecturer, if they were to overestimate themselves and preach here, the failure would be made very clear. For example, if they had a deep understanding of the Grand Tao and lectured well, the entire courtyard and its Tao would resonate. The better the lecture, the greater the resonation. Thus, the reaction of the courtyard would make it obvious whether a lecture was good or not. As for the listeners, they would be directly affected by the resonation as well. The more they could understand, the stronger the harvest. But inversely, such a direct connection with the Tao could garner a negative effect and slow one's cultivation. This didn't mean that the lecture was inadequate. Perhaps the content of the lecture was not suitable for them. If a student were learning a merit law with a focus on ice, but they came to listen to a teacher talk about the Tao of the dragon flame, that would simply be asking for trouble. The better the lecture, the resonation of the dragon flame Tao would be stronger. The dissonance between ice and fire would have negative consequence. Because of this, some were still standing outside. They wanted to carefully wait first. The first lecture was on Tao derivation, while the second was on Tao heart. Both had no affinity, so to a certain extent, no student should experience anything negative. Nevertheless, some students chose to stay outside for now before the beginning of the lecture. Of course, they could still listen outside, but the harvest would be inferior by a large margin. The great resonation of the Dao courtyard simply boosted the result of the lecture. I wonder how many petals from the grand Dao flower will teacher Qiheng be able to open. A student stared at the Dao cliff and murmured. There were numerous Dao flowers on the cliff, arranged in a specific order. The higher up, the more petals. Of course, they weren't flowers or carvings, just a group of runes. During a lecture, the runes here would also ripple. They were already densely packed, so depending on the content, they would also arrange themselves to form these flowers. The greater the resonation, the stronger the ripples, and more petals would be formed. In simple words, the better the lecturer, the more petals in a higher up location. Teacher Qiheng's lectures are usually very profound. I'm sure his Dao derivation lecture will be incredible, so he can probably create a 5-petal flower. 100 Hall student believed. Yes, that shouldn't be a problem. A genius from Emperor Mansion agreed. It's a shame that he's still so young. If he becomes an ancient god one day, he might be able to spread 12 petals. There were many flowers at the bottom, but this wasn't the case for the top. Of course, the higher ones had more petals. The ones with the same number of petals usually grouped together. At the very top were 2 blossoming ones with 13 petals. These were the top dogs at this cliff. Alas, they were nameless. On the second level were 6 flowers with 12 petals each. Only 2 were named, Iya and Mo Qianjun. The characters were impeccably written with a strong presence. The third consisted of 11 flowers with 11 petals each. Some were named while others were nameless. One of them was particularly well written with the characters, Immortal Emperor Qianlong. The fourth had 30 flowers with 10 petals each. The majority were the names of immortal monarch. For example, Immortal Monarch Jilin. As one went down, they would see more flowers, but with fewer petals. At the very bottom, the flower only had 1 petal blossoming. This is the splendid history of the Academy. A student commented with a tinge of emotion. From just looking at the flowers, one could relive the great lectures by the big shots that have been carried out here. Chapter 2043. Yes, even Immortal Monarch Iya had lectured here before. An Emperor Mansion student said with admiration while staring at one of the 6 flowers on the second level. Here, the lecturers could choose to leave behind their name on these flowers. Just imagine, Immortal Monarch Iya had taught here and made a flower bloom with 12 petals before. Quite a magical event. He was the first and the only one in the 100 race to have 12 wills, the 8th altogether in history. Even someone like him had taught here at the Academy, indicative of the institution's glorious prestige. Thus, it didn't matter how talented one might be. All the students here knew it was the time to be humble. Grandpa Mo is amazing as well, not a monarch yet even better than one. A student from Sacred Institutions said emotionally. Only 2 flowers were named on the second level, Iya and Mo Qianjun. Few outsiders have heard of Mo Qianjun, but everyone has heard of Grandpa Mo and would naturally feel a sense of respect. Even emperors were no exception to this. Immortal Monarch Iya would refer to Mo Qianjun as teacher whenever they met. He was the longest tenured teacher here and had taught too many excellent students. For example, even Immortal Monarch Jilin was taught by him. Because of this, there was a saying at the Academy, life is not wasted after listening to Qianjuan's lecture. Sigh, the Academy hasn't organized any class for Grandpa Mo recently, or we would be so lucky. An Emperor Mansion student said. Just imagine his lecture was on the same level as a 12-will monarch. One could easily see how profound it would be. Well yeah, Grandpa Mo would only do 1 lecture, whenever he feels the itch again. I heard the last lecture was 5,000 years ago, so we probably won't have the chance. A senior said, who left the 2 flowers at the very top. One young student asked with curiosity. The 2 at the top had 13 petals without signatures. Since Immortal Monarch Iya and Mo Qianjun could only reach 12 petals, it meant that there were 2 people above them in lecturing skills. No one should be able to surpass them in terms of Tao comprehension and explanation, so this was quite shocking indeed. It's a mystery, one of the most interesting ones at the academy. A senior shook his head. There are too many legends about it. He paused for a bit and continued. The most believable and logical one is that they were left by the founders, Immortal Emperor Fei and Deep South Divine Emperor. Everyone felt that this made sense. After all, these were the starters of an ultimate expedition and should be able to surpass Immortal Monarch Yi. Not necessarily. Someone who had looked into this disagreed. There are many records about these two flowers at the academy, but none are that detailed. There's one reason why Deep South Divine Emperor shouldn't be involved. Back then, the 100 race was still weak while the 3 races reigned. The Divine Emperor had indeed taught in this place before, but in my personal opinion, it was because Immortal Emperor Fei was his son-in-law and that he wanted to show his attitude and stance towards the 3 races. But if you were to tell me that he would leave his Tao essence and learning to ordinary cultivators from the 100 race, I find that very unlikely. He spoke with reasons in an amicable manner. Then who if not Deep South Divine Emperor? We'll say that one of them is from Immortal Emperor Fei. What about the other one? A junior said. That's the most interesting part. A very long time ago, records about these flowers have been erased. No one actually knew why. Among the scattered remains of these texts, some had bold speculation that neither Immortal Emperor Fei nor Deep South Divine Emperor left these flowers behind. The senior revealed. Who could it be then? The students remained skeptical because they couldn't come up with another being capable of leaving this level of grand Tao flower. Well, that's why it is still an unsolvable mystery at the academy to this day. The seniors smiled in response. As time passed, more students came around. Even a few teachers were joining in. Gu Qiheng still wasn't here yet, but students were sitting down in the courtyard. They were completely confident that his lecture would greatly benefit them via Tao resonation. The 3 scions have arrived as well. After several days of recuperation and taking medicines, 6-sword young king was perfectly fine now. The injuries were serious, but didn't actually hurt his weak spots. The scions are here. The students quickly came to greet them. While people were greeting each other, Xueqi young lord climbed up the stage and stared at the students. Xuanji has been asked by teacher Qiheng to start a preamble for his lecture, so that everyone will know what the content will be, whether it is suitable or not. He said, "Please excuse my audacity for outlining the Tao derivation lecture first. Feel free to point out any mistakes." This introduction didn't surprise people at all because the young lord had taken over for Qiheng in the classroom in the past. It was suitable and reasonable for him to do the introduction right now. After hearing the outline, the students could decide whether to stay or not. This was good preparation done by Gu Qiheng. Though Xueqi was only a student, there was no restriction for people to lecture at the Tao courtyard. Moreover, he was a high god already, so he was certainly qualified to lecture on this stage from multiple perspectives. 6-sword and rumination entered without any hesitation after seeing this to show their support. Remember, they were the leaders of 100 halls and sacred institution. Right now, so many students followed them. Plus, this preamble wasn't going to be bad at all. Xueqi has done a good job in the past teaching at 100 halls. Some students from Emperor Mansion came as well. They needed to give Xueqi some face since he was the leader of this classroom. Suitability didn't matter too much. The courtyard was already filled with students. Today we'll start with a lecture on Tao derivation. It consists of teacher Qiheng's recent findings on the Grand Tao, the lifeblood of his research. Even though he wouldn't dare to claim that it's peerless, the explanation will certainly be unique and effective. Xueqi began. Chapter 2044. Xueqi was eloquent and well-prepared, speaking as smooth as the flow of water or the drifting of the clouds. This was due to his experience with previous lectures in place of Qiheng. Thus, despite being before a large crowd, he remained cool and collected. One had to admit that he was quite capable in this regard. If his cultivation continued to increase, he would have the chance to become a teacher at the academy. Dao derivation focuses on maximizing the power of merit laws. Thus, he had created a method to invoke their potential so that the user could maximize the effect to a boundless level. A deluge of heavenly flowers and Dao came out. Buzz! The Dao laws in the courtyard began to move like flowing water. Some jumped like elves or danced like fairies. Just like that, the runic lines on the cliff also fluctuated with ripples and waves, as if wanting to create supreme symbols. In the beginning, the students were here only to show their support or to flatter the three scions. However, the lecture became increasingly deep and discerning, robbing the breath of the listeners outside. Thus, more and more students made their way into the courtyard from all three classrooms. The majority of 100 halls were here, and even some from emperor mansions came in. Buzz. The buzzing of Dao resonation came about as the students became more and more immersed. Their own grand Dao began to harmonize with the courtyard, with laws appearing and weaving around them. The power of these Dao poured out like the surging spring into the students, so they became quite comfortable. In this place with strong resonation, the more they understood, the stronger they became from gaining the power of the Dao. It would be much easier to open Dao laws as well. The students here had different resonation level and varying degree of benefits. As for the one outside the courtyard, they didn't enjoy this Dao resonation since it required a physical presence inside. It wasn't that easy to sync with the grand Dao. It required the perfect circumstances. The ones who didn't join were those who had some feud with Xueqi or the extremely talented and powerful students. Just like that, when Xueqi was finished, more than half of the students in the academy have joined the courtyard to listen. The Grand Dao is magical with countless arts. Teacher Qiheng is simply picking one path in this ocean. Xueqi eloquently finished his introduction. Well said. Thunderous resonations erupted in the courtyard along with the cheers from the audience. Rumination and Six Sword were the first to start clapping and cheering. Though they did try to move the crowd, the lecture was truly well done. Xueqi could become a teacher at the academy after several more years. Buzz. The wall was rippling with multiple waves of runes. Finally, they wove together to form a grand Dao flower. After the waves dissipated, the flower had 2 petals blossoming. Xueqi, young lord, is indeed extraordinary. He'll be able to stay as a teacher in 2 years. Sighs and praises came about. Right, he can really become a teacher. Many students clamored. Xueqi left behind his signature, Wang Xuanji. He then smiled and said, "Please excuse my insufficient introduction. It couldn't completely bring out all the profundities of teacher Qiheng's arts. You have done very well." A lofty voice answered him. "If you have made your debut several years earlier, you might have caught up to me already." A person was soaring through the sky in a majestic and free manner, like a scholar coming out of a painting. He had plenty of nobility and elegance instead of an oppressive aura in each of his gesture. Nevertheless, people felt an uncontrollable sense of respect and would stand up to greet him. "Teacher." All students got on their feet. Some students even started shouting. "He's so charming. Not only is he the #1 genius at our academy, he's also the most handsome." A few female students nearly drooled after seeing his supreme style. In fact, plenty of girls at the academy had a crush on him. This was no secret. A dragon among men like him would attract attention and love at first sight wherever he went. Gu Qiheng. A few higher-level students sighed with all kinds of emotion after seeing him. At the academy, one could graduate after 3 to 4 years. However, some were willing to stay and train for longer. Granted, they needed to pass the stringent requirements from the academy to linger around. Who didn't know about young monarch Gu Qiheng at the academy? He was the youngest high god in this generation and most promising to become an ancient god. These students who were in the same class at him became wistful. They were still learning while he had become a teacher with the greatest potential as a high god with 7 totems. The gap was evident. No wonder why they became emotional after seeing their peer. After he made his entrance, the students outside rushed in like a tsunami. Even the arrogant students from Emperor Mansion were ready to listen now. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was filled to the brim. Few students weren't actually present in the courtyard. The previous older students, many of whom were high gods, had no interest in Free Sky earlier. After all, he hasn't reached the right level to earn their attention. This was no longer the case when Gu Qiheng came in. After hearing the introduction, some of these high gods felt that maybe this lecture was worth it. Rumination commented after seeing the waves of people, Teacher Qiheng has too much charisma. The amount of people here is the same as the lectures from the older teachers. His Tao comprehension is far above many high gods. He's just young, so after more years of training, he'll be able to catch up or even exceed the older teachers. He'll be an ancient god for sure, so his achievements aren't something that one nobody could reach. Free Sky replied, "Humph, damn right. Teacher's lecture will be brilliant enough to take down that Li guy. He'll leave in embarrassment. Someone like him wants to compete against Teacher Qiheng? He doesn't know his own limits." Six Swords snorted. He and Li Qie have broken off all courteous pretense, so there was no need for him to mind his words. On the other hand, Rumination and Free Sky only smiled back, not wanting to go all out. Free Sky said with a suggestive smile, "Just wait and watch. Teacher Qiheng is about to go and show us something amazing." Meanwhile, Qiheng was starting. "In my recent cultivation session, I have learned a bit more about the Tao. Not wishing to be selfish with my findings, I am here to share it with everyone." Tao derivation is a common topic for cultivators. It pertains to the core of cultivation and the ultimate profundity of how to create and use the grand Tao. Chapter 2045. Gu Qiheng began with magical words, and the Tao turned into the myriad laws. The resonation began not long after his start. In just a short time, he completely captivated many students, both the seniors and juniors. Those from the same class were still attracted by the content and quickly sat down in the courtyard. Only a little number of students were still outside for different reasons. "He's doing well." Other young teachers showed up, and one of them nodded approvingly. He entered the courtyard as well. "Teacher Zhou, you're here now?" Gu Qiheng's lecture is indeed excellent. The students outside saw this group of teachers and said, "Qiheng was a talent worthy of admiration and would be a big shot at other places." Alas, at the academy, a high god with 7 totems wasn't much. There were plenty of older teachers here with 10 totems and up. Plus, most teachers used to be supreme geniuses once and might just be a little inferior to Qiheng, talent-wise. Thus, the teachers from the last generation didn't come to listen, while the young ones only came for fun. They wouldn't have necessarily entered the courtyard. Alas, after actually hearing the content, they entered because Qiheng was doing an incredible job, enough to tempt the other teachers. He came prepared and should have no problem getting 5 petals. A student older than Qiheng sighed and said, "Yes, it is worth listening." Qiheng's peer nodded and said with a tinge of regrets, "Unfortunately, I cultivate only one Tao alone, or I would think about his Tao derivation." "What about you? Why aren't you coming in?" The senior saw a different student who was immersed in the lecture. "We're mortal enemies for a long time now." The guy answered, "But I do admit that this lecture is good. That teacher named Li Qie from study room will lose for sure." Despite hating each other, the students still recognized Qiheng's abilities. The content is impeccable, so he has a lot of potential given his age. Some older teachers can't compare to him. The senior lamented. Only Virtuous is on the same level as him, but he's better at Tao comprehension. However, Virtuous' bloodline is a great advantage. The rival said, "I understand the guy too well. The fact that he dares to do this shows just how confident and well-prepared he is." This Li Qie messed up by accepting the challenge since he doesn't know Qiheng well enough. Once he loses, Qiheng won't let him off that easily. It'll be a humiliating event. In the past, This rival had lost to Qiheng before, so he was aware of the guy's nature. He thought that this person named Li Chia was quite unlucky and might not be able to stay as a teacher at the academy in the future. Qiheng's trying to establish his prestige. This Li Chia guy can only blame his luck. The senior nodded. The Tao is the origin of the myriad laws. The myriad laws can be formed from cultivation. Meanwhile, Qiheng was doing his thing. The students at the courtyard were glowing with their own Tao appearing. This majestic power surged like the spring, resulting in a magnificent scene. The Tao cliff turned into a vast ocean. Everyone felt that they were meditating within this ocean among the majestic power of the Tao. In a short time, it became easier to understand the myriad laws, allowing them to exert their merit laws to the limit.
Boom.
Finally, the runes on the cliff rose higher like a tsunami. Rumble. In this split second, a long grand Tao rushed to the sky and resonated with the students. Their own Tao rushed upward like waterfalls. There was no doubt that the lecture was enough to create the profundities of the grand Tao and caused a sizable ripple to the courtyard. The laws here became animated and harmonized with his content. He had quite a deep understanding on the topic of Tao derivation. A grand Tao flower appeared on the wall, with petals blossoming. 6 was the final number.
Buzz.
It emitted a faint glow before taking its spot. 6 petals. The students cried out in astonishment. Brother Qiheng is amazing. I only got 4 petals last time. The teacher named Zhou sighed and said, he'll catch up to the academy elders soon. The teachers here agreed with this evaluation. The guy could create a 6-petal flower at such a young age meant that he would be able to catch up with existences like immortal monarch Jilin as long as he had more time. Amazing lecture. Applauses and clapping came about like the thunder during spring. All the students were excited and appreciative of Qiheng because they benefited greatly just now. Teacher, you're our idol. So many shouted. Teacher, I love you. You'll certainly beat Teacher Li Chia. Some female students took this opportunity to profess their love. This person's fame right now is unbelievable. Let us leave now. Teacher Zhou smilingly joked and told the other teachers. Thank you, everyone. Please excuse any mistakes I have made. Qiheng remained cool and collected, impressing the crowd even more. The atmosphere remained excited with students screaming and cheering for him. It took a long time before the waves of applause ended. Qiheng left his signature behind on the flower since it was a great achievement. It is your turn, Brother Chia. I am eagerly awaiting. Qiheng left the stage and said in a classy manner. After hearing this, the students all left the courtyard like a receding tide. There was not one person left. They couldn't be blamed for their pragmatic choice. After all, Li Chia had never lectured at the academy before, so no one knew of his skill level. Even those who were interested wanted to play it safe first. Plus, many didn't care about the topic of Tao heart. It was intangible and wouldn't help cultivation too much. The courtyard became quiet again, a striking contrast versus the scene earlier. Is anyone staying? Even those who wanted to come inside the courtyard would find the situation very awkward since everyone is watching. What's the point of talking about the Tao heart? We from 100 Halls have no interest in this topic. 6 Swords sneered and purposely declared this to the other students. Chapter 2046. The crowd was waiting outside with darting eyes while the courtyard was completely empty, certainly different from the excitement earlier. Where's Teacher Li? A student looked around and found Li Chia nowhere in sight all of this time. Gu Qiheng didn't say anything. He stood and coolly stared at the stage in waiting. Why isn't Teacher Li here yet? A student quietly asked. Who knows? Someone from 100 Halls laughed. Teacher Qiheng did such a good job and no young teacher can surpass him. So now, people would just embarrass themselves by going up there. The guy might be too afraid to accept the challenge now. This student clearly wanted to flatter Gu Qiheng since he was a teacher there. He's probably not coming if he's not here right now. Six Sword smirked. No courage to even come on the stage. How can he have any face to stay here as a teacher? Six Sword already had an irreconcilable feud with Li Qia, so he said whatever he wanted. Plus, his father was virtuous Dao protector and Gu Qiheng had his back as well. Someone's coming inside. A group brought their own chairs to the courtyard. Lu Jinsheng, Goldloop, and Yi Xinxue. They sat in a corner and kept a low profile, with a humble attitude. It was as if they didn't want others to notice them. Everyone sneered after seeing these students from study room. Makes sense, no problem for students to go listen to their own teacher. If they didn't come, he would probably bully them later. The students standing near Qiheng tried their best to make him happy. Though many were pointing their finger and mocking the group, they remained silent and ignored everything. Someone else is coming. Another student went inside along. Yao Ting from 100 Halls. The content of the lecture didn't matter, because Li Qia had treated her so well. Plus, she was aware of how powerful he was, so his lecture couldn't be bad at all. She joined the other three, without saying anything. Isn't that Sister Yao Ting? She was relatively famous in 100 Halls because of her achievements despite her humble beginning. Moreover, she had plenty of suitors as well. Several more female students from 100 Halls came in after seeing this, since they were good friends with Yao Ting. We should go listen too. After a clandestine deliberation, more students with weaker background from 100 Halls also joined in. There were cliques in 100 Halls because the students came from all over the world. For example, nobilities like Six Sword and the others formed a group. Meanwhile, the more grassroots students wanted nothing to do with them. Of course, this group consisted mainly of males and chose to sit next to Yao Ting's group of friends. Only a bunch of nobodies. So what if they gather together, still useless all the same? Another student from 100 Halls snorted. These trashes can only band together with their own kind, not qualified to join anything else. But the moment this student finished, another girl had entered the stage in the same quiet manner. Sister Miao Chan. This student's jaw dropped to the ground as he questioned what he was seeing. Young King, it's Sister Miao Chan, a student next to Six Sword said. The king's expression became quite ugly, turning red then green. He couldn't speak from the sheer shock. Miao Chan had much more influence in 100 Halls compared to Yao Ting and the others. Though people didn't know of her origin, she had the support of many students because they would come to ask her for questions. Of course, she was also popular with the boys. Furthermore, many knew that Six Sword had a crush on Miao Chan. However, he got beaten down badly by Li Qia and now she was showing support for Li Qia? It was the same as slapping his face. No one dared to say anything else. The ones who didn't like Six Sword also followed Miao Chan inside. In just a short time, more than a dozen students were waiting for the lecture. There are people waiting, but the lecturer is still late. What's the point of listening? Rumination scowled. The three scions were on the side of Qiheng, so they naturally wanted to humiliate Li Qia. Yes, this teacher is something else. Even the older teachers for our sacred institution aren't this arrogant. We don't need to listen to this crap. Another student added. Right? He's trying to act cool, as if he's better than the elders. An Emperor Mansion student snorted. The elders were the ones who taught in Emperor Mansion. The students there weren't too happy to see Li Qia acting so arrogant, at least in their eyes. The Dao heart is useless too. It will be too ordinary. Rumination said. Everyone from our Emperor Mansion has a firm Dao heart. We have done enough on our own. No need for someone else to guide us. Right? No need for us to listen to this Dao heart lecture. It's a waste of time. Someone next to him chimed in. Excuse me for being late. Suddenly, a clear voice came about, signaling the arrival of a supreme beauty, Mei Suyao. She also entered the courtyard and sat next to the other students. Fairy Mei is here too. The dozen inside became excited. In the beginning, only Miao Chan was an important character in their group. But now, this was no longer the case with Mei Suyao around. Fairy Mei is going too? In just a short time, the students from Sacred Institution and Emperor Mansion glanced at each other with an awkward expression. Her beauty could drive the soul crazy, and her talents were impeccable. Some even believed that she was more gifted than Rumination, but kept it a secret. Normally, her fans from the upper classrooms would crowd around her now. However, due to their disparaging comments earlier, it would look weird if they were to follow her in, especially the ones on the same camp as the three Scions and Xueqi. If they were to join her right now, they could be alienated from Rumination's group. Let's go. My Dao heart is unstable right now, so this can be helpful. Not everyone in the upper classrooms liked Rumination and his group, so some geniuses decided to join in. Normally, they wouldn't dare to directly oppose that group. However, the most beloved in Emperor Mansion, Mei Suyao, was in there right now, so they had nothing to be afraid of. This added up to more than 100 students waiting inside for Li Qia's lecture. Still no big deal compared to Teacher Qiheng. He had tens of thousands listening. A student snorted. Alas, Li Qia was still nowhere to be found, and the ones inside grew restless. Just one lecture. Does he really need to put on a show like this? Someone else couldn't help but scowl. If they didn't want to see Li Qia humiliate himself, they would have left already. Brother Qia, the students are eager to learn, wanting to listen to your supreme lecture. They can't wait any longer. Will you come on stage now? Gu Qiheng spoke softly, but everyone here could hear his words. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.